Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 301 to 325. Chapter 301, Injuries. When Bai Zeman activated gravity manipulation in reverse, what he expected was that a scene similar to when the First Order blue-scaled snake he killed a couple of hours ago spat out its poisonous mist was to occur. However, things don't always turn out the way you expect them to. Swoosh! The speed at which the blue flare of fire was traveling certainly slowed down and several flames shot up into the sky, lighting up the dark night. The problem was that contrary to Bai Zeman's expectations, the torrent of fire continued to move in his direction. Taken by surprise, Bai Zeman unconsciously raised both arms in front of his face hurriedly to cover himself. Bang! A bang that, while inferior to the bang caused when Bai Zeman fell from the sky, was still undoubtedly loud, shook the forest again on the same night and within a short space of time of the previous one. The blue fire was bright enough to illuminate everything hundreds of meters around, and the temperature of the flames was so high that the entire 20 meters around the dragon-like beast began to melt while rocks began to form small pools of lava inside the crater. Swoosh! Bai Zeman leaped hurriedly and rose high into the sky with his arms still covering the front of his body, mainly focused on protecting his face. Fuck man! Bai Zeman didn't know how many times he had already cursed in just one night. A grimace of pain involuntarily appeared on his face, and as he activated gravity manipulation in reverse on himself and the surrounding area to slow down the falling speed, he looked at his body to confirm his current condition. His fingers were moderately burned. While nothing dangerous, it still hurt a lot. His gloves received severe burns, and it was quite obvious that their durability had dropped to a point where they would not be able to withstand 2 attacks more of that magnitude. As for his bloodthirsty wolf full-body armor rank 2, some minuscule marks could be seen on the top and especially on the arm reinforcement. To be able to affect even my rank 2 armor, that flame is definitely very dangerous. Bai Zeman thought as a spark of caution was born in his heart. If not for the fact that he had forged equipment of considerably good quality, his entire body would have received burns worse than when he fought the First Order blazing beetle, and if not for the fact that the leather and materials he used to forge his equipment were of the highest category, considering that the apocalypse had just begun on Earth, everything would probably have already caught fire or melted into a pile of useless junk. Just because Bai Zeman was basically invincible among First Order existences didn't mean that he couldn't be injured if he wasn't careful. Fortunately, it's merely a First Order beast. If he were a Second Order, I could have been severely injured. He muttered as his gaze met the monster's cold stare. The dragon-like beast had already stood up, pushing its full height to maximum splendor. The monster was definitely a massive existence, comparable to the reinforced iron boar in terms of height, reaching over 30 meters. Its colossal height coupled with its terrifying length made the view of the monster no different from seeing a legendary dragon. While Bai Zeman was in the mid-air, his brain was like a supercomputer analyzing every move and every second of the previous short confrontation. It only took him 2 or 3 seconds to understand the reason why his gravity manipulation didn't work as it was supposed to, which eventually led to him receiving minor burns. The beast didn't give him much time to think either anyhow. Immediately after standing up, with a large step, it crossed a distance of 50 meters in the blink of an eye and opened its maw wide for the second time. The fire breath shot out from inside the beast and in a short time reached Bai Zeman, who, because he was in mid-air, could not move freely and thus had no ability to maneuver to dodge the incoming attack. Bai Zeman snorted as he saw the tornado of blue fire flying in his direction and activated gravity manipulation X15, plummeting towards the ground and easily evading the attack of the monster. However, learning from his previous experience, just before hitting the ground he activated gravity manipulation again, but this time it was in reverse. The falling speed was drastically reduced immediately, and when his feet touched the ground they barely made any sound, unlike the huge explosion that would have taken place considering his weight multiplied by 15. Seeing that its attack failed to reach the hated human that injured it in such a way, and feeling the lingering pain in the back of its body, the dragon-like beast roared angrily before opening its mouth again, preparing to activate its fire skill once more. Bai Zeman could easily have ended the monster's life if he wanted to. However, since his goal was to train the pros, cons, and limits of the gravity manipulation skill instead of casually killing the monster, he stood patiently waiting for the attack. Besides, he still needed to check whether his previous analysis was correct or not. If it proved to be correct, then he would only do a few more tests on this monster before killing it once and for all. The beast could not activate its skill for the third time right away and required charging for a full 2 seconds. This was also understandable since its attack skill was surprisingly powerful to the point of melting rocks into lava and changing terrain almost freely. It also explained the reason why its physical body seemed to be so robust and powerful, as well as the reason why its tail seemed to be a deadly weapon. With its tail as a weapon and its body as a shield, it would be incredibly difficult to defeat this creature even while it was charging its skill. After 2 seconds, a third breath of blue fire flew out towards Bai Zimin at full speed. The smell of burning filled the air, and if not for the fact that the grass several hundred meters around had already been swept away by Bai Zimin's initial attack, it would definitely have caused a wildfire. Bai Zimin half closed his eyes and waited. Just when the fire attack was 10 meters in front of him, he didn't even think twice when he activated gravity manipulation to its peak. Rumble. The ground immediately sank and the earth rumbled slightly. However, the most surprising thing was that the fire breath that was advancing in a straight line like an unstoppable laser was directly dragged to the ground. Bang! Flames burst everywhere uncontrollably, one after another. However, these flames that had left the main flare didn't have too much power, so when some of them came close to Bai Zimin, he just casually hit them with the back of his hand. So that really was why, he said aloud with a satisfied expression on his face. Because this monster expels breath from inside its body and continues to bestow mana to the skill until it closes its mouth completely, when I activated gravity manipulation inverted, the only thing that happened was that the flames flying in front flew off into the sky, but the ones coming behind simply continued to charge while the new ones pushed harder, which overcame the reduced gravity effect. As expected of you, Zeman computer. Lilith's voice sounded from behind him, followed by a round of clapping in praise. Do you want me to spank your ass again, little succubus? He joked in good humor. Kia. So wild. So dominant. Lilith put both hands to her cheeks and shook her head with a big smile on her face. When the beast finally closed its mouth and the fire skill disappeared, smoke rose from the sides of its maw. The beast looked dazed as it saw that its skill did not work as it was supposed to work, and for a moment it seemed at a loss as to what to do next. But seeing its hated enemy standing silently and looking at it calmly, the beast remembered the injustices it suffered and charged again. 3 seconds later, the blue flame shot out once again from its mouth and burned everything in its path with seemingly unstoppable power. Bai Zimin had kept his gravity manipulation skill active by 15, since that way the mana consumption was considerably less, and since he didn't have to make any changes to the power or the way he used the skill, it wasn't necessary anyway. Therefore, when the fire flare entered the range of effect of the skill, the same thing that happened in the previous case was repeated. Once, twice, 3, 4 times. Bai Zimin tried a couple more times to be sure how the skill worked in these cases to prepare well against fire-type monsters with sustained skills like the beast in front of him. Just like when he played video games as a kid, Bai Zimin really liked to test his strength and limits with weak enemies, since only that way he would have the ability to fight to his full potential against a powerful enemy while experiencing as few unpleasant surprises as possible. I guess that's enough for now, he thought with a slight smile, apparently feeling no pain from his slightly scorched fingers. Just as the beast closed its mouth again after activating its skill for the 10th time, a flash of exhaustion flashed through its orange-colored eyes. Because it was a hybrid monster with a powerful magical skill and a powerful body, its optimal combat style was supposed to use both while letting its mana slowly regenerate in the midst of combat. However, from the moment the battle started, the beast had only wanted to turn its enemy into a pile of ashes. Normally this should be the case, but unfortunately, the monster was facing a monster even more bestial than itself, which in the end resulted in it becoming fatigued. Swoosh! Bai Zimin leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, and just before he started to fall, he activated gravity manipulation in reverse. Immediately after that, he activated blood manipulation. Swoosh! 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 The dragon-like monster did not know when but suddenly found itself surrounded by a large number of chains formed from its own blood. Even before the beast could react, a dozen thick chains the size of a burly adult man locked around its forelimbs, its neck, and its mouth was tightly sealed shut. Bang! The chains tightened and the beast's forelimbs came together, so that the monster ended up falling heavily to the ground after losing its balance. The beast tried to roar in anger, but the blood chains that bound its mouth only crackled without breaking immediately. The rest of the blood chains that tied it also tightened and the cracks began to spread one after another at surprising speeds. It wouldn't be strange if the next moment they broke. Swoosh! Just then, the wind suddenly trembled and the beast turned its eyes to look up. In the monster's pupils, just as happened when it was sleeping, was reflected a silhouette plummeting at speeds simply too fast from a height of over 100 meters. After all, the monster was still inside the huge crater. You were a good punching bag. Bai Zimin thanked with a slightly fierce smile on his face as he clenched his fist and punched forward without holding back in the slightest. A fist that besides containing 371 strength points also contained the falling speed of over 100 meters boosted by an increased X15 gravity. Chapter 302, Not as far out of reach as she seems. You have received the soul power of First Order Infernal Scaled Lizard level 49. You have received Strength plus 15, Magic plus 10, Mana plus 6. Phew! Bai Zimin relaxed and let out an exaggerated sigh as if he had just faced the most terrifying beast in the universe. You are exaggerated. You were clearly playing with that little monster. Lilith appeared at his side and joked. What part of this looks small to you? Bai Zimin looked at her dumbfounded and pointed out, this monster is over 30 meters tall and its body length is practically comparable to that first order snake I killed earlier if we add the tail I cut off before the fight started. Lilith looked at him with a teasing smile and said playfully, size is important, no doubt about it. But more important is knowing how to use it. Bai Zimin looked at her in blank stare for several seconds before commenting dumbfoundedly, Lilith. Have I ever told you that you're a shameless pervert? Oh, you have many times, sweetie. Lilith smiled cutely and then said in a tender voice, but you don't need to praise me so much, just tell me what you want, and maybe you'll get it tonight. Cough. Cough. Several fierce coughs broke the slight silence that had been born in the surroundings after Bai Zimin had killed the First Order Infernal Scaled Lizard. I really can't win against your shamelessness, woman. He sighed after calming down. When he heard the tender little voice Lilith spoke with, Bai Zimin had felt his legs weaken as if the strength magically escaped out of his body. Lilith smiled again. She looked like a little girl who had just been praised by her parents, as she looked really happy with Bai Zimin's praise towards her. Seeing her like this, Bai Zimin shook his head and sat on the giant monster's back. Then, he looked at his hands for several seconds before calmly commenting, but this statistic health really is something. Look, my scorched skin and burnt flesh started to fall off while the tissues are moving at such a high speed that I can see it with my naked eyes. Lilith put a bit of strength into the tip of her foot and with an elegant leap brimming with grace, she elevated dozens of meters in a second before landing softly on the lifeless beast's back. She leaned forward slightly and observed the burn on Bai Zimin's hands with a serious expression. With the dim moonlight shining behind her, Lilith truly looked like a goddess of benevolence. This was so even with the sky completely filled with dark clouds, so one could imagine how beautiful she would look with the moon and stars in the background. Bai Zimin lost himself for a few seconds looking at her charming face. No matter what part of her very existence he looked at, he had to admit that he would probably never be bored. From the definition of her fragile jaw to the tip of her small forehead, everything was simply perfect beyond all possible description. Although your health stat is monstrously high considering your current level, you'd better be more careful in the future. Lilith's voice brought Bai Zeman out of his inner thoughts in a second. He quickly looked at his own hands and acted calmly as he said, "Oh? Why is that so?" Lilith didn't seem to notice that he was looking at her with unfocused eyes as she continued, "From a certain level within the second order, some beasts will begin to control their own vicious mana well, while humans will also gain more knowledge about the mana inside their bodies. As a consequence, battles will become a lot more dangerous as the enemy's mana will start trying to corrode you from the inside out. Do you know what this means?" Bai Zeman's expression froze upon hearing this. He suddenly no longer felt like worrying about the beautiful woman in front of him. With a deep frown, he said in a serious voice, "The affected body and soul will have to work overtime not only to heal the wounds suffered but also to calm or eliminate the enemy mana attacking from the inside." "Yup." Lilith nodded calmly before turning her back to him and looking up at the dark sky above her head. "But, you don't have to worry about it for now." "What do you mean?" Bai Zeman asked as he looked at her back. It looked so fragile. So small. So weak. Who knew that in reality, the woman he was looking at right now actually possessed one of the most dreadful strengths in the current universe? However, as he looked at her small back, Bai Zeman didn't know why he suddenly got the feeling that Lilith may not be as strong as she pretended to be nor as out of everyone's reach as he egotistically assumed. As he stared at her jet black dress swinging gently in the swaying of the cool night breeze, while occasionally catching a small glimpse of her legs that seemed as perfect as crystal ivory, Bai Zeman felt that the woman in front of his eyes probably carries a burden no less than the one he was carrying right now. It may even be even heavier and harsher. Lilith naturally neither knew nor had the slightest notion about Bai Zeman's thoughts. Her gaze was lost beyond the high clouds in the sky and she said in her always calm and demure voice, "What I mean is, since the Earth is advancing considerably fast and so are its inhabitants, it is likely that the second order will not be enough for the beasts and humans to learn to control the mana to use it as a form of indirect attack. While there could be exceptions to this rule, I believe that most will only be able to start doing such a thing from the third order onward." Bai Zeman nodded without saying anything more about it. Since that was the case, then there was really nothing to worry about. He hadn't even advanced to level 50 to realize his mission to advance to second order, so there was no need to think about such distant matters as the third order. Still, it was good to know in advance the problems he might face at any moment. Besides, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable about that strange feeling that suddenly appeared all over him, so he didn't feel particularly eager to talk about such matters either. Perhaps realizing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, or maybe worried about the lack of an answer, Lilith slowly turned around and looked at him before asking in confusion, "Everything okay?" Bai Zeman looked at her and his two dark eyes met her bright red eyes. He hesitated for a moment but finally said firmly, "Lilith. Even though I don't know what's so important that you need my help. Considering how powerful you are, it definitely shouldn't be easy if even you can't accomplish it. But I promise that I will do everything I can to help you grant your wish." Lilith looked surprised for a moment, and she simply stared at him with a dazed and surprised expression. It was only after a great breeze of wind hit the forest that she finally seemed to wake up and smiled bitterly as she muttered words that even being so close to her, Bai Zeman could not hear. *******. I guess that's enough for now." Bai Zeman stood up and played with his hands for a moment as he checked the inner condition of his body. The slight internal injuries he had suffered after enduring a heavy amount of weight when he activated gravity manipulation X15 by falling from a great height had already healed almost completely after half an hour, while the wounds on his hands took a little less time to heal completely, only 20 minutes or so. After making sure that there would be no problem fighting a tough battle to the death in case he ran into trouble, Bai Zeman jumped off the beast's body and searched for a soul stone nearby. The large monster's head had exploded into a bloody mess with flesh and bone fragments flying uncontrollably all over the place after being smashed by Bai Zeman's heavy fist. At that moment the beast had lost the natural mana protection surrounding its body as it was too exhausted after attacking with its magic skill constantly without rest, so, despite its defenses, it could not take even a single fist from him. It was a bit challenging to search for a soul stone in the midst of such a huge mess of blood and flesh, as they were two small objects in comparison, because the beast's head alone was roughly the size of an average house. One could imagine how disastrous the scene was after such a thing completely exploded. Unfortunately, this time he was not as lucky as when he killed the blue-scaled snake, since the infernal scaled lizard had not formed a soul stone inside it. However, this did not mean that he was empty-handed, as he received a red orb. Although Bai Zimin was not interested in normal treasures, he decided to keep it and check the contents of the orb later. It probably meant that the treasure inside was destined for some soul evolver with certain merits. Bai Zimin lifted the giant beast's body after activating gravity manipulation again. But even then it was not an easy task to lift the monstrous weight of the infernal scaled lizard, as it easily weighed at least 10 times more than the blue-scaled snake. When Bai Zimin arrived at the western gate of the base, he was greeted by a large team of armed men along with several cargo vehicles and a group of 20 survivors with sturdy bodies, and some of them experienced in controlling machinery. Regardless of whether it was the gunmen or the survivors, they all gasped at the sight of the massive body of the beast in front of them. Unconsciously, they looked at Bai Zimin's body right next to the headless monster and could not help but compare the sizes between the two beings. How could one person lift such a gigantic thing? Everyone had the same doubt. That monster definitely weighed at least 5 times more than a war tank. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that he had reduced the gravity around him and the monster, he definitely wouldn't have been able to lift it. Even with his monstrously high strength, Bai Zimin had not reached that level yet. Leader. A middle-aged man approached Bai Zimin with a respectful expression and eyes glittering with veneration. After exchanging a few words, the middle-aged man said a bit worriedly, "I'm afraid the crane won't be able to lift the weight of this beast. Besides, even though the trucks were properly modified following Miss Shangwen's orders and instructions, I'm afraid it might collapse as well." While the wheels of the vehicles had been changed to hard and tough mutated beast bones that were strong enough to support the weight of a monster on the level of the blue-scaled snake, the first-order infernal scaled lizard was on a completely different level. Bai Zimin frowned slightly when he heard this. He definitely hadn't taken that problem into account before, as he believed that trucks and cargo tractors would be enough. Even worse, he hadn't expected that even the crane wouldn't have the strength to lift the weight. While several parts were replaced with mutated beast tendons, which strengthened the machine's grip and endurance, something still needed to be done about the tongs. Because there was a lot of work to be done, as Bai Zimin wanted to move the entire camp to his real base as quickly as possible, many things had to be temporarily put aside to focus on what was most important. This was one of the clear consequences of rushing things too much, as while you may get what you wanted earlier, many things will get lost along the way that could end up giving you a severe headache in the long run. Just as Bai Zimin was about to decide to leave the body there and then move it himself later, when he returned from the forest for the last time, a silhouette appeared in his range of vision. This silhouette was thin and smaller than him in comparison. However, the charming and seductive curves of its body made it clear that it was a woman. Dressed in deep blue armor with a beautiful light blue sword at her waist, Shang Guanbing Shui approached with her characteristic cold and indifferent expression that seemed to suggest everyone stay as far away from her as possible. Even though she was just walking, her speed was fast enough to close a few meters with each step she took, and from the point of view of the survivors and militants who were just normal humans, it was as if she were teleporting short distances. Chapter 303, Lilith and Shang Guanbing Shui. Shang Guanbing Shui's distinctive silver-colored hair that most of the time fell free and unrestrained all the way down onto her lower back, at this moment was tied in a high ponytail, exposing her slender neck like that of a beautiful swan that shimmered under the glow of the moon and the artificial light bulbs. The survivors and the armed men stood stunned as they looked at her passing by as if she were a goddess from another world, and it was only after several seconds that everyone finally managed to snap out of their daze before bowing hurriedly in respectful greeting. Everyone knew perfectly well that this beautiful goddess, who was as cold as ice, was basically the second in command just below the highest leader. Technically, she was the real representation of just below one but above all the others. While everyone was stunned and flashes of lust and desire passed through the eyes of all the men regardless of their ages, the only one who had no visible reaction was Bai Zeman. But how could he react like the other humans? After all, next to him was a woman who was not only more beautiful but also exuded seductive charm from every pore of her body. In a few seconds, Shang Guanbing Shui emerged from the walls of the base and in a few blinks of an eye appeared before Bai Zeman. As she looked him up and down as if studying something, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing here? I thought I saw you walking into your room earlier." Before leaving to the dark forest, Bai Zeman had witnessed with his own eyes as everyone, including Shang Guanbing Shui, walked off to their rooms to sleep. Considering that it was already past 2 a.m. and it had already been several hours since he left the mansion, everyone should be sleeping comfortably in their beds. Shang Guanbing Shui finally looked at him with her two beautiful blue eyes and answered his question calmly, "I just couldn't sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night and since insomnia was stronger than me, I decided to go out to level up. It's just that I didn't expect to meet a commotion on my way to the forest, and only now I know you were here too. Is that so?" Bai Zeman frowned slightly and felt that something didn't make sense but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Besides, it was also true that Shang Guanbing Shui had fallen behind with her level due to all the logistical work that needed to be done at the base, so it was reasonable that she would want to take every opportunity to absorb soul power from different creatures. Of course, although Shang Guanbing Shui had stagnated around level 40, this did not mean that her strength had stagnated by any means. Even putting aside the equipment Bai Zeman forged for her, Shang Guanbing Shui herself had absorbed a lot of soul power from powerful soul evolvers during the suppression of Kong Rong's forces, gathering at least 50 stat points. "I understand." Bai Zeman finally nodded after thinking things through carefully. "N." Shang Guanbing Shui nodded without saying anything else and simply looked him straight in the eyes. After a moment, he calmly said, "But anyway, you've come at a good time." "Oh." She raised an eyebrow and looked at him as if hinting him to continue. Bai Zeman explained as he pointed to the corpse of the infernal scaled lizard, "As you can see, I've been hunting in the forest for a while now and this is the second first-order beast I've hunted in the night. The second one was a huge snake that fortunately was already moved to the military area, but this beast is simply too big and its weight makes it simply impossible for our current vehicles to lift it, let alone move it." Shang Guanbing Shui put an index finger to her lower lip and while gently tapping with her delicately manicured fingernail, she thought aloud, "Even if the vehicles could withstand the weight of the monster, I'm afraid the strength of the engines won't be enough." In fact, even though the vehicles were modified, the engines were exactly the same. In Bai Zeman's group, engineers of all kinds were being recruited, but modifying the current technology was by no means simple and without clear plans or ideas it was just impossible to get any work done in the short term. Therefore, the power of the current engines was barely enough to move the modified vehicles, let alone modified vehicles weighing several tons. Such a thing was simply an unattainable fantasy dream. "That's right." Bai Zeman nodded before calmly continuing, "Therefore, I thought that since you also wish to level up, we could both go hunting in the forest. That way we can freeze the corpses with your skill to prevent a beast from touching them and then, when we finish hunting to our heart's content, return to bring them back to base one by one. What do you think?" "Sounds good to me." Shang Guanbing Shui practically nodded the next instant he asked the question, slightly surprising him. Perhaps realizing this, she calmly explained, "I can't think of a better idea than yours. If one of us had to move the bodies one by one, a lot of hunting time would be lost and the other's plans would be affected." "Decided then." He nodded with a slight smile before turning to look at the middle-aged man and ordering in a deep voice, "Geng Shi, I want you all to start dismantling what can be dismantled from this beast's body while she and I go deeper into the forest. If you need more people, simply look for Liu Yan's daughter, she will take care of it." "Understood." Geng Shi, the person in charge of this small group of 20 hard-working survivors, nodded. Lu Xiaoao was basically the person delegated by Shang Guanbing Shui to take charge of the logistics team, so regardless of the time or place, even if she was sleeping comfortably in her bed, she had to work when circumstances required it. Like any high-paying job, the responsibilities were also too great to worry about things like schedules. After giving a few more orders to the personnel, Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui looked at each other for a moment, and as if by prior agreement, they both dashed straight into the dark depths of the forest. In just a second or two, they both completely disappeared from the sight of the workers and the armed men, leaving behind nothing but an explosive breeze of cold wind whipping across the ground on which they were previously standing. ******. Why do you want them to start working now? Shang Guanbing Shui asked as she followed Bai Zimin from a distance of fewer than 2 meters. Moving through the forest like a fish moving in the water, he casually replied, "I'll probably stay here until dawn since I still need to do some more experiments with the gravity manipulation skill I received after killing that soul evolver named Shan Li. Considering that there are still around 5 hours until sunrise, those 5 hours can be well spent instead of wasted." A group of 1 or 2 dozen people working on the body of the infernal scaled lizard for 5 hours would be more than enough to, at the very least, remove a lot of the beast's scales. Even if they only managed to remove about 1/8 of the total, that was better than nothing. The survivors who had experienced starvation were afraid that one day the rations provided by the base government would again be of poor quality or unstable as in the past, so whenever a job opportunity appeared they were all willing to give their all even if it meant staying up all night without sleep. In addition, considering that the pay for working a day helping to dismantle the bodies of the beasts was not only a good piece of mutated beast meat but also being fed properly during that day, there was basically no one willing to decline such an offer. For the survivors of the North Camp, the appearance of Bai Zimin and his group was literally like gods descending on earth in times of crisis. Shang Guanbing Shui naturally understood everything after hearing the explanation he gave, so she simply nodded with a neutral expression on her face and followed him closely. What Shang Guanbing Shui did not know was that, on the opposite side of Bai Zimin, a beautiful woman was also following him closely. As he moved and jumped between the trees with dexterity, Bai Zimin could not help but look back a couple of times to observe the 2 great beauties following him closely and was secretly surprised as Lilith and Shang Guanbing Shui were literally as if they were 2 completely opposite beings. Lilith possessed a deep black dress that covered almost every part of her beautiful skin but outlined her body perfectly. On the other hand, Shang Guanbing Shui wore most of the time a white dress that came just below her knees and was slightly puffy but still could not hide her perfect body. Lilith's hair was as black as the blanket of the night without stars and moonlight, it seemed as if all the light would be swallowed up just by being close to its brightness. Meanwhile, Shang Guanbing Shui's hair was a cold silver color similar to the rays of moonlight at night, shining like snow lotuses. Lilith's eyes were red like intense fire and it was as if a flame was constantly burning inside them while mocking glints could be seen occasionally. On the contrary, Shang Guanbing Shui's eyes were blue like the ice accumulated on the planet's poles that only exuded coldness and distance while its sharpness seemed to be enough to keep all living things away. Lilith's personality was warm, playful, mischievous, even slightly naughty. On the other hand, Shang Guanbing Shui's personality was cold, serious, indifferent, and it seemed as if she was a saint who never thought about worldly matters regarding a man and a woman. This was the first time Bai Zimin had the opportunity to observe both women carefully. Although he had had them side by side in the past, this was the first real time he could take a moment to properly appreciate both beauties. Both women were strikingly beautiful, but the charm and beauty they exuded were complete opposites, just like south and north or heads and tails on a single coin. In a moment of careless slippage, he couldn't help but ask in a whisper as he looked at her, "Do you have a sister who is the complete opposite of you?" "Excuse me?" Shang Guanbing Shui's eyes widened slightly due to the sudden question and she unconsciously replied, "My mother only had me." Even she herself did not realize that she honestly answered Bai Zimin's question until after the words left her lips. Bai Zimin was already regretting it when he murmured that question. Although the two of them got along relatively well and it could even be said that the trust between the two of them had grown a lot, he by no means believed that his relationship with her was close enough to talk about such personal matters. However, little did he expect to receive an answer. When he looked back in surprise, he saw the same stunned and surprised look in Shang Guanbingshue's eyes. Apparently, even she herself did not expect to answer. Bai Zimin thought silently. But in fact, Shang Guanbingshue felt her heart flutter fiercely. If someone else were to talk to her about her family, her mood would probably melt to the point where that person would shiver with cold. However, she surprised herself by answering honestly and with no apparent problems. Chapter 304, First Heart-to-Heart Talk. As they moved through the forest, cutting through large patches of dense thick grass and dodging at lightning speed the trees that appeared in front of them, Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbingshue kept silent. Both of them apparently had many things to think about regarding what had just happened. Lilith watched everything from the side without pointing out or commenting on it at all. In fact, there was a faint, seemingly amused smile on her face as she watched the interaction between the two people, which indicated that she was having a good time that could only get a little better if she had popcorn on her. After approximately a minute, Bai Zimin finally broke the silence and said what he thought was correct at the time. "I'm sorry for asking a strange question completely out of the blue. Who in their right mind would ask a strange question like the one he asked just before while they were in an area plagued with danger where the scythe of the god of death could fall at any moment? Probably no one." Shang Guanbingshue fell silent as she listened to his words of apology. This made Bai Zimin think that she was upset, so he simply decided to stop chatting and focus more on his main goal by coming to this place. However, his assumption proved to be completely wrong soon after when she said in a natural and calm voice, "It's okay. Don't worry." Bai Zimin looked back for a moment before nodding his head without speaking and then looked forward again. His footsteps never stopped. More than 40 minutes flew by. Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbingshue searched for first-order beasts in a perimeter of over 300 square kilometers around the base but failed to find anything. During all this time, the two were in seemingly tactical silence, and the only sound they could hear apart from the occasional roar of some beasts or the cold night wind was the sound of their feet gently tapping the ground every time they pushed forward. Bai Zimin was calm on the outside as well as on the inside. He already knew that even hours could pass without meeting a first-order beast, he himself had experienced it before after all. However, apparently Shang Guanbingshue had not forgotten the previous topic because after almost an hour, she brought it up again. "Why did you ask that question earlier?" she asked with a slight frown. Her gaze was fixed on Bai Zimin's back, brimming with confusion and wariness. Bai Zimin did not look back and answered without thinking too much, "I know a person who is very beautiful, somewhat more beautiful than you, but she is basically your counterpart. Her hair is deep black, she wears black clothes, and in contrast to you she is quite playful and mischievous." Right before I just had a flash of that person's image and couldn't help but compare her to you for a second, which led to me unconsciously asking that question. Shang Guanbingshue inadvertently raised an eyebrow and a glint of surprise flashed in her bright blue eyes when she heard Bai Zimin's words. Although she was not a fan of physical appearance and mainly focused more on a person's heart and purity, she was aware of how beautiful she was. Even when she was not overly concerned about her physical appearance and only paid attention to what was necessary, her beauty was still dazzling to the point where men old enough to be her grandfather often looked at her with red eyes like those of a beast. Shang Guanbingshue was clear that her beauty was undoubtedly at the top, and probably few women in the whole world could compare to her. Due to her family background, even if she did not want to, she was often forced to attend important events in the past, so she naturally met with many incredibly beautiful women. Although she stopped attending such events several years ago, Shang Guanbingshue had basically met with thousands or tens of thousands of women beautiful enough to make men's hearts flutter, but none of them managed to get close to her. Precisely for that reason, she was surprised to hear that Bai Zimin knew a woman who was more beautiful than her. She was not hurt by any means, however, Due to her own experience over the years, she could not help but feel doubt in her heart. Of course, Shang Guanbing Shui did not know that in reality, Bai Zimin was already giving her too much credit by saying somewhat more beautiful than you, since although Shang Guanbing Shui was undoubtedly beautiful, she still lacked quite a bit in comparison to Lilith, who even with all her monstrous charm suppressed was still more beautiful. She unconsciously blurted out, "Well, I hate the color black." Bai Zimin was dumbfounded and unconsciously looked at his current outfit. Black armor, black cloak, deep dark brown boots, black gloves, black shoulder pads. The corner of his mouth twitched a couple of times as he said lightly, "Yeah, that's understandable. Considering your personality, I think white and blue suits you better." Although Bai Zimin's words seemed to be praising her, for some strange reason Shang Guanbing Shui felt that he was mocking her. "What do you mean by my personality?" she asked without noticing the slightly grumpy tone that she was using for the first time in many years. "Let me tell you that even though I don't like the color black, dark clothes don't suit me bad at all." Bai Zimin really was at a loss for words regarding the current Shang Guanbing Shui. Where had gone that ever-rational woman whom he had met in the past? Where was that reliable woman with whom even someone like him could relax around? The current her was not much different from any other young adult girl who had left adolescence not long ago. "Don't you know how the title everyone gave you at the base?" he finally asked as stopped his steps to turn around and look at her face to face. Shang Guanbing Shui also stopped almost at the same time and her eyes met his. As for his question, she did not answer anything. How could she not know the title Ice Princess that normal citizens, militia, and even soul evolvers had secretly given her? Shang Guanbing Shui was perfectly aware of her personality after all. Seeing that she did not reply, Bai Zimin shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Well, it's not like this is a bad thing. I know behind my back there are some people who call me a dictator, a mass killer, selfish, cruel, and many other things more. I think the title Ice Princess fits you well not only based on your personality, even your favorite colors and your skill live up to such a nickname. As in any government regardless of the country, there were people dissatisfied with the decisions and the government ruled by Bai Zimin. After all, each mind was a world apart with infinite thoughts and ideals, it was simply impossible for everyone to be happy. Moreover, Bai Zimin was also aware that he was far from being the perfect leader, he was just another human, a young man in his early 20s. However, he was doing the best he could based on the current world situation. Also, he was not forcing anyone to stay in the place he and his subordinates secured, everyone was free to leave peacefully. But as long as they were under his standard, they would have to obey by hook or by crook. It was as simple as that. As long as those who were in some way or another important to him understood that everything he did was with good intentions, that was more than enough. But even if no one understood, he would probably continue to act this way. After all, this was the kind of being that the existence called Bai Zimin was. "I guess so." Shang Guanbing Shui sighed and rested her delicate back protected by her leather armor on the surface of the trunk of a large tree. She looked at him and asked, "That girl you speak of, could she be your girlfriend?" Maybe it was the fault of the dark night, maybe it was the dangerous place they were in that forced them to trust each other more, or maybe it was that Shang Guanbing Shui's guard was especially low after being protected by Bai Zimin for a full day without him taking the slightest chance to do anything improper, but the mood had lightened and the atmosphere between the two had become a lot more intimate. "She? My girlfriend?" Bai Zimin's eyes went wide at the truly unexpected question. He unconsciously glanced over to where Lilith was previously, but was once again surprised to see that at some point, she had disappeared. As to whether she was around or had gone somewhere, Bai Zimin was betting more on the second option since he could not detect her fragrance in the vicinity. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him and asked in confusion, "She isn't?" Bai Zimin didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said a little tongue-tied, "How did you come to that conclusion?" "Just a thought." She shrugged her shoulders with a demure expression. Bai Zimin sighed and shook his head as he said softly, she's not my girlfriend. She's more like a great friend whom I can trust with all my heart. A person to whom I owe a lot, and I hope I can ever reimburse her for it." A flash of great surprise and disbelief shone in Shang Guanbingshue's eyes. She was well aware of the kind of person Bai Zimin was, a young man who, although smiling in reality, always kept a respectful distance from everyone, proud and arrogant as to be unwilling to owe anyone anything, but above all, someone who even in his sleep kept a firm grip on his weapons for fear of being stabbed in the back by those who were supposed to be his allies. She did not know who such a person might be. As for Lily, she did not even pass through Shang Guanbingshue's thoughts, as although Lily and Bai Zimin seemed to be very close, she did not believe that the two of them had reached such a level of trust. Without knowing why, the curiosity in her heart only grew bigger and she unconsciously asked another question. "She is a person you have known for a long time?" Bai Zimin leaned his back on the surface of the tree in front of the one Shang Guanbingshue was using as a backrest and chuckled as he said, "Not at all, not at all. In fact, she and I met not long before you and I knew each other. Well, perhaps it would be more correct to say it was before you knew me." While Shang Guanbingshui would probably assume that he and the mystery girl met a few months earlier, Bai Zimin had no way of telling her that in reality he and Lilith only met a few hours before he and Shang Guanbingshui met near the gym. If he did that, then he would have to clarify a lot of things which he didn't want the others to know. Therefore, the little misunderstanding could only stay for now. If Shang Guanbingshui stayed fighting alongside him, leveling up quickly, becoming stronger, and neither of them died early, it would only be a matter of time before she and Lilith met. When that happened, naturally many things would become clear on their own. "Before I met you?" Shang Guanbingshui tilted her head and looked at him blankly. She hadn't realized how comfortably she was talking to Bai Zimin, a young man whom she had met a little over a month ago. No. Perhaps she was aware. However, she felt comfortable enough to have a casual, heart-to-heart conversation with him without so many barriers. How long had it been since the last time such a thing had happened? Probably so long that it might be difficult for Shang Guanbingshui herself to remember. Chapter 305, What Makes Us Who We Are? Before I met you. Hearing Shang Guanbingshui's question, who was looking at him with incomprehension written all over her usually indifferent face, Bai Zimin smiled slightly and calmly replied, "You met me that day when the soul record appeared in this planet and the world changed, didn't you?" "Yet." Shang Guanbingshui nodded, and a moment later, her eyes widened slightly as she finally understood what he meant. "Indeed," Bai Zimin pointed out, "that's why I previously said what I said. Even though you only met me a little over a month ago, I knew you before that." As with Wu Yuzhen's case, Shang Guanbingshui and Bai Zimin were two people living in two completely different worlds. The situations of both of them and the lives they were attached to differed so much that had it not been for the intervention of a seemingly supreme existence like the soul record, the destiny of both of them would definitely never have crossed. They were like two perfectly parallel lines. While one walked on the right side, the other walked on the left, in between was a seemingly thin line, but so powerful that under normal and natural circumstances it could never be broken. Even if one of them was aware of the existence of the other side, in this case, Bai Zimin being aware of Shang Guanbingshui's existence, the thought of trying to contact the other side would never be something they would think of. Especially on Shang Guanbingshui's side, and she was aware of the reason. After all, family background aside, she was basically the brightest star in all of Beijing University. Not only the #1 beauty but also the highest ranking in terms of grades, and in addition to being the president of the student association, she was basically the representative and voice of every student in the entire institution. Bai Zimin didn't mind the matter too much and continued, "The thing is, this girl who caused me to unconsciously ask you if you had a sister opposite you, only met with me shortly before I met you." "I see." She nodded. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before finally gritting her pearly teeth and saying, "If you don't mind, may I ask if you like that girl? Maybe love?" Bai Bai Zimin was stunned for a second before bursting out laughing. His laughter was loud enough to attract the monster's attention, but the pressure of two existences that had absorbed the soul power of dozens of first-order beasts and even a second-order one was not something a casual monster would dare to challenge. Therefore, even if Bai Zimin laughed until his stomach hurt, it was unlikely that anyone within the area of the forest they were currently in would take the initiative to attack them. Bai Zimin laughed for several seconds until he finally saw a slight frown on Shang Guanbing Shue's face that slowly forced him to control himself. "Sorry about that." He apologized with a big smile before saying indifferently, "In fact, to be honest with you, I think that if at some point I were to decide that it is time to start a relationship with a girl, she would most likely be my number one target. This is because she is the only one who has proven herself worthy of my trust. As for the rest, I honestly don't trust much in declarations of love and sweet words from any woman." There was no shame in Bai Zimin's words. He was also not worried about whether Lilith heard his previous statement. He simply spoke his thoughts and feelings straight and honestly. It was definitely not something to be ashamed about. Besides, it wasn't like he was declaring his love for Lilith or anything similar. All he was doing was explaining that in case he ever had a target to love, that target was already practically written in stone. As to whether or not such a thing would happen, it was yet to wait and see. After all, the future was mysterious and unfathomable. Shang Guanbing Shui remained silent and looked him straight in the eyes. It was only after a long time that she finally said amidst a small sigh, "I can feel the caution in your heart. Were you hurt in the past?" Although she did not expect him to answer since such matters usually carried a wound that no one wanted to talk about or let others know about, she simply could not help but ask. She felt that perhaps, in that way she would be able to understand many things with relative ease. Bai Zimin's face remained impassive without any change, and his eyes, which were said to be the gates of the soul, did not reflect the slightest emotional fluctuation when he said, "Indeed, a girl hurt me in the past? But all that is now all behind, there is no more hatred or pain in me. Actually, if I ever had the chance to meet her in this life, I would most probably thank her for what she did to me back then." "I cannot understand your thoughts." Shang Guanbing Shui shook her head and her hair tied in a ponytail swished gently. "Shouldn't you feel anger when someone hurts you or betrays your trust?" How do I explain?" Bai Zimin raised his head to look at the small glimmers of moonlight that occasionally filtered through the gaps in the dancing leaves, and after a moment he remarked, "Feeling anger for a while is normal. But I think there's no point in getting angry at something from the past. Come on, our past is what makes us who we are. Unless we ourselves are dissatisfied with our personality, then I don't think we should feel such great anger or hatred toward those who did us wrong." He finally lowered his head and looked her straight in the eye before saying with a slight smile filled with inner peace, "I love myself. I am satisfied with the way I am and I don't see the need to change anything. It is thanks to this way of being that I was able to meet many good people, and it is thanks to the way I am today that I am where I am. To feel anger towards those who formed my current self would be like feeling dissatisfied with myself. Therefore, I don't hate that girl." Shang Guanbing Shui's sky-blue eyes shivered violently and her breathing stagnated for a second as her mind processed what he had just said. Bai Zimin naturally noticed the huge change in the woman in front of him and naturally felt the emotional change in her heart through her eyes. However, after thinking about it for a moment he decided to pretend he didn't see anything and chuckled as he said, "Well, even though I don't hate her, it's not like I cherish her either. I'm not such a good person after all. Let's just say that her existence to me is like that of a person you meet on a normal day and cross paths with, glance at once or maybe twice, but then continue on your own way without looking back." Shang Guanbing Shui lowered her head slightly and her gaze was lost as she looked at her normal grade treasure boots. Bai Zimin knew that she was going through an important moment for her, so he simply stayed in silence as he calmly looked at her, waiting for her to be able to find the answer that perhaps she had been searching for a long time. The wound that Shang Guanbing Shui hid in her heart turned out to be quite deep, as even after more than 30 minutes, she still seemed to be fighting against herself. But Bai Zemin waited. Although time was precious, if his words could help a person who was probably to become his most important general for the rest of his life, then he was more than willing to invest several tens of minutes. He was well aware that many times it was those invisible ties that lived inside our hearts that in the end became our worst nightmares, nightmares that without us realizing it, little by little bound us more and more tightly until it reached a point where it became completely impossible to take a step forward. Therefore, it was better to free ourselves from those knots and break the ties as soon as possible. After an unknown period of time, Shang Guanbing Shui finally raised her head to look at him, and Bai Zemin was surprised when he found that those beautiful pair of usually sharp and ice-cold blue eyes were now far softer and even slightly warmer. Even though I can't completely agree with your way of thinking, let me thank you with all my heart. The following surprised Bai Zemin even more. After saying such kind of words, Shang Guanbing Shui actually moved away from the tree on which her body weight was resting, and bowed before him. Although it was not a 90-degree bow, that slight bow alone had a value of which probably very few were aware. But Bai Zemin was aware of the value of that slight bow. Because although he did not truly know who the woman named Shang Guanbing Shui was, he did know enough about her to be able to say with certainty that she was an extremely arrogant person and proud enough to feeling disdain towards others. You. Bai Zemin unconsciously wanted to take a step back, forgetting that there was nowhere to retreat to as behind him was the giant tree. Shang Guanbing Shui only remained slightly bowed for a second or two before straightening up. But when her back finally straightened completely, she looked into his eyes with a faint smile. Her smile was quite different from any other smile Bai Zemin had so far seen on her face. It was a grateful and real smile that came from the bottom of her heart, a smile that contained a bit of unfamiliar but reassuring relief. Seeing the incredibly surprised expression on Bai Zemin's face and how his eyes were wide open as he looked at her as if he was staring at a ghost in broad daylight, she chuckled and unconsciously joked, "Why? You didn't expect someone arrogant and proud like me to ever be willing to bow down?" "Yes." "Well." Unconsciously, he nodded and pointed out in slow motion, "Besides, I'm a man after all." Shang Guanbing Shui smiled with a hint of bitterness this time after hearing his last words, "You probably think I hate all men, don't you?" "Well, I can't say I don't feel some adversity towards the male gender in general. But it's not the kind of hatred you imagine. At the very least, I'm someone capable of distinguishing between a good man and a bad man." "Good men and bad men?" Bai Zemin repeated without knowing what else to say. In the world, there were naturally good men and bad men just as there were also good women and bad women. But who decided who was good or who was bad, was oneself. For some, a certain person could be bad, but for others, that same person could be good. Bai Zemin believed that such things varied too much to talk about. However, Shang Guanbing Shui naturally did not think the same way he did. "That's right. Good men and bad men." She nodded, and after looking deeply at him for a moment, she said with absolute certitude, "As for you, you are definitely a good man." Bai Zemin's mouth opened very slightly, so slightly that it was imperceptible due to the darkness of the place. His eyes stared at her but at the same time seemed to be dazedly staring at a fixed point. Bai Zemin was never a person who received many compliments from people other than his family, but this compliment was completely different from any other. Moreover, the emotion with which it was said and the meaning behind it was also completely different. Chapter 306, Shang Guanbing Shui unwilling to finish the talk. Putting aside all the compliments or praise that two parents or a sister might say to their son, big brother, Bai Zemin was never a person who stood out too much. In fact, the brightest spot in his life was probably when he was still in high school during his senior years just before he entered college. During that time, Bai Zemin could focus on his studies since there was no need for him to work, so not only were his grades the highest but he was even the top scorer in the set after finishing the Beijing University admission exam, achieving a score very close to perfection. Unfortunately, being the top scorer in the set meant nothing if one could not keep their grades up to par. When Bai Zimin began working to support his own life and give his younger sister the opportunity to live at least a little better, his grades plummeted seemingly unstoppably. While his grades were enough to graduate in the future, he was barely average, just above the minimum. As for him being the set's top scorer, Bai Zimin believed that only the teachers and management were aware of it, but probably they forgot about it as time went by. After all, every year there was a new batch of incoming freshmen, so this meant that every year there was a new star. What was the point of paying attention to all of them? Leaving aside that golden period of time for him, it could be said that the most praise Bai Zimin received came from Lilith. Genius, never before seen talent, future second to none, etc. They were all high praise, there was no doubt about it. However, the praise Shang Guanbing Shui had just given him was by far the most meaningful until now. This was so not because he was really a good man or anything similar. The truly great meaning of those two words was in the fact that the person who said them admitted by herself to have an aversion towards the male gender. How hard was it to praise something or someone you hate, dislike, or simply don't approve of? To do such a thing one had to have a very clear and sober mind, mature enough to know how to separate personal matters, and this was not something that many were capable of doing nowadays. Bai Zimin looked at Shang Guanbing Shui for a few seconds before a faint smile automatically formed on his face. Apparently, I still have a lot to know about you. He shook his head and raised both hands, causing the iron plates embedded in his leather armor to make a slight clinking sound in the middle of the silent night before saying, "To be honest, I never thought to hear such words from the person I had so many clashes with not too long ago." Shang Guanbing Shui's little mouth opened slightly, seemingly stunned by Bai Zimin's words. Memories of the first few weeks of the apocalypse when they were still stuck inside the university campus flashed in her memory, rekindling all the emotions she felt back then, all her past thoughts, and many other things. In the end, a big smile appeared on her face for a moment before she started to laugh out loud. She laughed and laughed to the point where small crystalline teardrops appeared at the edge of her sky-colored eyes, threatening to fall on her beautiful face at any moment, barely contained by her long, perfectly lined eyelashes. Her laughter was not uncomfortable to hear, unlike many loud laughs that practically felt like two sandpaper rubbing together and sending shivers down the spine. On the contrary, Shang Guanbing Shui's laughter was extremely pleasant to listen to. If Bai Zimin had to compare her laughter to something, then it would probably be to the small wind bells that were used as decorations near the windows of many traditional Chinese houses. These small wind bells generated a soft melody during the summer days when the breeze blew that felt extremely good to listen to. Her laughter was like the feeling students felt in their hearts during summer vacation when they were at home enjoying their well-deserved rest, or when workers came home after a hot day to enjoy sitting on the couch with an ice cream bar while enjoying the calm and silence. After laughing as if she could not control herself for a couple of seconds, Shang Guanbing Shui's laughter gradually softened until she finally managed to speak while gently wiping away the tears in her eyes. She said, still unable to wipe the smile off her face, "Now that you mention it, back then I really didn't like you at all. Oh my! How long has it been since I laughed heartily? I can't even remember it anymore." Bai Zimin forced a smile and said somewhat wordlessly, "Well, welcome to my club." "Excuse me." She looked at him in confusion, still smiling. Bai Zimin coughed and then said in a somewhat awkward voice, "While you didn't like me, back then I thought that. Well, I thought of you as an arrogant little bitch who thought she was the best in the world." Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him dumbfounded. Just as Bai Zimin wondered if he had been too honest with his thoughts and feelings, she laughed again for the second time in less than a minute. "You really are different from the other men I've met before." Shang Guanbing Shui shook her head and sighed. She leaned down once more to rest the weight of her body on the surface of the large tree behind her and said in a calm manner, "When I was little, I was praised in every way you can imagine and probably even more. When my beauty began to blossom at the age of 10, boys up to 5 years older than me began to look me over with eyes that usually someone wouldn't use to look at a small girl. By the age of 14, my body was almost fully formed, and at school or at parties I was being called words that no one in their right mind would say to someone of that age. After a slight pause, she sighed again and continued, when I reached 18, the number of marriage proposals I received were so many that, to be honest with you, I can't even remember. But I do know that there were definitely enough to fill a small room with pieces of paper and the candidate's name written on them. Even Chen He, one of my best friends and only male friend, started looking at me with love eyes when I was 9, which made our relationship a little awkward. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at Bai Zimin and said without knowing whether to laugh or cry, I can confidently say that you are the first one in my whole life who, instead of thinking of me as beautiful, charming, lovely, gorgeous, pretty, etc., you thought of me as a person disagreeable to look at. You can be proud of that. Proud? Bai Zimin looked at her weirdly and noted, I don't think you should say that to the person who looked down on you without even knowing you well and without even knowing anything about your life. Didn't I do the same thing? Shang Guanbing Shui smiled slightly and pointed out, I also judged you without knowing anything about you or your life, therefore, we are square. Besides, the reason why I think you should be proud is because you, unlike all the men I met so far, don't look at me in a daze or in love, and also don't pretend to appreciate me to get something from me. On the contrary, you say your true thoughts and feelings without hesitation, which for someone like me is very valuable. Bai Zimin looked at her and thought about her words. He tried to understand her by putting himself in her place. If all he received from a very young age were pure praise based solely on his physical appearance or false appreciation based on his family's social status, he would probably also find it very difficult to trust people, more so than it already was for him. Therefore, for a person to appear who fearlessly and without a care in the world spoke about his true feelings without being swayed by emotions such as love and only basing it on the rational side of what they knew, would probably be very much appreciated after all. I see. He sighed and then pointed out, but I think you also have people who care a lot about you, don't you think that's a good thing too? Shang Guanbing Shui chuckled and nodded, indeed. I've also managed to make some friendships. But I'd say the friendship I cherish most is Yu Jun's. That girl is the only person in this world that I can say with complete confidence that regardless of what happens in the future, she will definitely be honest with me, not because of her friendship with me, but because she is that kind of person. Hearing this, Bai Zimin hesitated for a second on whether to ask anything. However, in the end, he decided not to ask anything as it might not be polite to ask such a question, and it was also not his business to meddle in such matters. But Shang Guanbing Shui was a person with very sharp eyes, and since she had been looking him in the face at all times, she did not miss that slight hesitation. She seemed to have some kind of unique special ability as she calmly remarked, You want to ask about Chen He, don't you? Bai Zimin looked at her with a hint of surprise, and seeing his eyes that seemed to ask how she knew, Shang Guanbing Shui smiled bitterly and pointed, when you meet so many people of all kinds, and after living for so many years watching your back from those with false smiles, you naturally learn to read the expressions of others. That sounds pretty harsh. Bai Zimin forced a smile and shook his head. Such a life. It was definitely not one he wanted. Regardless of whether Shang Guanbing Shui had all sorts of luxuries and facilities due to her birth, only now did Bai Zimin understand that not everything for her was all colors and roses. Perhaps, as with everything in this life, when we get something we are also losing something without realizing it. You get used to it, just like everything in this life. Shang Guanbing Shui shrugged and said as if it were nothing, just as you managed to overcome your own problems, I managed to overcome mine in my own way. I see. That's good to hear. He nodded with a slight smile and then looked at his surroundings. Although he didn't have a watch with him, just based on the approximate amount of time he had spent here with Shang Guanbing Shui added to the time they spent hunting earlier, it was definitely past 4 in the morning. If they didn't start moving soon they probably wouldn't be able to hunt anything. Seeing that he was silent and seemed to be preparing to leave, Shang Guanbing Shui suddenly felt a little anxious in her heart. How long had it been since she had been able to have a heart-to-heart conversation like this with a person? Moreover, that person was actually a man. Even she could not believe what was happening tonight, although she somehow felt that it was only a matter of time before it happened. Therefore, she did not want the conversation with Bai Zimin to end so soon. So her quick mind quickly came up with something that could keep him standing in his place. About your doubt regarding him. Bai Zimin looked at her again, slightly confused at first. However, he soon realized that she was talking about Chen He. It's okay, you don't need to tell me anything about that. He waved his hand casually. Besides, apparently you guys had already talked about this crush in the past. As a third party in the matter, I don't think it's my place to give opinions. But you can at least listen, can't you? She smiled and practically sealed any possible way out. Chapter 307, A Hard-to-Find Woman and a Weirdo. Hearing what Sheng Guanbing Shui was pointing out, Bai Zimin could not help but smile bitterly in his heart and remain silent with a somewhat hesitant expression on his face. He really had no intention of interfering too much in other people's private business, as it would be difficult to know if the other person would not take it in the wrong way. Besides, somehow he felt that the further away from the strange love, friendly relationship between Chen He and Sheng Guanbing Shui, the better. However, Bai Zimin could not just cut off the conversation just like that. Not unless he wanted the good relationship that was beginning to form between him and Sheng Guanbing Shui to go back to being somewhat stiff like in the past. This was something Bai Zimin did not want. The reason why he did not want such a thing to happen was very simple and without too sage motives, and it was that since Sheng Guanbing Shui would most probably be one of his most powerful and trusted generals, then it was better to have a more amicable relationship than a rigid one where emotions were inclined to change for the worse depending on personal benefits. Seeing that he remained silent and noticing the hesitation in his heart, Sheng Guanbing Shui said somewhat awkwardly, "If it bothers you too much, then just forget it." She was really enjoying the moment they were currently having. Sheng Guanbing Shui knew that she didn't have to worry about Bai Zimin having ulterior motives towards her, and she also knew that he didn't see her as someone special in his heart by any stretch of the imagination. If such things were taken out of the equation, all that was left was pure friendship, and this was what she was looking for. Although she already had Wu Yujun, with whom she could talk about anything without worries, it never hurt to have someone more there. After all, Wu Yujun was not currently here, and there would also be many more cases where the two women would be separated due to their different missions and tasks as a result of the great power gap between the two. But if Bai Zimin did not want to continue chatting with her, then so be it. Sheng Guanbing Shui was a proud person after all. Something like begging was something that wouldn't even cross her mind in a million years. It's not that it bothers me. Bai Zimin forced a smile and calmly explained, "Look. That guy, Chen He. I think you know what's going on in his head too. The man is in love with you to the point where he sees things where there are none. That's why I don't want to interfere in these things. You know, to avoid unnecessary complications." Sheng Guanbing Shui furrowed her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. In fact, she was also well aware that Chen He saw Bai Zimin as a kind of rival in love. She sighed and gently rubbed both sides of her head as she said softly, "I really don't know what to do about this matter. I have already rejected him quite firmly 5 years ago, but Chen He still insists on not giving up even though I clearly told him that I had no intentions of having a romantic relationship with anyone. As if that wasn't enough, he basically sees any man as his enemy. Not to mention you, with whom I recently started to talk more than the usual." Bai Zimin smiled bitterly at her words and unconsciously blurted out, "My condolences." Sheng Guanbing Shui's situation was quite complicated if one thought about it carefully. Chen He was a person she had known since a very young age, a guy with whom she shared too many years of her life and with whom she probably experienced many things. He was someone she could trust and with whom she could vent her emotions always repressed behind a cold personality and indifferent expression. However, that same person suddenly began to look at her with different eyes and then openly expressed his apparent love for her. This left Shang Guanbing Shui in a very difficult position because no matter what she did, that friendship they had in the past would never be the same again. If she accepted, then the friendship itself would disappear to become something far beyond. After all, while a couple could be companions with each other, that companionship was different from the relationship between two friends, which was what Shang Guanbing Shui wanted. As for if she rejected him, there was a possibility that the friendly relationship would disappear as well. Except that this time it would be forever. However, Shang Guanbing Shui could not simply agree to date a man when her heart felt nothing more than the appreciation a person feels for a friend. Therefore, she had been clear with Chen He, risking that the friendship they had formed over many years of their childhood would be broken. But who was to know that Chen He would actually be stubborn? Not only did the friendship not break, but he stayed by her side whenever possible to prove to her that he was worthy of her. Unfortunately, although the friendship was not broken and did not reach the worst-case scenario, things could no longer go back to the way they were in the past. After all, it was impossible for Shang Guanbing Shui and Chen He to act 100% as if nothing had happened when in reality they were both aware of each other's feelings and thoughts. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him and said with a hint of pleading, "Can't you think up something? You know, just now you helped me lighten my troubles a little. Woman, are you all right in the head?" Bai Zimin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed to himself and said between tears and laughter, "It's not something to be proud of or anything, but just to let you know, I've never in my life had a real romantic relationship with a girl. Do you think someone like that can give you advice in this situation?" Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him in a daze for several seconds before smiling bitterly and shaking her head. "But," Bai Zimin added after some thought, "if you and he have been getting along for many years, why don't you give it a try? I mean, I know many people who started out as friends, trying to start a relationship, and at the end of the day they end up falling in love with each other. Who knows, it might be the case for you too as well." Shang Guanbing Shui sighed and shook her head as she said, "What you just said is not something that never crossed my mind. However, it was only a thought for a couple of seconds before I automatically had my mind dismiss it forever." "Why?" he asked in surprise. "I just don't feel it." Shang Guanbing Shui calmly explained, I really tried to imagine myself holding hands with him, but instead of feeling my heart beat stronger or feeling good, all I felt was discomfort all over. The feeling was close to bordering on the disgust I feel when I see the lustful eyes of other men looking at me. Bai Zimin muttered under his breath unconsciously. "What's that?" Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him in confusion. Bai Zimin coughed a couple of times and quickly explained, "No, well. A greeting for the fallen man." "The fallen man?" she muttered with a frown before a flash of realization shone in her heart. Shang Guanbing Shui smiled bitterly and said, "I cannot do what doesn't come to me. Unlike many women who may try to casually engage in a relationship with someone, if I don't feel it then I just don't feel it. I won't do something my heart doesn't agree with." Bai Zimin's black eyes glittered with a hint of appreciation and praise as he looked at the woman in front of him. In this new era, in the midst of the 21st century, it was extremely difficult to find a demure woman with Shang Guanbing Shui's thoughts, much more difficult still was to find such a beautiful woman who thought like this. "Why don't you try to be frank with him?" he proposed, and seeing that she was paying attention to him, he continued, "I mean, it's been a while since you rejected him. Chen He is probably waiting for an answer now that he got better himself." Shang Guanbing Shui thought about it for a moment with a serious expression before slowly nodding and saying, "Maybe you're right. Chen He has worked hard to not only learn martial arts and how to handle different kinds of weapons for self-defense, but also worked overtime to close the gap in our grades when we were still students. So maybe he's waiting for an answer." Bai Zimin sighed in his heart and secretly shook his head. Even though he said that, he knew very well that Chen He was not going to give up. The reason was very simple. This was that in the current world, the gap Chen he believed there was between him and Shang Guanbing Shui, that distance between their hearts that he felt could be closed was born out of the difference in strength between the two of them. Past Chen he could not compare to Shang Guanbing Shui in anything. Whether it was qualifications, family backing, personal ability, etc., in everything he was below her. In the present, Chen he was below Shang Guanbing Shui as well. While she had already broken level 40, he had only just stepped into the first order less than half a month ago. Bai Zimin was sure that Chen he believed that the reason Shang Guanbing Shui did not accept him was because she could not accept a man who was inferior to her. If you really don't want to have anything with him, be sure to make clear the reason why. Bai Zimin added at the end. Okay. Shang Guanbing Shui nodded. She secretly thought that she should discuss the matter first with Wu Yujun and then would see what to do. Just as Bai Zimin was preparing to say something else, she interrupted. Don't you want to ask me about my family? I know you've been curious about it for a long time. Shang Guanbing Shui smiled slightly and said with a slightly mischievous tone, for me to be childhood friends with people like Chen He and Yu Jun, my status definitely must not be small. Something like that must be what you think in your head, isn't it? Bai Zimin shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, you don't need to say anything. Oh. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow, really surprised this time. He looked at her with a you understand smile as he said slowly, actually, I'm 90% sure about who you are. That 10% doubt is because of your surname, but that's all. Shang Guanbing Shui stared at him for a couple of seconds before smiling bitterly and saying, has anyone ever told you that men who are too smart aren't very popular? With this, Bai Zimin's slight doubt was completely swept away and he was now completely sure of the identity of the beautiful woman in front of him. Unconsciously, the image of Lilith flashed in his mind and he couldn't help but chuckle as he said, don't worry, a beautiful woman has told me that in the past. I'd like to meet her sometime if possible. She also chuckled and joked. I'm sure the opportunity will present itself. Bai Zimin nodded with a smile. Seeing that his attitude towards her did not change in the slightest even though he was aware of her identity, Shang Guanbing Shui could not help but stare at him some more. The more she looked at the clearly more handsome face than in the past of the young man in front of her, the more her impression of him improved. He was not treating her with greater respect, nor was he giving her an obsequious attitude, and she could not see the slightest fear in his eyes. Bai Zimin was simply treating her as he had treated her in the past, as he was treating her a minute ago. You really are a weirdo. Shang Guanbing Shui smiled slightly and shook her head, even though you are aware of my identity, you didn't even have the slightest reaction except for a slight surprise that disappeared as quickly as it came. Bai Zimin chuckled as he heard what she said. He looked at her with an amused look and said composedly, did you forget what my goal is and the reason why I am slowly forming my own army? Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him speechlessly and remarked, that makes you even weirder. Aren't you afraid? With everything I know about you and the faction you're setting up, it can definitely be a big hit to you if I decide to betray you in the end. Chapter 308, Xian Yuan Bing Shui. Betrayal. This was an unpleasant word that probably no one in the entire history of the universe ever liked. However, the word betrayal existed precisely because living beings were backstabbers, especially those beings with the ability to think and reason like human beings. Had Bai Zimin ever thought that he might be betrayed? Of course, he considered it many times and he was also sure that at some point, whether he liked it or not, it was highly probable that at least one person he trusted would definitely betray him. Of course, such a thing might never happen and be nothing more than a bad thought on his part. However, Bai Zimin believed that sometimes it was better to expect bad news rather than good news since that way he could withstand the blow a little better thanks to the fact that in a way he already expected something bad to happen, as opposed to what would happen if the blow caught him completely off guard. But although Bai Zimin expected to some extent to be betrayed for personal benefits or ideals, he had no way of knowing who would do such a thing. Therefore, he could only wait passively and prepare secretly. After all, as the leader of a growing faction, it was not good to look doubtful and distrustful of everyone, as it would only make things more difficult for him and for everyone in general. However, if there was one person in his faction who would definitely not betray him, it was Sheng Guanbing Shui. Bai Zimin reasoned that way, not because he had any special thoughts about her or romantic feelings that blinded him, far from it. The reason was extremely simple, and that was that Sheng Guanbing Shui was a woman whose pride was deeply engraved in her bones and soul. Therefore, after hearing her ask him if he did not fear that she would betray him in the future, Bai Zimin smiled faintly and said with certainty, "You will definitely not betray me." Sheng Guanbing Shui raised an eyebrow and looked at him with amusement as she said, "Are you sure about that? Do you know that relying too much on someone you've known for less than 2 months could be the cause of your downfall? If I fall for something as stupid as a betrayal, then I would never reach the top in the first place." Bai Zimin pointed and then looked at her with a faint smile, "But as I said, you will not betray me." Sheng Guanbing Shui finally couldn't help but look at him with a serious expression and frown slightly as she said, puzzled, "How can you be so sure that I won't, considering my identity?" "I don't know, I just know you won't." He shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Besides, since you're not using your father's surname, I assume you and he don't get along particularly well, so I doubt you'll go looking for him, considering your prideful personality." Sheng Guanbing Shui stared at him for a long time before finally sighing and raising both hands in surrender as she said, "Forget it, forget it. I really don't know what goes through your head to think of all those things. Even without me saying anything, you just come pretty close to the reality of things." Seeing that Bai Zimin just smiled slightly without replying, Sheng Guanbing Shui suddenly felt curious and couldn't help but ask, "With your analytical skills and intelligence, how come your grades never stood out in college? I really don't understand." While the evolution was making the brain very slowly progress toward what appeared to be a perfect state, it was all based on the individual's brain. Since each brain and mind was an infinite world apart from another, the possibilities were innumerable and the speed at which each mind evolved also varied greatly. This also meant that since Bai Zimin could come to such logical and accurate conclusions only based on so little information, his intelligence and mental capacity were already high in themselves. In the past, Sheng Guanbing Shui had also pointed this out. But back then, Bai Zimin and she were not particularly close, so he simply responded indifferently and without much interest. Hearing her question, Bai Zimin sighed and with an extremely complicated expression on his face, he began to narrate part of his past. After several minutes where she only listened while he was the only one to speak, Sheng Guanbing Shui's sky-blue eyes struggled to penetrate beyond the darkness of the night into the forest crowded with wild beasts to look at the expression of the young man who was even younger than herself. "I see." She sighed and looked at him in a new light. "For the sake of letting your little sister have an easier life, you practically sacrificed yourself. That's truly remarkable." Bai Zimin waved his hand and said calmly, "I don't think it's surprising. My younger sister Meng Qi is 17 this year, and she suffered enough when she lost her real family in a car accident. Since she is now my family, as the elder brother, it is natural for me to do my best to make her happy. Don't belittle yourself." Sheng Guanbing Shui shook her head and looked at him seriously. "Do you really think any young man would be willing to practically give up the happiness of the college years, spending hours working just in order to let someone else live happily? If you believe that, then you're naive." Before he could say anything, she smiled coldly and said indifferently, "Believe me when I say that even your own blood can casually abandon you as if you were nothing, let alone abandon an adopted person as it is in your case and that of your younger sister." Bai Zimin looked at her with narrowed eyes and many things suddenly began to come together. Countless ideas flashed in his mind, theorizing countless reasons why she would say such words in that tone of voice as cold and indifferent as the frost that had not been melted in millennia. In the end, only one theory proved to be the most feasible. He pointed out, "You're talking about your father, aren't you?" Sheng Guanbing Shui looked deeply at him for a full minute before moving close enough to him to see his face clearly even in the midst of the darkness. Bai Zimin also looked at her and waited patiently. He knew that she would soon open up for him. He didn't have to wait too long, as the next moment she extended her delicate hand forward and said with a faint smile, "Nice to meet you. My former name was Xian Yuan Bing Shui, but because of a certain scum called Xian Yuan Wenchen, my not-so-loving father, abandoned my mother and me, I changed my paternal surname to my mother's surname. Xian Yuan Wenchen." Bai Zimin sighed in his heart upon hearing that name. Even though he had technically confirmed it before and Shangguan Bing Shui had confirmed it at the beginning of this conversation, it was impossible not to feel surprised when everything was said in clarity. In China, there were two positions that conferred great power to those who held them, practically turning those two individuals into kings who could basically do whatever they pleased in the entire Asian country and even granted them great power worldwide. These two positions were: 1. The position of Captain General, which gave the man in this position the power to directly command over 1 million soldiers. Whoever occupied this position could not only mobilize infantry on foot but also had control over several armored infantry battalions composed of battle tanks, assault helicopters, fighter jets, etc. 2. The position of Prime Minister, which gave the man in this position the power to decide laws, rules, control the power of China's armed police forces and basically control the lives of each and every citizen of the country. Unlike the position of Captain General, the Prime Minister possessed great speaking power in the political world. His words could even provoke wars between nations or cause China and another great power to join together to form a powerful alliance never seen before. Bai Zimin did not know who the person in the position of Captain General was, because unlike the political world the army was not so much in the news, and considering that he was just a normal college student before the apocalypse, it was natural that he did not know such things. However, he knew perfectly well who the Premier of China was. Wu Jianhong, grandfather of one of the people who was currently part of his faction, Wu Yujun. It should be recalled that Wu Yujun even agreed to support Bai Zimin in his ideal of setting up an absolute dynasty in China and replacing the previous government. However, above Premier Wu Jianhong and the one who occupied the position of Captain General, there was an existence that controlled everything. This person was naturally the president of the country. The president of China not only had control over the army but also led the politics of the country. He was basically the representation of China itself. As the highest authority and as the person in charge of leading one of the world's greatest powers, the President of China was also the only person who had his own briefcase, which allowed him to activate nuclear bombs without reporting to the launch base. Bai Zimin looked at Shangguan Bing Shui's outstretched hand and reached out to take it gently. To think that a normal person like me would ever have the opportunity to hold the hand of the daughter of the president of a global power like China. He joked as he unconsciously felt her silky skin. Shangguan Bing Shui chuckled and recalled, "You also hugged the president's daughter and took her into a room with the door closed." Cough. Bai Zimin coughed and pulled his hand back tactfully. It would take him some time to get used to this teasing Shangguan Bing Shui. He was used to her cold and indifferent self that almost never smiled, so such a turn was too big to take casually. Seeing him behaving in such a manner, her pink lips pursed softly in a faint smile. Even Shangguan Bing Shui herself was surprised to find that it was quite amusing to tease him, who was always calm and indifferent to everyone. After a moment of silence, Bai Zimin asked while acting casually, "So, your father abandoned you and your mother when you were a child?" Shangguan Bing Shui shook her head and explained in a slightly mocking voice, "Surely you know the cliché about the maid who sleeps with the master, right? Well, congratulations, now you can say that you know someone who was born from that cliché." Bai Zimin's expression did not change, focusing solely on her words and trying to understand the kind of life she lived. "My mother was just a maid who worked part-time at Xian Yuan Wenchen's summer mansion. However, she was very beautiful from an early age, so it was natural to attract looks. In the end, she and that man had a secret relationship, which would eventually have a consequence." Shangguan Bing Shui said with slight self-deprecation in her voice, "That consequence naturally is me, an unwanted, undesired daughter, and a bastard who would never get anything. After a slight pause, she continued, even though Xian Yuan Wenchen brought up the idea of getting an abortion to my mother, she immediately refused, saying that she wanted to have me no matter what. Besides, my mother was very smart and had gathered evidence of her romance with him, so if anything happened to her or me, all of China would find out that the president was having an extramarital affair. Since he was a man who was always under the spotlight of the whole world, that scum naturally didn't have the courage to do anything bad to my mother, so eventually she gave birth to me. Chapter 309, Shang Guanbing Shui's Past. As he listened to the story of Shang Guanbing Shui's past, the commotion inside Bai Zemin's heart only grew more and more for every sentence that came from her lips. After I was born, my life was not as simple nor was it as bright as the daughter of the man with the highest authority and greatest power in all of China should have enjoyed. Shang Guanbing Shui seemed to mock herself as she narrated her past, while that man gave me his surname, that was all I had. My mother and I were sent directly to the other side of Beijing's central district on the orders of that scum's wife, and I basically grew up without a parental figure. Since the central government was located between Chongping district and the surrounding districts, Shang Guanbing Shui's mother should be around that area if she was still alive. Of course, even though my mother and I were thrown into a corner like a trash bag, Xian Yuan Bing Shui was still Xian Yuan Wenchen's daughter regardless of whether she was a bastard daughter or not. Shang Guanbing Shui explained with a composed expression on her face, therefore, it could be said that many high society people approached me at a young age to try to get my favor. However, my mother was treated as if she was a lowly prostitute only seeking power when in reality she never asked for anything. Fuck the love. Bai Zemin could not help but spit out those words. Shang Guanbing Shui smiled slightly and nodded before continuing. When I was growing up I naturally didn't understand all of this, however, when I finally reached old enough to realize that my mother was suffering, the hatred in my heart towards the man named Xian Yuan Wenchen reached such an intense level that my chest hurt just thinking about his name. In the end, Shang Guanbing Shui's voice was indifferent and did not seem upset or hateful toward her father, the man who abandoned her as if she had no value. It was around that time when all men began to look at me differently, even one of my best friends. Shang Guanbing Shui seemed to have lost herself in old memories as her eyes looked slightly unfocused as she narrated. Gradually, my mother's health began to deteriorate as she worked very hard to give me the best education possible and to make sure I lacked nothing. Although I was the daughter of the President of China, we never really received anything from him because his wife made sure that no one gave us much help. Therefore, our family consisted of a weak small girl and a woman who had no choice but to become strong. With slight coldness in her voice, she continued, however, even when some people like Yu Jun's family or Chen He's family tried to help us, my mother refused. She wanted to show everyone that women could also stand on their own without depending on any man. And she succeeded, she raised me perfectly. Shang Guanbing Shui was not only incredibly beautiful, her demeanor, her movements, every gesture she made, the elegance with which she behaved at the table, her distinguished personality like that of someone superior, her extremely high intelligence, her capacity for understanding and adaptation, her personal strength, etc. Everything was excellent beyond all words. In fact, were it not for Bai Zemin knowing a monstrously talented woman like Lilith, he would undoubtedly have to call Shang Guanbing Shui the most talented woman he had ever met in his entire life. Looking at the current you, I must say that your mother did a job worthy of being called a work of art. He sighed and praised from the bottom of his heart. In the end, she proved that women are not inferior to men in any way. Thank you. Shang Guanbing Shui smiled faintly and continued, however, even though she succeeded in her goal, she never received even a simple nod from the person she truly loved. In the end, my mother simply lived for me and by me, like an empty shell. Love was a very powerful, but double-edged weapon. It was an emotion that could strengthen a person to the point that in the course of just a few hours he or she could become someone completely different. At the same time, love was an emotion that could sink someone to the bottom of the ocean, never to rise again. In the case of Shang Guanbing Shui's mother, she was a pitiful woman who, if it were not for her beloved child, would probably have decided long ago not to continue to exist. When I turned 12, I decided to change my last name to remove any trace of that man from me. In fact, if it were not because it is not possible, I would even like to tear out every last fiber of genetic code from me that represents him. Shang Guanbing Shui said coldly. As I observed my mother's suffering, as I remembered my scum of a father, and as I gradually realized that all men always looked at me in a similar manner, I began to feel disgust for the male gender. My aberration for men reached its peak when I even disdained to disdain them. Bai Zimin forced a bitter smile into his heart. He still accurately remembered Shang Guanbing Shui's gaze the first time they came face to face during the first day of the apocalypse when the world changed. She continued, in the end, I also wanted to prove my mother's point to everyone. However, unlike her, I wanted to show everyone that women can be even superior to any man. With a self-deprecating smile, she pointed out, I wanted to make the man known as Xian Yuan Wenchen lose everything. I wanted to make him regret making my mother suffer so much as to spend every day of her life in sorrow. Therefore, I worked really hard to improve myself in all aspects without deviating and thinking about things that girls my age usually do. However, how could it be so easy to take down the most powerful man and family in all of China? Even though I knew it was just wishful thinking on my part, I decided to live with it and for it. A 23-year-old girl wanting to take down the president of China? That was naturally impossible. Even if it wasn't impossible, it would probably be easier to ascend to the heavens than to accomplish such a feat. Shang Guanbing Shui was the person with the highest grades at Beijing University, one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world. However, so what? Even if she graduated with a perfect record, in the end, she would end up working for a good company, or maybe she could have opened her own company, but that was all. Money was important, no doubt. But money could not buy real power unless one possessed enough capital to buy an entire country. It was simply impossible for her, a young adult basically on her own, to bring down the man with the most power in the whole country. Of one of the most powerful and dangerous countries in the world. Even if Chen He claimed to love her, even if Wu Yujun was her best friend, they were both just young people in a big and powerful family. It was impossible for their elders to start a takeover just because they asked them to. Besides, even if Chen He and Wu Yujun ever took charge of their families, Bai Zimin did not believe that both of them were really willing to sacrifice everything for Shang Guanbing Shui. But such a thing was simply impossible. In a patriarchal country like China, it was impossible for a woman to take the position of prime minister, so Wu Yujun could never control the Wu family regardless of how much love his grandfather felt for her. As for Chen He's Chen family, unless his grandfather or someone else had a great rank within the army, they were too weak to try to oppose a person on the level of Xian Yuan Wenchen. After all, Chen He's father was just a regimental commander whose rank in the army was colonel. That sounds like a tough target to hit. Bai Zimin sighed and looked at her with a bit of pity. He had really judged the woman in front of him without even knowing anything about her life. Tough to hit? In the end it was just an impossible one. Shang Guanbing Shui smiled bitterly and nodded. Soon, however, her eyes shone brightly and her bitter smile turned into a sardonic one, but that was before. Times are different now. Bai Zimin looked at her with slight surprise for a moment before realization dawned within him. A faint smile appeared on his face and he nodded, indeed, times are different now. If it was in the past, Shang Guanbing Shui's dream of overthrowing the president of China, his father, could probably only remain as an eternal dream that would most likely never come to a successful conclusion. However, things were now completely different. The unknown entity that called itself Soul Record, a seemingly all-powerful entity capable of controlling the legendary energy known as mana, had arrived on planet Earth. Animals turned into terrifying beasts that ran rampant and uncontrolled. Most humans could not withstand the mana wave and turned into mindless zombies that just wandered without an apparent goal on Earth. Even plants mutated. With the society collapsing, China was no longer what it was a month and a half ago. Even if Xian Yuan Wenchen was strong, so what? Even if he had entire armies at his disposal, so what? At the end of the day, it was no longer the firearms one controlled that mattered, and while numbers helped, they didn't mean the absolute. Under the influence of mana and soul power, humans now gained the ability to endlessly evolve to levels never dreamed of before. With humanity evolving into entities known as soul evolvers, the rules could no longer remain the same even if one wanted them to. Soul evolvers were the new rulers of this world and of this new era that had only just begun. Coincidentally, that young adult who longed with all her might to bring down the man who abandoned her and her mother as if they were trash turned out to have become an extremely talented and powerful soul evolver. Before, her dream might be just that, a dream, but now, that dream would not necessarily not come true. Shang Guanbing Shui's blue eyes, which were always as cold as ice, suddenly burned as an intense flame ignited in her soul. Do you remember my second request yet to be mentioned? Bai Zimin nodded. Naturally he remembered how she had told him that, in case she joined his conquests, he would have to accept 2 conditions from her. The first condition was already promised by him, but the second was still a mystery. However, Bai Zimin somehow already knew what she wanted. If it was before tonight, my second request to join you would have been for you to hand over Xian Yuan Wenchen's head to me. Shang Guanbing Shui said with a tinge of murderous intent in her voice. Surprisingly, her murderous intent soon disappeared and then she said with a mocking smile on her beautiful face, but you know what, you're right. Doing that in the end would be no different than showing that I am dissatisfied with myself, and I love myself. Therefore, I have decided to change my second condition. If Shang Guanbing Shui wanted the head of the President of China to join his faction, then Bai Zimin would accept without hesitation. After all, his faction and the former government of China were destined to be enemies, so killing the highest authority was something he would probably have to do at some point. However, now that he knew that the man was her father, things were a bit awkward for him since regardless of how much she hated her father, since they now had the possibility of living forever, it was hard to know if that hatred would persist for all eternity. If Shang Guanbing Shui as the years went by realized that her hatred for Xian Yuan Wenchen would disappear, then she would regret it for all eternity, and such a thing was not something Bai Zimin wanted. Putting aside the fact whether he cared for her as a friend or not, she was basically his right hand at the moment and until he had the strength to fight alongside Lilith, Shang Guanbing Shui would continue to occupy that position for a long time. Besides, there was also the matter of her mother. Shang Guanbing Shui's mother might be resentful, but Bai Zimin did not know that, if she were still alive, her love for the man she had met in her youth still persisted. Fortunately, Shang Guanbing Shui changed her mind. Although judging by the coldness in her eyes and the mocking smile at the corner of her lips, Bai Zimin felt that Xian Yuan Wenchen would probably prefer death to the future she had planned for him. Chapter 310, 3 Second-Order Beasts. In one of the forests of the Yanqing district, 2 shadows were running in the darkness as they dashed in irregular patterns at speeds impossible to follow properly with the naked eye. The wind no longer whistled and basically howled fiercely as the branches of the trees shivered furiously. Leaves that were barely clinging to the branches near to the top, which were the ones receiving the most wind, simply flew uncontrollably through the air or were barely struggling to hold on. Apparently it's going to rain soon. A male voice that was neither too deep nor too soft and was more on the magnetic side capable of attracting as if by magic broke the natural silence. Thankfully more wooden shelters were built. The shadow closely following the first one responded. The second shadow was clearly thinner and smaller no matter which way you looked at it. Moreover, its voice was soft and ethereal, seeming to merge with nature like a melody coming from the heavens. These 2 shadows were naturally Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui, who after having a long conversation where they both became close enough to call each other friends decided to set out to hunt first-order beasts not only for the monster meat or their useful materials for forging and construction, but also to absorb the soul power they had gathered so far in order to raise their levels to new heights. Each had enough confidence in the other to share their experiences, so that from a certain point of view, they could be considered quite close friends and not just a leader and his subordinate. This was especially true for Shangguan Bingshui, since it was her life and her background that she usually kept to herself and very few knew about. After all, Bai Zimin's life had been much more normal and simple compared to her life, which was marked by political affairs and many other things. While neither of them said it out loud, in their hearts they knew that they could trust each other considerably. In fact, it was probably that after all they had been through and lived so far, Shangguan Bingshui could have almost complete trust in Bai Zimin. Even then, I'm afraid some unfortunate ones might die. Bai Zimin sighed without stopping his steps. Shangguan Bingshui was silent for a moment and then said indifferently, "We have already done all we can. We have even bestowed a lot of mutant beast meat to improve the physique of those who were in malnourished situations or whose bodies had become too weak. Whether they die or not, then we can't be blamed for it." I guess you're right," he replied calmly. Just like Shangguan Bingshui said, they had already done their best. Each person should be responsible for themselves. Bai Zimin and the other top faction leaders had no obligation to take care of each and every survivor's life. The fact that they were doing what they were doing was already something that should be appreciated. Approximately 20 minutes later, icy raindrops began to slowly fall from the clouds. Although the thick crowns of the giant trees basically acted as a protective layer and prevented the vast majority of raindrops from reaching the ground inside the forest, it was simply impossible to stop each small drop from slipping through the leaves and branches. After some time, a raindrop finally reached Bai Zimin in the middle of his run. Although the weak drop of water was crushed and destroyed by the pressure of the wind due to the high speed at which he was moving, a moment was enough for his skin to feel the coldness of the water falling from the sky. "This winter, I'm afraid it will be dangerous," Shangguan Bingshui noted as drops of water gradually began to fall on her hair, face, and armor. "Forget about this winter. If humanity fails to get used to these freezing nights when we are supposed to be in spring, it will already be a great achievement if 5% manage to survive," Bai Zimin said calmly. Neither of them said anything else, just concentrating on moving faster while extending their senses as much as possible in search of a soul power of sufficient quality to attract them. They were like two hunting dogs instead of humans. Another proof that humanity could never go back to what it was in the past. "I found one." Bai Zimin suddenly paused for a moment and pointed forward. Shangguan Bingshui's boots slid along the ground until she finally stopped beside him. She looked in the direction he pointed and frowned slightly. "Deeper into the forest." She sounded somewhat worried. Bai Zimin nodded and reasoned, "That beast is probably trying to complete its last requirements to evolve to second order. Give it a try to sense it yourself as well." Shangguan Bingshui nodded silently and closed her eyes as she focused her soul power to sense the soul power of the being several kilometers in front of her. After several seconds, she opened her eyes again and nodded. "In fact, even though this beast's soul power is thick and rich, it is definitely a first-order existence. I can't feel mortal danger from it yet." Bai Zimin nodded and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Let's go hunt it down. It's probably one of the few we'll be able to hunt before the sun rises." "Are you sure?" Shangguan Bingshui frowned slightly and said in a somewhat worried voice, "That's quite close to the central area. I'm worried that there might be some second-order monsters there." If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't let her voice slip out like that. She would probably camouflage everything with coldness and indifference just like she had been doing since a young age when she had no choice. However, after having a heart-to-heart conversation with Bai Zimin, she no longer cared so much about things like this. If there are any second-order beasts, then even better. Bai Zimin smiled faintly, and without waiting for a reply, he dashed into the depths of the forest. His black eyes glittered with fervent desire for battle. He wanted to test how strong he currently was, and for that he needed an enemy qualified to take at least one hit from his great sword, something that a first-order beast could not accomplish. Shang Guanbing Shui rolled her eyes and muttered a few words under her breath before hurriedly pursuing. Both of them disappeared in a matter of a few blinks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The central area of the forest was completely different from the outer perimeter and the inner perimeter. The weeds in this place grew wildly, reaching up to 2 meters in height at worst, and the toughness of those fine grasses that in the past could be cut casually had reached a point where even a kitchen knife would probably break before it could chop them in two. The number of trees was much smaller in comparison, however. Their heights were at least 50% higher and their trunks were so wide that even if 20 adults joined hands to try to go all the way around them, they would not necessarily be able to succeed in the feat. Along the way, the duo of Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui was attacked by some mutant plants that could only survive by camouflaging themselves with the environment. These plants were not even first-order existences, so even though they were sometimes forced to stop as these plants sometimes got entangled in their feet, it was not a challenge for two monsters like them to destroy them and then continue on their way. Approximately 5 minutes later, just as they approached the area where the beast Bai Zimin had sensed was, a thunderous explosion shook the surrounding. Bai Zimin's face changed slightly but soon returned to normal. On the other hand, Shang Guanbing Shui stopped abruptly and her beautiful fairy-like face turned slightly pale as she felt the power contained behind the shockwave. That was the clash between two second orders. She exclaimed in shock and apprehension. Shang Guanbing Shui had experienced firsthand how powerful second-order creatures were. Even she, who was frighteningly powerful among first-order beings, could not fight against the archaic bear back then. After absorbing a tiny bit of the second-order archaic bear's soul power, Shang Guanbing Shui naturally understood a little more about the soul power of this kind of terrifying existences. Therefore, she was able to quite accurately distinguish between the soul power of a first-order being and a second-order being. Just based on the power contained in the previous shockwave, she was almost completely certain that two second-order beings were fighting 2 or 3 kilometers ahead. What do we do? She looked at Bai Zimin waiting for an answer but was surprised to see a sly smile on his face. What are you planning to do? She asked a little apprehensive. You know, sometimes even we can make mistakes. He replied mysteriously and then said with a hint of confusion, that beast we sensed earlier is actually already a second-order creature. Shang Guanbing Shui gasped when she heard this. If what he said was true, then didn't that mean there were 3 second-order beasts up ahead? Bai Zimin looked at her and said calmly, it's very likely that this beast we confused earlier is barely level 50, recently advancing to second order, or what? She pressed on. Or otherwise, that beast must be a kind that uses cunning to attack since its overall strength actually isn't very high. He reasoned chillingly. Cunning or not cunning, second order is second order. Shang Guanbing Shui shook her head and pointed out, if your guess is correct, then there must be at least 3 second-order beasts fighting up ahead there. Just one archaic bear was enough to bring us to the edge of the abyss once, let alone what 3 similar beings can do. We should back off. Back off. Bai Zimin chuckled and a glint of cunning shone in his black eyes, why don't we better go and kill them all? Bai Zimin. You're stupid or mentally. Shang Guanbing Shui scowled at him but just as she was speaking suddenly thought of something and her blue eyes lit up. You. Really what a despicable person. Bai Zimin shook his head and said with a determined look, this is the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. I don't know about you, but I plan to survive until the end regardless of what I need to do. Well, it's not that I don't like that way of thinking. Shang Guanbing Shui giggled softly and looked at him sideways, let's go then. Bai Zimin did not reply. His body transformed into a whirlwind, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, being followed by her closely. In just a few blinks of an eye, the distance between them and the battlefield was closing closer and closer. Boom! Boom! Bang! The closer they got, the louder the explosions became and the earth shook harder. It was as if 2 mythological beasts were fighting for supremacy in the middle of the mutant forest. Instead of moving closer, after reaching a distance where they could already make out the flashes of light coming from the distance in front of them caused by the skills of the beasts fighting each other, Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui jumped swiftly between the branches of the trees and in a matter of seconds soared several hundred meters high. Standing on the top of a tree, Bai Zimin's dark cloak danced fiercely and uncontrollably as his hair became disorderly due to the strong wind from the heights after losing the natural protection of the forest. Shang Guanbing Shui was no different. Her silver hair danced uncontrollably, giving her always neat appearance a wilder and more seductive look than usual. However, neither she nor he seemed to care about any of this. Both of their startled eyes focused on the battle scene unfolding about a kilometer ahead. Chapter 311, Terrifying Confrontation Between the Second Order. Roar! Roar! Two earth-shaking roars echoed from the center of the battlefield used by the two second-order evolver beasts, causing the surrounding trees to shake and terrorizing the beasts that were several kilometers away but could still hear the wrath coming from two of the supreme lords of the forest. In the middle of a clearing with a diameter of about 1.5 kilometers, two huge beasts were engaged in a fight to the death. The resulting shock waves alone were enough to kill a normal human being countless times even if they did not approach close to the center area. The earth was torn to shreds with cracks spreading like dragons across the ground. The width of the cracks had reached a size that even a normal vehicle could easily slide into them. Right in the center of the clearing was an area that was devoid of any destruction, and it seemed that the two terrifying beings facing each other were deliberately trying to avoid that area as it differed greatly from the rest of the field. Even the trees near the area were untouched, indicating how careful the two beasts were being about whatever was there. From the top of a thick branch of a huge tree, Bai Zimin narrowed his eyes trying to take advantage of the dim moonlight to see what was hiding there. Unfortunately, from a distance of 1 kilometer, it proved to be impossible for him to clearly make out whatever was there even when the area was not completely dark. Since he could not check the area that the two beasts were trying to avoid, Bai Zimin turned his gaze and focused on the two beasts that were fiercely fighting each other. One of them was a huge 8-meter-tall ape that was coated with a large mass of fiery red fur and ripping muscles. Its claws swung endlessly as it slashed at its enemy, and its fists made the earth rumble every time they fell. The other beast was actually a white tiger with blue patches. The beast was only half the size of the ape, about 4 meters tall, however, its 4 legs were powerful enough to move at terrifying speeds to the point where its enemies' attacks had difficulty reaching it. Both beasts had varying degrees of injuries. The giant ape had several cuts all over its body and Bai Zimin could make out stains of dried blood stuck to its fur. Meanwhile, the white tiger looked like it had received some kind of powerful attack as there was a large burn right on one of its sides where burnt flesh and scorched skin could be seen. The two beasts fought with their lives on the line. With bloodshot eyes, refusing to admit defeat or turn around to make a tactical retreat, both evolved monsters clashed with everything they had, making use of everything within their reach. Shang Guanbing Shui shuddered as she watched the battle from a near distance. Her blue eyes were wide open, shining under the faint silver glow of the moon. Really two monsters? She muttered to no one in particular. Boom! Boom! Each blow of the giant ape flattened the earth and its power was definitely more than enough to crush a tank and turn it into a pile of steel scrap. Even more incredible, although the beast was gigantic and looked too corpulent, it was actually fast enough for Bai Zimin to barely keep up with its movements. Bai Zimin was sure that if one of those punches hit him, he would definitely not come out unscathed and several of his bones would be pulverized in a heartbeat. But the one Bai Zimin was most afraid of was not the giant ape with insane strength, his real fear was the white tiger. Bai Zimin's natural agility was 292 points, but if you added the extra 40 stat points he had Indiana agility thanks to his various equipped treasures, the total immediately rose to 332 points. This meant that he was 33 times faster than the average person before the evolution. Such agility was already surprisingly high. However, even he could only see a flash every time the white tiger burst out with its phantom speed. Boom! Boom! As the giant ape's fists destroyed everything in its path, the white tiger stomped the ground beneath it and turned into a white shadow, gracefully dodging each of the opponent's attacks. Bang! Bang! The surrounding air exploded every time the feline beast made use of its speed. As if that wasn't enough, the white tiger even managed to leave several bloody wounds all over the giant ape's body before backing away and then attacking again. Bai Zimin's face turned completely serious as he tried to follow the white tiger's movements. He knew that if it was him instead of that robust and powerful-looking ape facing this tiger, then his head and neck could be separated in a matter of seconds. Regardless of how strong he was, if he couldn't even react to the incoming attack, then it would only be a matter of time before the enemy found an opening in his defense. "We have to take out the white tiger first," he stated in a low voice. Even though they were about a kilometer away, the second-order beasts had definitely perceived them. The only reason they could still relax was because two of the beasts were in a state where they could not afford to be distracted, while the third beast was waiting for the opportunity to hunt two prey that looked much more appetizing than two apparently weak humans. Shang Guanbing Shui nodded earnestly. She gave him a sidelong glance and asked, "How confident are you?" Bai Zimin thought about it for a moment, and after analyzing pros and cons, calmly said, "If it comes to killing one of them, then I am 100% confident that I can finish off that tiger as long as my attack reaches it." "What about the ape?" Shang Guanbing Shui asked hurriedly. "The ape?" Bai Zimin narrowed his eyebrows and frowned. "Difficult. I don't know if I can kill it with a single hit." Shang Guanbing Shui looked towards the battlefield and sighed, "What a terrifying regeneration." The white tiger flashed at lightning speed. Its speed was such that Shang Guanbing Shui could only see something blurry moving all around. Slash! 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 The white tiger slashed with its claws, again and again, leaving numerous blood wounds on its enemy's body. However, the giant ape was undeterred and continued to punch tirelessly. The beast seemed to know that if one of its attacks hit its hated enemy, it would be enough to tip the scales of victory to its side immensely. As new bloody wounds appeared revealing red flesh, the wounds caused by the white tiger's claws earlier began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was the flesh beginning to close the wound, but the blood was drying up as if a volcano were burning inside the ape's body, causing scabs to form which helped seal the wounds even better. The white tiger soon began to lose its patience as suddenly jumped backwards to widen the distance between itself and its enemy. The ape did not chase and looked at the white tiger with bloodshot eyes as it exuded two thick columns of steam from its nose. The two beasts looked at each other for a moment before the white tiger made the first move. The beast opened its jaws wide, revealing two rows of white teeth accompanied by two upper fangs that shone coldly against the moon's reflection. "It's activating its special skill," Shang Guanbing Shui pointed out as she subconsciously tensed and prepared to erect a barrier of ice in front of the two of them. "The time is probably approaching." "Bai Zimin whispered as his gaze went between the white tiger and the giant ape. Flash! A flash of white light suddenly appeared in the center of the white tiger's wide-open mouth. The white light soon began to spread out of the beast's mouth, and in a few blinks its entire body was covered by a bright white flash that illuminated everything within 300 meters around the creature. The giant ape did not stand still as well. The nearly 10-meter-tall beast roared with its head pointed skyward, and its deep red hair suddenly began to glow brighter and brighter. The temperature around the ape increased explosively in a matter of seconds, and the ground beneath its feet melted into a pool of lava. In just a couple of seconds, the white tiger had turned into what appeared to be a beast covered in white flashes similar to small lightning snakes, while the giant ape looked like a fire golem whose flame soared high into the sky and repelled the darkness. Roar! The two beasts roared at the same time, and their roars joined to form one of a magnitude never before seen. As if by prior agreement, both second-order existences became two lines as they charged forward. With the intention of crushing the other and emerging as the winner, the white tiger in the form of a white flash and the giant ape in the form of a fiery fireball approached and closed the distance in just an instant. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated for miles with the shock center at its core. The shockwave caused all the surrounding trees up to 300 meters near the central site to be directly ripped up by the roots and sent flying all over the place. The earth shook and sank under the pressure as the first-order beasts and those unclassified shuddered in their areas despite the distance. Bai Zeman narrowed his eyes as he stared at the center of the explosion. The two beasts that were surrounded by the chaotic energy generated by the clash between two powerful skills were barely visible as two black dots amidst the flashing light. Shang Guanbing Shui had no choice but to place both arms in front of her as cover, and as her hair danced uncontrollably she could barely keep one of her eyes open, not daring to be completely in the dark in the middle of such a dangerous place. What a shocking power! Bai Zeman muttered as his defensive cloak flapped behind his armor. However, despite him saying those words, the emotion in his black eyes was as vivid as the big smile on his face. No matter how you looked at him, he definitely looked like someone excited to try rather than someone frightened by something dreadful. Soon, the shockwave slowly subsided and the dust slowly settled. As the sound resulting from the destruction still lingered in the surroundings, the white light covering the white tiger's body dimmed and the yellow flame burning on the giant ape's body began to lose its power. The two beasts came into view once again. However, this time none of the two were in as good a condition as before but had taken a large enough amount of damage where a third party with sufficient power could benefit. The white tiger's violet eyes flashed with a tinge of fatigue as it looked at the giant ape. At the same time, the giant ape's wild and seemingly savage gaze also calmed down and the pain became obvious as its bestial face contorted horribly. Amidst the darkness in the distance, a large number of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared looking in the direction of the battlefield. In the monster's pupils, the silhouettes of both exhausted and wounded beasts were reflected. Slowly, emerging from the darkness hidden among several trees and bushes several meters high, a huge spider approximately 3 meters high with 8 long legs advanced. Chapter 312, Irregular, Part 1. As the giant ape and the second-order white tiger looked at each other with eyes brimming with fatigue but with no intention of backing down, waiting for the opportunity for the other to let its guard down a bit to launch a fatal attack, the two beasts sensed someone whose soul power was considerably weaker than both of them. The problem was that while both beasts were stronger, that was under normal conditions. The second-order white tiger had half of its body scorched and almost all of its beautiful white fur had been turned to ashes while burns of a terrifying degree plagued its body. On the other hand, the second-order giant ape was not much better off than the white tiger. The beast was covered in blood from head to toe and its terrifying natural regeneration ability did not seem to be working as before since its wounds only continued to bleed steadily while flesh frozen into white ice cubes could be seen beyond. Both beasts seemed to have control over completely opposite elements so they were both strong and weak against each other. The mutated spider emerged from beyond the darkness and stood as it stared with its wide bulging eyes at the two wounded beasts. Its horrifying mouth was slightly open so that sticky saliva was constantly dripping onto the ground. The giant ape and the white tiger immediately became alert and jumped back. Together with the spider, the three beasts formed a triangle as they looked at each other with murderous intent. Behind, a few hundred meters away, that small patch of land was still perfectly protected. Whatever was there, it was obvious that it was responsible for the appearance of these three second-order beasts. Spider. Seeing the giant body with countless fine hairs standing upright, looking at those glowing eyes that seemed to reflect countless times the same image, and seeing those long sharp fangs with dripping green drool, Shang Guanbing Shui immediately turned pale as a sheet. Bai Zeman's face changed noticeably and only now did he remember what happened some time ago in the mutated forest when the army of mutant spiders appeared. The problem was that unlike back then where he could have paved a bloody path by himself, the current situation was completely different. Bai Zeman might have the ability to take on 100,000 unclassified enemies, but he definitely did not arrogantly believe that he had the ability to take on 3 second-order beasts by himself. You can't faint. He hurriedly grabbed onto her shoulders and shook her to look him in the face. Shang Guanbing Shui jumped in fright at the sudden swing and unconsciously tried to break free, however, her strength was much lower than Bai Zeman's so her initial efforts were to no avail. After realizing who the person who was grabbing her was and seeing the serious face of the young man a short distance away from hers, she finally stood still even though her face was deathly pale. Wu Yujun told me what happened to you when you were younger. Besides, I hate spiders too. Bai Zimin looked deeply at her and said with a serious expression, however, you can't faint here. Do you hear me? If any other second-order beast appears or my attack fails, then it will be difficult for me to protect myself, let alone protect you. Fainted. Shang Guanbing Shui shook her head and said with lingering fear, I'm sorry. I really can't do anything about spiders. Bai Zimin frowned tightly. The fact that a spider appeared out of all possible creatures was something he definitely did not expect. After thinking about it for a moment, he calmly said, You ride on my back and wait. Shang Guanbing Shui did not hesitate and gladly accepted his offer. Since it was not the first time she had ridden on his back, nor were there few times the two of them had been forced to have physical contact, she had no rejection towards him. Less so now that she was aware that he didn't see her in any lustful way at all, far from it. What are you going to do? She asked after settling onto his wide back. Even though it wasn't too comfortable due to his huge sword being in the way, she somehow felt much safer now and her fear unconsciously receded enough to allow her to speak naturally. Since things are like this, I have no choice but to make some changes to my initial plan. Bai Zimin looked down at the battlefield and noticed that the spider seemed impatient and about to make its move. Sorry. Shang Guanbing Shui sighed. In the end, she became a burden to him again. She seemed to keep embarrassing herself. Everything's fine. Bai Zimin shook his head. I'll kill that spider first. That'll make you feel better and be able to fight, but you'll have to help me hold that tiger back for a few seconds. Do you think you can do it? Hold back an agility-type second-order beast? Shang Guanbing Shui wanted to say that such a thing was impossible for the current her. However, since the situation they were in was mainly because of her, she gritted her teeth and said resolutely, even if I can't, I will definitely do it. Bai Zimin was satisfied with her answer and nodded, good answer. Besides, you probably won't have to worry too much about the tiger's speed by the time my attack falls. You mean? Shang Guanbing Shui suddenly thought of something, but before she could ask more, Bai Zimin dashed into the distance. He unhesitatingly activated his second-order lightning movement skill to receive a boost of 70 agility points and then used the second activation of the skill to create 3 clones that possessed 10% of his overall power. Swoosh! 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 The 3 clones set off in different directions under the direct command of the main body and charged towards the outer perimeter of the forest. Although their movement speed was incomparable to the real Bai Zimin, they were still fast enough to reach the outer perimeter in a short time. Bai Zimin himself rushed at a much higher speed than his clones, disappearing in a few blinks of an eye. Appearing and disappearing in the middle of the dark forest amidst the dense foliage. With his movement speed pushed to the maximum possible, he could cover a kilometer in roughly 5 seconds. The problem was that he could only sustain this movement speed for a couple of minutes before falling down unconscious due to the explosively fast loss of stamina. After reaching the outer perimeter of the forest, Bai Zimin began to slaughter all the beasts he encountered regardless of their levels. His passive skill originating from his unique class Blood Berserker, Blood Will, began to slowly but surely charge up. After charging the skill to 20%, Bai Zimin timed that the first activation of lightning movement would soon run out, so he would have to spend 40 stamina points again if he wanted to activate the skill a second time. Sweating uncontrollably, he dashed back into the depths of the forest. On the way, he crossed paths with his clones, who were close to reaching the outer perimeter. Shang Guanbing Shui noticed that Bai Zimin's breathing was extremely labored and his black hair was beginning to stick to the sides of his face due to the accumulated sweat. She did not take long to realize that this was the result of excessive stamina loss in a short time. Little brother Zimin, calm down and think with a cool head. Don't let the panic get the better of you or it's all over. Lilith's soft, soothing voice rang in his head. Bai Zeman blinked in confusion without pausing. When Lilith's voice sounded in his mind again, you could have summoned the clones when you reached the outer perimeter of the forest. Bai Zeman's pupils shivered when he heard this. The second activation of lightning movement consumed 1 stamina point per clone every second. In short, Bai Zeman not only lost 40 stamina points to gain 70 agility points, but he had also lost at least 200 stamina points so far, since the consumption of 3 clones was equivalent to 3 stamina points per second. However, Lilith was right. This happened because Bai Zeman was too nervous and could not think things through clearly, leading him to act imprudently. Regardless of how powerful he was, regardless of how many survivors revered or hated him, and regardless of how smart and calculating he might be, at the end of the day, Bai Zeman was just a 20-year-old young man. With all the burdens he carried on his shoulders, coupled with the enormous pressure of having to face 3 second-order beasts, it was simply impossible to ask him to act as if nothing was going on. After all, Bai Zeman was a flesh and blood human being as well. Fortunately, Lilith helped him realize that he was actually not as calm and composed as he appeared to be. Otherwise, the consequences could have been very heavy when the time came to fight the second-order beasts. Bai Zeman took a deep breath and the look in his eyes became sharp as the blood flow inside his body slowly began to become stable. Bang! He said nothing and increased the speed at which he advanced even more, becoming a flash of blue light that flickered in the middle of the darkness. Floating high in the sky, Lilith's gaze seemed to be able to go beyond the treetops. As she watched the young man in black armor and the young woman in blue armor on his back, a smile formed on her red lips and she murmured, "That's why taking care of kids is such a headache." She didn't seem too disturbed no matter how one looked at her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Bai Zeman finally reached the vicinity where the 3 second-order beasts were, he felt earth-shaking explosions and roars along with terrifying shrieks that sent shivers down his spine. "They are already fighting," Shang Guanbing Shui muttered. "It will soon be our turn. Get ready yourself too." Bai Zeman jumped up and activated gravity manipulation in reverse, soaring hundreds of meters and gently landing on the treetop they were on before. Shang Guanbing Shui said nothing and nodded silently. She closed her eyes and began to adjust her state. Regardless of whether Bai Zeman could kill the second-order spider fast or not, she knew that she had to fight no matter what, and that was what she was going to do even if she had to face one of her greatest fears. Bai Zeman took out a bottle of blood he had in the leather pouch tied to his waist and casually tossed it into the air. He then activated second-order blood manipulation and the blood belonging to a first-order blazing beetle glowed as if it were a precious gem. The blood floated in the air and twisted constantly. As if countless hands were pulling at them, the blood turned into thousands of thin threads that soon began to merge together, spinning in midair and slowly taking a new shape. Bai Zeman had his eyes closed and as the lightning from the clouds illuminated his face a slight frown could be seen. He didn't seem to be aware that the rain was getting heavier and heavier, or he simply couldn't be bothered to get soaked at the moment. In his mind, he tried to picture the whole forging process, every detail, every tool, every material needed. Little by little, he as a blacksmith, his skill blood manipulation as a hammer, and blood as a material, merged to slowly give shape to what appeared to be a huge 3-meter-long trident. Meanwhile, blood will, 28%/50%. Blood will, 30%/50%. Blood will, 35%/50%. His 3 clones finally began to do their job. Chapter 313, Irregular, Part 2. Although Bai Zeman's clones only contained a basic 10% of his total power, that 10% could by no means be underestimated. Considering how monstrous Bai Zeman's stats were, that 10% was more than enough to practically overwhelm any enemy below the first order. Since the clones were using the outer perimeter of the forest as a hunting ground, there wasn't much chance of a first-order beast appearing in it. If it was unclassified beasts, Bai Zeman believed that his clones could take care of it without any problems as long as they did not appear in large groups. After all, his clones could only use pure physical strength without any active or passive skills. One had to remember that Bai Zemin's skills were deeply engraved in his soul with runes. His clones did not contain part of his soul, they were just an extension of one of his skills. In just a few seconds, Bloodwell reached the maximum possible and Bai Zemin hastily cancelled the second activation of lightning movement, resulting in the 3 clones disintegrating into a bunch of small flashes of flickering light. In just a few minutes, Bai Zemin had lost a terrifying 325 stamina points out of his total 443. Mental exhaustion was completely overwhelming him, and were it not for his willpower he would definitely not be able to continue performing such an arduous task as the one he was doing now. On the other hand, while Bai Zemin was carefully shaping his attack weapon, Shang Guanbing Shui finally finished adjusting her mental state as best as possible and opened her eyes again. Seeing Bai Zemin working hard with a frown, Shang Guanbing Shui's stare became complicated. Ignoring the fact that the rain had soaked her entire body in armor, she looked at the battlefield and took a deep breath as she watched the giant spider in the midst of a deadly battle. It took all her courage and willpower not to turn around and run away from the place right then and there. At this point, the battlefield had completely changed due to the sudden appearance of a third second-order beast. The ferocious giant ape had been trapped by the mutated spider silk and was currently roaring furiously as it pounded with its fists and used its claws to try to break out of its cocoon. The silk threads broke with some difficulty, but before the beast could feel some relief, several new layers of threads began to surround it. The mutated spider jumped all over the place as it swung its long legs to propel itself through the trees. Circling around the giant ape, the spider spat silken threads again and again from its mouth, seemingly calmly and unhurriedly. For each new layer of thread the mutated spider spat out, the giant ape's misery only became even greater than it already was. The white tiger as a second-order beast was naturally a bit more intelligent than the other mindless beasts. Therefore, after seeing the mutated spider attack the ape, the tiger took the opportunity to rest and recover as much energy as possible. Unfortunately, the tiger did not get much rest, as after a miserable roar, the giant ape fell heavily to the ground after being suffocated by the toxin contained in the spider's poisonous threads. Just as the mutated spider was about to lunge forward and deal the final strike, the white tiger burst forth at a frighteningly high speed and slashed with its claws with the intention of dismembering the giant insect's body. However, just as the white tiger leaped into the air and was about to reach the mutated spider, its body hung in mid-flight and swayed slightly before coming to a stop. Thin and practically invisible threads of spider silk surrounded the white tiger's body. Obviously, the mutated spider was no fool, nor had it forgotten its other opponent. The creature had been cunning enough to leave a trap around the entire battlefield as it ran around and tried to suppress the giant ape. Under Shang Guanbing Shui's frightened and surprised gaze, the mutated spider swung on one of its silks with ease and opened its maw wide before taking a ferocious bite out of one of the white tiger's legs. Roar! The white tiger roared in pain and swung with all its might as it unconsciously activated its skill. Bang! The silken threads broke out and the mutated spider was forced to scurry back as a thin layer of white ice formed on one of its front legs. The spider squeaked ominously as it looked at the tiger as if it were looking at a delicious prey, but did not dare to casually charge as it knew that its actual strength was in reality far lower. What the hell? Shang Guanbing Shui muttered with wide eyes staring at the spot where the mutated spider had bitten. The left foreleg of the white tiger that had been bitten by the mutated spider immediately took on a greenish hue, but even more surprisingly, a kind of vine began to grow from the beast's flesh. The vine began to fiercely twine itself around the white tiger's leg as if it had a will of its own, and even though the white tiger was constantly freezing the vines, its skill was no longer as powerful as before because the beast was exhausted after such an exhausting fight for so long, so the vine growing from its flesh seemed to be able to resist for quite a while longer. The mutated spider seized the opportunity and launched itself full speed ahead, easily reaching 200 km per hour. With a powerful leap, the spider appeared right in front of the white tiger, preparing to take another bite, this time being more daring and aiming for the neck. Seeing that it was in trouble, the white tiger hastily jumped and narrowly dodged the attack. However, with one of its legs being held back by the vine coming out of the wound caused by the mutated spider. The white tiger did not manage to escape unscathed, as the spider managed to inflict several bloody wounds using the sharp hairs on its legs. Just as the mutated spider seemed to have everything under control and was about to chase, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the forest. All the beasts within a relatively close distance stopped dead in their tracks and shuddered as they looked with a tinge of fear in their eyes into the depths. The mutated spider quickly turned its body, just in time to see that at some point the giant ape had managed to break out of the silken cocoon that imprisoned it. A flame burned furiously on the giant ape's body as the beast stared at the mutated spider with bloodshot red eyes. After a mighty roar and a boom, the giant ape made perfect use of its powerful limbs to charge towards the mutated spider at a speed of over 300 km per hour. The eyes of the mutated spider flashed with a hint of fear, and it hastily retreated while spitting out silken threads with the intention of stopping the giant ape. However, as the extremely tough threads approached the flames burning at high temperatures on the beast's body, they were incinerated to nothing. Swoosh! Just when it seemed that the mutated spider was in trouble, the white tiger seemed to see an opportunity for revenge as it swooped down on the insect and slashed ferociously with its right claw. The white tiger's giant claw severed one of the mutated spider's middle legs with total ease, causing it a great deal of damage in the process. Green liquid splashed everywhere as the severed half of the leg flew through the air. The mutated spider let out a terrifying shriek as it used its silk to swing into the distance in an attempt to escape. After seeing that things seemed to have turned out worse than it expected, the mutated spider that knew it was naturally weaker than the two beasts before it decided to flee immediately without even a second thought. Even as it retreated, the spider did not forget to expel several threads of silk behind it to buy some time for its retreat. After all, its speed was a lot slower than that of the white tiger and a raging giant ape. However, apparently the mutated spider's worries didn't seem to be too necessary, because after chasing for a couple of seconds, the white tiger and the giant ape stopped and looked back. When they saw that patch of land still intact and with no signs of destruction, hesitation shone in the eyes of both beasts and they stopped in their tracks almost as if by prior agreement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the other hand, Bai Zimin was finally finishing the process of forming a weapon using his second-order blood manipulation skill. Normally, forming a sword, spear, or any other weapon with blood would only take him a few seconds, since he was much more agile and dexterous after he evolved his blood manipulation. However, this case was different. After all, what Bai Zimin was about to launch was by no means a normal attack, on the contrary, it was his most powerful and terrifying attack. Since the weapon he was about to use as a catalyst needed to have a constitution tough enough to withstand the power of a third-order skill, Bai Zimin needed time to shape it into a weapon that would not be destroyed in mid-flight. About a minute or two later, Shang Guanbing Shui noticed that the mutated spider was about to break away. Although she felt a little relieved, she also felt that it was a pity that Bai Zimin did not finish in time. Just then, she felt a big fluctuation of mana beside her and hurriedly turned her head. "Done?" she asked with expectation in her voice as she looked with a sparkle of surprise at the weapon in Bai Zimin's hands. "Phew!" Bai Zimin sighed as a flash of exhaustion flashed in his dark eyes. Not only had he spent over 300 stamina points in total, but he had just now consumed the 220 mana points that were obligatory for the blood weapon. The drain was immense in a matter of 5 minutes. However, as he looked at the blood trident whose length exceeded 3 meters, a satisfied look appeared on his face as he nodded, "Done." Shang Guanbing Shui looked at the blood trident with surprise, as instead of being a weapon created by blood, it appeared to be a real weapon forged by real steel. Every visible detail showed the care and dedication Bai Zimin put into creating this weapon. Bai Zimin looked down at the battlefield just in time to see the mutated spider running into the distance. His eyes flashed coldly, and before Shang Guanbing Shui could react, he hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist and stomped on the tree branch on which he was standing. Bang! The branch broke into pieces as Bai Zimin with the beauty in his arms soared into the sky amidst the flashing lightning of the imminent storm. Shang Guanbing Shui was about to say something when Bai Zimin's voice interrupted her. Sorry, but bear with it for now. Even though he said just that, she didn't say too much either and simply nodded as she allowed herself to be pulled into the clouds by the firm hold of the young man beside her. Bai Zimin activated gravity manipulation in reverse as Earth's gravity threatened to drag him back to the ground, and his ascent speed that was beginning to slow seemed to gain a little extra momentum. With his right arm stretched out to the side to the maximum, Bai Zimin half closed his eyes as he looked at the mutated spider running under the glare of the lightning that illuminated the night. With a smooth backward motion, he then threw the blood trident with all his might while activating his most powerful attack skill to date. Crimson Blood Judgment. However, apart from this, Bai Zimin activated yet another skill. Just as the trident escaped from his firm grip, he activated Gravity Manipulation X15. Chapter 314, Irregular, Part 3. Bang! The trident seemed to break through all possible barriers as more than 20 Mach cones appeared across the night sky. At the same time, a thin crimson line of fire seemed to join the heavens with the earth just before a powerful explosion shook everything for over 50 kilometers around. Boom! The earth shattered, the trees were swept away, the beasts that were 3 kilometers around the impact would have been annihilated had it not been for the fact that only the kings of this forest lived in the central area. Bai Zimin's face changed as he realized that he greatly underestimated the effect his 386 strength points plus a 15 times gravity increase would have on Crimson Blood Judgment. A huge sphere of fiery red fire grew from a small luminous point to a degree where it swallowed everything within a kilometer like a raging flame beast. The top of the fire dome reached over 200 meters high, and the heat alone made Bai Zimin feel how his rank 2 armor seemed to have difficulty keeping up. Shang Guanbing Shui hurriedly activated Ice Maker unconsciously and formed several ice barriers in front of both of them. However, each ice wall only managed to resist the heat for a moment before melting into nothingness. I can't hold it back anymore. She had no choice but to shout for her voice to be heard amidst the explosion. My ice skill can't contain this flame. Bai Zimin didn't need her to tell him that. What a joke! Shang Guanbing Shui's skill was probably still first order, but he not only cast a third order skill, but the power with which the blood trident charged skill was powered by a gravity multiplied by 15 times. If a first order skill could stop a third order skill powered by another powerful peak first order skill, then it would be the biggest joke of the year. Not to mention the fact that Bai Zimin's strength stat had also been added into the equation. Just as the last ice barrier erected by Shang Guanbing Shui was about to be destroyed and the flames to consume them, Bai Zimin turned his body with difficulty and kicked with all his might. Bang! The powerful kick that contained every point of his total strength caused the ice barrier already weakened by the oncoming flames to burst into a million tiny fragments that a second later were engulfed by the rising flame. The body of Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui shot out in the opposite direction of the huge fire dome that was growing with seemingly no sign of stopping. In just a few seconds, the fire dome reached 500 meters high and everything within 5 kilometers was burned to ashes. Just a moment before their bodies were engulfed by the flames, the broken bronze bell flew out from inside Bai Zimin's armor and released a magical barrier that covered both him and Shang Guanbing Shui in his embrace. The magical barrier shuddered but endured long enough for Bai Zimin to have time to activate gravity manipulation in reverse to fall like a parabola in the opposite direction of the rising fire hell. From the distance, alarms rang inside the base and the armed troops began to become busy. Trucks and all vehicles modified to survive the apocalypse were mobilized towards the west end, and every soul evolver was ordered to move towards the northwest walls in preparation for possible combat. Within 10 minutes, the west side was crawling with over 600 men armed with machine guns, vintage rifles, snipers, pistols, and other firearms. In addition, more than 400 soul evolvers whose levels ranged from 2 to the highest level being first-order existences were also on the scene wielding all kinds of weapons. Xuanyuan swords, crocodile tooth sword, magic wands, light rapier. There were even some who used sharp and powerful bones or teeth of evolved beasts as weapons. Among the crowd, Liu Yan had a serious expression as he looked towards the center of the forest. Although the fire cupule slowly disappeared, the roars of the beasts inside the forest were so terrifying that every soul evolver and armed man present shuddered in fear. In that forest, there were definitely hundreds of thousands and even millions of beasts. If they were all charging now, there was only destruction awaiting for mankind in this base. Next to Liu Yan was his #1 trusted man and one of the most powerful soul evolvers in the entire base, Yan Tu. Yan Tu's expression was also terribly serious and the muscles of his body tensed to the max as he wore a suit of armor constructed from the materials of a first-order beast that he himself had killed in the past. In his right hand was a mace made of bone that weighed at least 450 or 500 kilograms, this was his main weapon at the moment. Next to them were also Evangeline, Nangang Lingzhen, and Kong Lan. The three women had extremely grave and tense expressions on their faces. As for Nangang Yi and Fu Suifeng, they were both in charge of suppressing the disturbances inside the base. With such a huge commotion, it was simply impossible to expect that all the survivors would obediently stay indoors waiting for possible death. Since the explosion went off in the distance, even though it was at least 100 kilometers deep in the forest, the earth shook slightly even inside the base and the flare of fire that rose more than half a kilometer high was visible even from a distance in the middle of such a dark night. There were many survivors who went crazy and began to assault, beat, kill, and those more insane even began to sexually abuse others. Liu Yan knew that such a thing could happen at any time and if they didn't deal with it quickly then the base would fall from inside even if the forest beasts didn't attack. Therefore, he kindly asked Nangang Yi and Fu Suifeng to take a team of 50 soul evolvers to wipe out the internal chaos. What do you think that is? Nangang Lingzhen asked apprehensively. Her honey-colored eyes looked up at the flames dancing in the sky that even after 20 minutes had not been extinguished despite the storm and the lingering fear in her heart seemed about to drive her mad. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Yang Tu replied in a hoarse voice. Evangeline remained silent and seemingly indifferent. However, from the way she was holding onto her magic-grade treasure dagger, it was obvious to anyone that her heart was not as calm as her expression on the surface. According to what the guards who were on duty said, the leader and Miss Shangguan went into the forest several hours ago. Liu Yan frowned and said in a deep voice, apparently, the leader had managed to hunt 2 powerful huge beasts before going deep with Miss Shangguan, and so far they have not come out again. Although no one said anything, as they recalled the explosive power of the fire dome, everyone felt their hearts sink into an abyss of frozen ice. The fact that Bai Zimin and Shangguan Bingshui had disappeared into the forest just the same night that such a devastating attack happened definitely did not look like a good omen. I'm afraid that both of them might have met a beast that is too powerful. Liu Yan sighed and did not continue. However, even though he did not continue, everyone knew what he meant by his words. Nangang Lingzhen and Kong Lan's faces turned pale, especially Kong Lan's face. Both women had entrusted everything and bet their lives on Bai Zimin becoming the new hegemon of this lands. However, none of them believed in their hearts that Bai Zimin would be able to survive such a terrifying attack. As for him being the cause, neither of the two women thought so. Although Kong Lan had seen Bai Zimin incinerate a small forest just before leaving the university back then, the magnitude and difference in power between that attack and this one was like wanting to compare the brightness of a light bulb against the natural brightness of the sun, there was simply no place to compare. What a pity! Evangeline sighed and shook her head. Even though she wasn't particularly close to Bai Zimin or anything, she liked the way he was. Not only he was not evil nor did he use his power to casually abuse whomever he pleased, but he also retained a great deal of his humanity, unmoved by the power that evolution bestowed upon him. He had even gone so far as to think about the future of the children, who at this moment were no more than a burden to most of the leaders since they could not work and only consumed valuable food. Besides, Evangeline herself had attached great hopes on the young man with black hair and eyes. However, she was not naive enough to think that a human being could launch such a powerful attack and cause such far-reaching destruction. Unconsciously or not, practically everyone felt that Bai Zimin and Shangguan Bingshui should have died after facing off against a powerful beast. Liu Yan felt complicated inside. Although he felt that it was a pity that a talented, powerful, brave, and intelligent young man like Bai Zimin died just like that, since even Liu Yan himself had high hopes on him, he actually also felt a little joyful, since this way he could at least have a chance to regain his power as a leader and perhaps obtain that subclass he lost a few days ago. Just then, however, someone exclaimed loudly. No. He definitely did not die. Everyone looked toward the source and saw Kong Lan shaking her head again and again. The young woman's face was as pale as a sheet, but her dark eyes held a glint of certitude that left many not understanding where her confidence came from. Even though I don't want any of them to die either. If he and Shang Guanbing Shui were inside that forest, it is unlikely that they would survive unless they were in the opposite direction of the explosion. Nangong Lingzhen reasoned and sighed with a complicated glint in her seductive eyes. But being honest, it's too much to be a coincidence. Such an attack happens just as he and she sneak into the forest. I'm afraid. If I said he didn't die, then he didn't die. Kong Lan said firmly and looked at everyone as she said in a clear voice, Bai Zimin bestowed to me and Cai Jing II a subclass called Loyal Follower, which makes us his dependents. This subclass allows me and her to use 5% of his total power at times when our lives are in danger. Since that subclass is still latent in my status window, I refuse to believe he's dead. Subclass. Everyone looked at Kong Lan with wide eyes filled with surprise. This was the first time many of them had heard about subclasses. In fact, Evangeline and Yan Tu were the only first-order existences among those present, and even though they both had their classes, this was the first time they heard the term subclass. Subclass. Liu Yan muttered and looked at Kong Lan in disbelief. The leader has the ability to bestow a subclass that grants 5% of his power to others. How strong was Bai Zimin really? None of those present were aware. However, just from what they had seen, and from what he had demonstrated, his overall strength had definitely reached a frighteningly high degree. To those who had seen the attack where Bai Zimin annihilated all the troops led by Wang Zedong with a single wave of his hands, controlling hundreds of blood spears, he was basically the graphic representation of a superhuman. Chapter 315, Irregular, Part 4 last. Even if it was only the 5% of his total power, the person capable of utilizing that 5% would definitely receive great security for their life. Therefore, everyone looked with a tinge of envy at Kong Lan. She confidently said, therefore, I refuse to believe that he died no matter what. This time no one said anything. Although they did not know whether what Kong Lan said was true or not, the truth was that she was the person with the highest rank among those present, more so if Bai Zimin had trusted her enough to grant her such a valuable subclass. Kong Lan took her radio and ordered, to all team leaders, pass my order. All troops move back 2 kilometers and fire the flares at 10-minute intervals. The different leaders of each team or squad passed the order to those below them, and soon they all retreated 2 kilometers back, creating some distance between them and the forest. Bang! 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 Several light flares flew into the sky and exploded, joining the lightning to illuminate everything within 2 kilometers. From afar, several wild beasts could be seen peering out of the forest as if they were hesitating while occasionally looking into the depths. One of the beasts finally couldn't take it anymore and after roaring charged towards the exit. Like dominoes falling one after the other, the beasts behind also roared and charged towards the exit of the forest, unwilling to stay there any longer to wait for death. Although it was not all the beasts that charged and it was only a tiny part of all the beasts inside the forest, at least 5,000 beasts charged towards the little more than 1,000 humans. There were wolves, there were wild cats, there were tigers, there were lions, there were elephants, etc. All kinds of beasts charged like a stampede. The earth rumbled and the lightning in the sky roared as it illuminated the fierce expressions on the faces of the monsters that ran towards the clear minority of humans with the intention of crushing them all. Chief Liu, you take over from here. Kong Lan passed the command to Liu Yan. After all, she had no military knowledge to command such an important operation. Liu Yan said nothing and waited. Even though there were around 5,000 beasts attacking and they were all close enough together for the bullets to hit them even from over a kilometer away, the power of the shot would be greatly reduced and would probably not be enough to end the lives of those with especially tough skin. 700. 600. 500 meters. Fire at will. Liu Yan roared and raised his own light machine gun as fired with uninterrupted bursts. The armed men who were already frightened to the point where they were on the verge of collapse finally let go of all their fears when they heard the command. Each of the 600 or so men raised their guns and fired furiously as they stared at the incoming beasts with bloodshot eyes. The sound of gunfire joined the already chaotic situation and all silence disappeared in its entirety. As tongues of fire and metal rained down on the beasts, many of them were filled with holes in a second before falling heavily to the ground to not get up again. Those at the front took the worst of it as they immediately became sieves and collapsed in their own pools of blood. However, although hundreds were slaughtered in a few moments, the tide of thousands of beasts did not seem to fear in the least, on the contrary, they fought more fiercely to charge forward. When one beast fell, another immediately took its place, and when that one fell, a different one appeared. Moreover, the bullets could not kill them all. Among the crowd, there were some snakes with tough scales, elephants with rock-hard skins, and other creatures with defenses powerful enough to resist the firepower the base had. Every time the bullets hit them just bounced off uselessly, leaving only faint white marks and causing pain that only served to enrage the wild beasts even more. When the beasts finally reached within 200 yards, at least a few thousands had fallen to never stand up again. Armed troops retreat. Soul Evolvers step forward. Liu Yan shouted and immediately discarded his light machine gun and drew a sword clearly forged from some kind of unnatural material from his waist before charging forward without visible fear. Faster than him, Yan Tu stomped hard on the ground and leaped tens of meters into the air in the blink of an eye. As his body began to fall right in the middle of the crowd of beasts, he activated his second-order gigantic skill and increased the size of the mace in his hands to 3 times its original size. Although the power behind the weapon increased, Yan Tu could still wield his mace as if it were the same as before he activated his skill. With a powerful swing from the top to down, Yan Tu powerfully smashed his bone mace against the ground. Boom! The earth shook and dust rose up. But more terrifying, over 100 nearby beasts were turned into blood mist while a dozen of those weaker ones in the far reaches of the shockwave flew into the air with missing limbs. Right behind him, Evangeline charged through the crowd of beasts with elegance. Her agility allowed her to get in and out with ease without even suffering the slightest scratch despite being surrounded by hundreds of enemies. The dagger in her hands was like an unstoppable whirlwind, and when it seemed to cut once, at least a dozen beasts were cut into several pieces. Wherever Evangeline went, all the other soul evolvers and gunmen could see were lines of hot blood rising into the sky and splattering everywhere as the beasts roared in pain before collapsing lifelessly. Kong Lan didn't take too long to join in the fun as well. She was much more direct than the other two and simply charged forward while swung her magic staff. Several magic circles flashed around her body and the staff's soul stone lit up. Next, a thick purple mist surrounded her, and wherever she walked by the beasts immediately collapsed without even having time to roar. Although the range of the purple mist was only 3 meters with her as the center, it was definitely terrifying to see dozens of beasts falling lifelessly one after another with no apparent injuries. Nangong Lingzhen was probably the least elegant of them all but still extremely brave. She activated her skill magic barrier in front of her body and rushed forward. A 2-meter-tall wolf howled and charged towards her while swinging its giant claw. However, Nangong Lingzhen remained indifferent and continued to press forward. Bang! The claw of the wolf, which was a level 23 beast and one of the most powerful among the current beasts, powerfully slammed into the magic barrier. The magic barrier did not even flinch and Nangong Lingzhen continued to press forward, pushing the wolf several meters. Just as the wolf was about to stand up once again, Nangong Lingzhen created a second magic barrier right on top of the beast's body and slammed towards the ground mercilessly. Boom! The ground rumbled and Nangong Lingzhen deactivated the second barrier as she dashed into the distance. When the rainbow barrier disappeared, the wolf was nowhere to be seen. All that was there were a pile of blood, broken bones turned to dust, and torn skin completely smashed against the ground. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back in the forest, a few minutes before the beasts started attacking the humans. Bai Zimin landed carelessly on the ground several kilometers away, rolling on the dirt uncontrollably. Shang Guanbing Shui was not much different from him as she also rolled beside him. However, she was at least being protected by his embrace, so it could be said that she was a little better off at least. As both of their ears still dipped horribly from the thunderous sound of the explosion, they slowly stood up and looked at the blaze of crimson fire that seemed to want to devour everything. Shang Guanbing Shui's little mouth opened slightly and she looked forward in a daze. Her inner feelings out of control and her ability to think seemed to have gone flying away for a few seconds as she found it hard to believe that a human being would ever be able to cause such massive destruction. But she was not the only one surprised. In the skies, Lilith looked stunned at the scene before her eyes and shock was visible on every part of her seductive face. How can this be possible? She muttered to herself. Forget initial second order, Lilith believed that even a level 100 existence on the verge of breaking third order would definitely not come out unscathed from an attack of such magnitude. The reason for her surprise was that all this was caused by a first order existence. Even though she already knew that Bai Zimin was powerful, even though she knew that Bai Zimin would one day achieve great things, the speed at which he was growing was completely out of her original estimation. It wasn't about levels, it wasn't about order at all, it was about the fact that each one of Bai Zimin's skills seemed to complement themselves in a frighteningly high manner. It was precisely that which caused this whole disaster. Everything was getting out of control. At the same time, Bai Zimin opened his eyes and his face constricted in pain as several messages flashed across his retina at the same time. You have obtained the soul power of second order poisonous bloom spider level 51. You receive strength plus 80, agility plus 152, health plus 70, stamina plus 251, mana plus 102, magic plus 105. You have leveled up and reached level 47. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and have reached level 48. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and reached level 49. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. Bai Zimin already expected the second order mutated spider to die with a single strike. After all, it was simply impossible for a beast that had just broken through the second order to take his most powerful attack, he was so confident. As he felt his body grow stronger and his stamina and mana recover to their maximum again and even more, a joyful look flashed in his eyes. However, little did he know that this was just the beginning. You have obtained the soul power of second order Ice Light Tiger level 73. You receive strength plus 190, agility plus 285, health plus 100, stamina plus 201, mana plus 183, magic plus 180. You have leveled up and reached level 50. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You cannot level up to level 51 before obtaining your second class and advancing to second order. All soul power acquired during the evolution process will be recorded and calculated once you have successfully advanced to second order. You have received the title, Irregular. Irregular, an existence that should not exist. You exceed the growth rate of your own world. Once a year you can open a door to an unknown lower world whose state of evolution far exceeds your own. The rate at which your world evolves increases explosively for fear of being destroyed by you. Possible evolution paths are being calculated taking into consideration all soul records absorbed up to. Bai Zimin could no longer pay attention to any message as his mind had currently gone blank while he looked at the title he had just received without even looking for it. Chapter 316, Level 50. The title Irregular was literally as if the whole world was crying and begging Bai Zimin to get out of here. For what other reason would it give him the possibility of opening a gate to an unknown world once a year so that he could leave? However, after thinking it more carefully, Bai Zimin realized that it was not so simple. His thoughts were too naive. Okay, he was an anomaly. This was a fact that he had gradually come to accept. Considering that usually every intelligent existence in the universe only gets 2 stat points to distribute among stats for each level up, one could imagine how difficult it was to obtain a large power boost unless one wished for death and sought to face higher level beings. Higher level equals more stat points. This would consequently lead to the existence with less stats dying. At least that was the general pattern and trend. However, there were also some rare existences that could fight by skipping levels and some even more special ones that could fight against beings that were in a higher order than them. As for Bai Zimin himself, he could probably have his own scale of power at this point. When he was an unclassified existence, he killed with a single attack a first-order existence, and now that he was a first-order existence, he managed to kill with a single attack a second-order existence that was above level 70. No, he didn't just kill a second-order existence, he killed 2 second-order existences with a single attack and destroyed several kilometers along the length and breadth of a mono-mutated forest. If all this was taken into consideration, it was nothing unusual for him to receive such a rare title. However, the world definitely did not want to throw Bai Zimin out of there. After all, although his existence represented an enormous danger, the world was also benefiting from him. The evolution of the entire Earth would accelerate, which would consequently lead to the beings that inhabited it also growing faster than normal. Instead of saying that the Earth wanted Bai Zimin to leave, it would probably be more correct to say that the soul record was opening a new door for him. If Bai Zimin stayed on Earth, with his current growth rate, he would definitely end up being stuck for years waiting for third-order or fourth-order beasts to appear. After all, in the past he could previously fight against second-order existences, let alone the current him who would have received a boost of roughly 70% in his overall stats. However, by suddenly gaining the possibility of opening a gate to another world, the fear of having to wait years for the other living beings on Earth to evolve could be partially ignored by Bai Zimin. Of course, there were many things to analyze about the strange skill of the rather unique title he had just acquired, but this would be for when everything calmed down a bit. Bai Zimin took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he felt the inside of his body. More specifically, he focused on his soul. If Bai Zimin visualized the human body as a vase, then the soul would be the water inside. Only when the two joined to form a perfect team could the rose, which would be the representation of the life, continue to exist. At this point, his soul was something vaguely visible to him. His soul was like a quantity of liquid that circulated through every part of his body, tirelessly nourishing and strengthening it. After absorbing such a monstrously high amount of statistics, that liquid inside his body became noticeably thicker than before, its quality improved, its purity increased, and there was even a slight radiance in the center that he could not comprehend. These were all changes that probably all sentient living beings in the universe had ever experienced or would experience at some point. It was also very plausible that at higher stages it represented the path of evolution that one would walk for the rest of one's life. Unfortunately, the current Bai Zimin was only a first-order being who had only just reached the peak of his stage regardless of how strong he was. He squirmed in pain for several minutes as his body was reshaped to fit his much stronger soul. He felt his flesh being cut and then regrown, he felt his muscles being torn again and again to grow stronger, he felt his bones seem to crush and then reform with a stronger quality. It could be said that this was the first time Bai Zimin felt this. Although in the past he had also experienced it when he acquired a huge amount of stats after killing his first ever first-order enemy while he was just a level 15 unclassified existence. Back then the pain he felt had made him indifferent to more pain and the exhaustion had made him faint as soon as the battle concluded. Therefore, this was the first time he had experienced firsthand what it felt like to receive an abrupt and unexpected boost out of nowhere. The rain continued to fall non-stop as lightning crackled through the clouds. The sound of thunder together with the roar of the mutated and evolved beasts running in fear throughout the forest created an extremely suffocating atmosphere capable of driving even the bravest man on Earth crazy. As the violet-blue light of the lightning struggled to illuminate the world, the huge dome of fire that had risen more than half a kilometer high slowly began to recede. However, the heat of the crimson flames that composed it was high enough to cause all the raindrops that fell a kilometer or two around it to vaporize even before they touched the ground, transforming into a great cloud of steam that rose silently into the sky to merge with the dark clouds that covered the stars and the moon. Shang Guanbing Shui's leather armor was soaked, and due to its special freezing characteristic, a thin layer of ice had formed on and around the surface. Her silver hair was completely wet, losing its luster and giving it a darker appearance compared to when it was dry. She brushed away a strand of hair that had stuck to her left side cheek and looked at the young man next to her, who appeared to be in a great deal of pain as his eyes were closed and his teeth clenched. While she was close to 24, this young man was barely 20. While in other parts of the world a difference of 4 years was no big deal, in a country like China 4 years was quite a considerable age difference. Therefore, to her, Bai Zimin would be similar to a junior that if on normal university days he had any doubts, she as the senior would usually have to help and answer for matters of morals and respect. However, it was impossible for her to look at Bai Zimin as someone junior. His determination, his actions, his prowess, most of his decisions, his strength, all were far beyond what Shang Guanbing Shui could ever have expected to see in a person not only of his age but of any age. Bang! A flash of lightning followed by a rumble of thunder illuminated the area of the forest they were in, and during that brief flash of light, Shang Guanbing Shui thought she understood a little bit of the reason why a beautiful, kind, clever, talented, and with a great backstory person like Wu Yujun turned out to be attracted to the person she had in front of her. Just at that moment, Bai Zimin finally opened his eyes and a small sigh escaped from his lungs. Looking next to him, he saw Shang Guanbing Shui looking at him calmly, and he gave her a faint smile as he said in a somewhat stiff voice, "Well, apparently, I killed the spider." "You killed the spider?" Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him weirdly and the corner of her mouth twitched once or twice. She said a little wordlessly, "Just the spider." "Well." Bai Zimin coughed and added, "I might as well have accidentally killed the tiger." "And I knew it," look shone in her eyes as she said with a raised eyebrow, "and you almost killed us too." Cough cough. Bai Zimin coughed softly once more and said quietly, "About that. To be honest with you, I don't know what happened. This is the second time I've used that skill, but its power is something completely different from what I remember." Even though he knew it was probably his fault for activating gravity manipulation X15, he didn't say it out loud and kept it to himself. After all, Crimson Blood Judgment was one of his most powerful trump cards, and the fewer others knew about the skill, the better for him and everyone else. Shang Guanbing Shui sighed and shook her head without commenting on it. She actually thought for a moment that they were going to die there when she saw the fiery dome that seemed to want to devour everything approaching them. Fortunately, the worst did not happen thanks to Bai Zimin's life-saving treasures as well as their skills, his body control, and his quick reaction. Otherwise, both of their bodies would probably have turned into ashes at this point. As if realizing something, she suddenly asked, "By the way, that giant ape also died?" Bai Zimin shook his head and calmly replied, "That giant ape had an innate skill of fire. I'm afraid it must have survived the impact and the remaining flames weren't enough to kill it. Still, I refuse to believe that it came out of something so huge intact." As the huge sphere of blazing crimson fire reflected in her sky-blue eyes, Shang Guanbing Shui unconsciously nodded. She also didn't believe that anything could come out of such a terrifying attack like this unscathed. Approximately 10 minutes later, the huge fire dome had finally been suppressed. The fierce storm raging in the area had managed to mitigate the fire and the scattered flames, which prevented the forest from going up in flames in its entirety. Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui looked at each other, and without the need for words, they rushed into the depths of the forest once again and, hopefully, for the last time tonight. They had both had enough for today. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What a pity. As he knelt on his right leg, Bai Zimin sighed as he stroked the white bones in front of him. These bones were shaped like a feline and from the aura they exuded definitely belonged to a second-order beast. Since Bai Zemin only received the message from the soul record informing him of the absorption of the white tiger's soul power, it was obvious who the owner of this skeleton was. I'm sure it would have been good forging material. Shang Guanbing Shui understood what he meant and could not help but smile bitterly. Except for the bones, the flesh, the blood, the fur. Everything of the white tiger was either turned into a pile of scattered ashes or had evaporated. Something is something. Bai Zemin shook his head and stood up. He would take the bones with him when they left this place. After looking around the corpse of the white tiger for a while, Bai Zemin found what he was looking for. His eyes lit up as he saw 3 treasure orbs, a skill scroll, and even an ancient sheepskin scroll. Back then, right after defeating the second-order archaic bear after an extremely tough battle to the death, Bai Zemin managed to obtain an ancient scroll made of what appeared to be sheep or goat skin. This scroll actually contained the prescription for creating a new kind of gunpowder called magic gunpowder that in the future would definitely be the basis of mankind's new weaponry. Therefore, he was incredibly excited to see that he had obtained a second sheepskin scroll and hoped to get a recipe or something similar this time as well. Chapter 317, Lesser Energy Generator. Bai Zemin rushed over and was immediately disappointed when he saw the color of the treasure orbs. All 3 were yellow orbs. The yellow orbs represented magic-grade treasures. Unconsciously or not, Bai Zemin was actually hoping to obtain at least 1 light green orb, which would represent an epic-grade treasure. However, after careful thought, he realized that it was quite normal not to obtain an epic orb this time. After all, unlike his battle against the archaic bear where Bai Zemin had basically done most of the work, this was especially not the case against the ice light tiger. While they were both second-order beasts and, in fact, the ice light tiger was several levels higher than the archaic bear, the tiger had actually been severely injured after its fight against the giant ape and the second-order mutated spider. What Bai Zemin had done was simply to strike the fatal blow. In fact, it was already surprisingly good that he obtained so much soul power, and that was probably because the mutated spider had died first, so he ended up absorbing its deserved portion as well. Regardless of the reason, Bai Zemin felt a lot better after thinking about this. How about we keep these and look at them later? We can divide them up depending on our needs and fighting styles. He pointed out as he looked at Shang Guanbing Shui. However, she shook her head gently and said calmly, "No need. You keep all of them. Anyway, I didn't do anything here." That was what Shang Guanbing Shui meant. No matter how much she wanted such treasures, Shang Guanbing Shui had her own principles and rules to follow as well. She would not feel comfortable taking something undeserved. If she had participated in the battle, no matter how slight her contribution was, she might not refuse it. But since that was not the case, things were different. Bai Zemin naturally understood what she meant. But he also had his own thoughts on the matter, so after a moment's thought he proposed, "If all 3 are treasures I do not yet possess, then I will keep them all. If there are any that I already have, then you can have it. How about that?" He already had some magic-grade treasures on him, and since he couldn't have 2 exactly the same since the attached stats or skills didn't stack, then he might as well give it to someone else instead of letting them gather dust uselessly inside his backpack. Shang Guanbing Shui was currently his most powerful fighter, and if Bai Zemin wanted her to be of use to him in the future, then not only did he need to prevent her from dying before she grew up, but he also needed to help her as much as possible. Besides, since they could currently consider themselves as friends or something similar, then he didn't feel bad about it by giving her something that wouldn't be of any use to him anyway. After a moment's thought, Shang Guanbing Shui really could not find a reason to say no to Bai Zemin's words. Besides, if she continued to refuse, she might end up looking like a pretentious woman acting humble even though in reality her inner thoughts were different. "Okay. Let's do as you say then." Seeing her finally give in even though she clearly looked hesitant, Bai Zemin nodded without saying anything and put away the 3 yellow orbs in his bag. After putting away the treasure orbs, Bai Zeman picked up the skill scroll dropped by the White Tiger and the information naturally flowed to him. Luminous Ice Armor, Second Order Active Skill, Level 3, uses the power of the purest frost to form a tough and resilient magical defense around the user's body. The armor can block magical attacks to some extent depending on how high the user's magic stat is. While Luminous Ice Armor is activated, magic spells of skills lower than First Order are automatically repelled with no effect. Secondary effect, decreases agility by 10%. Consumes 30 mana points to activate and 1 stamina point for each active minute. The skill has a duration of 10 minutes and needs 6 hours of cooldown before it can be activated again. It was a considerably good skill. Not only did it mitigate damage from enemy magic spells, but it even made the user immune to all magic below First Order for 10 minutes. In addition, the mana and stamina consumptions were not excessively high either. However, it was not at all suited to Bai Zeman's combat style. But even if it were, before breaking through to the Second Order he wouldn't be able to learn new active skills at all. Do you still have room to learn active skills? He asked as he looked at Shangguan Bingshuet. She used ice-based skills, and somehow this skill scroll suited her fighting style. Unlike Bai Zeman, who sought to overwhelm his opponents in seconds, Shangguan Bingshuet was quite the opposite and aimed to be able to resist and exhaust her opponent before finally finishing them off. Since that was the case, this skill would indeed shine brighter with her. I still have room for 2 more. She unconsciously replied. The next instant, however, she realized what Bai Zeman was going to do and was about to refuse when he threw the scroll towards her. The information of the skill appeared on her retina and her words caught in her throat. That skill is no good for me, and even Kong Lan, who is a pure mage, won't want it. Bai Zeman's voice immediately drew her in, and as she looked at him she realized that he was looking at her as well. Kong Lan walks a path of poison and healing instead of defense. That skill will only end up taking up space in her soul. Bai Zeman was sure of this because Kong Lan had previously told him that she aspired to be able to melt the attacks of her enemies with her toxic poison someday. Therefore, he knew that she would reject this skill regardless of how powerful it was, given that learning it would mean deviating from the path she had been walking so far and aspired to. Otherwise, he would definitely have given it to her rather than Shangguan Bingshuet. As for XIETIAN, she would probably run away from the skill the first instant the agility reduction came into her eyes. She aspired to be fast, how could she bind herself to a skill that made her slower? Therefore, she did not even cross Bai Zeman's mind. The same applied to Fu Suifeng and Zhongde. Fu Suifeng was similar to XIETIAN, while Zhongde's agility was already considerably low to begin with. If more weight was added, the man probably wouldn't even be able to take 2 steps in the future. In the end, Shangguan Bingshuet ended up keeping the skill Luminous Ice Armor. She learned it on the spot, and the thought of giving it to Wu Yujun did not even appear in her head as Bai Zeman was giving it to her, and she believed that it would be disrespectful to do such a thing. Finally, Bai Zeman bent down and picked up the antique sheepskin scroll. Lesser Energy Generator, Construction Plan: a completely renewable energy generator with no harm to the world or the living things in it. A message with an extremely long description appeared in Bai Zeman's retina, and his mind trembled when he finally finished analyzing all the information in the content. This. A power generator. Bai Zeman was jumping for joy inside as his heart pounded like crazy as he realized what the construction plan in his hands represented. How could he not be aware that the energy humanity was currently using was not a viable path? Sure, electricity still worked and mankind could take advantage of that so as not to lose their vision to any great extent during the night. However, it was only a matter of time before the power finally stopped working. The soul record had arrived on Earth almost a month and a half ago. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, most of humanity ended up becoming mindless zombies, and the factories and reservoirs that need human support to function naturally came to a halt. How long would the accumulated energy to produce electricity last? Bai Zeman did not know with certainty. However, he, like everyone else, was fully aware that it would definitely not be long. But with the construction plan in his hands, all that could be solved. Of course, things were not that easy. After calming down from his initial great excitement, Bai Zeman frowned as he saw that it would take 1/3 order soul stone as a core or 1000 second order soul stones to fill up some of the energy needed for the generator to work. 3rd order soul stone? Dream on. Bai Zeman hoped he wouldn't meet a 3rd order existence anytime soon, but even if he did, who could guarantee that he would obtain a soul stone in the hypothetical case that he emerged victorious? As for 1000 second class soul stones, Bai Zeman had only one of those. As for the remaining 999, only fate knew when he could have such a huge wealth like that when he didn't even have that many first order ones. But the matter of the soul stones was not the only problem. To build the generator also required some special materials that Bai Zeman had never heard of, let alone seen. It even needed the bones of a 3rd order beast. Apparently, as with the formula for the magic powder, the matter of the power generator could only be put aside temporarily. When she saw him snap back to his senses, Shang Guanbing Shui asked curiously, "What's wrong? Your expression went from happy to bitter in such a short time." She had been watching him silently, so she noticed clearly how he seemed to travel from heaven to hell with a single step. Therefore, she felt curious about the scroll in his hands. "Look for yourself." Bai Zeman passed the construction plan to her with a bitter look. After reading and analyzing the information, Shang Guanbing Shui went through exactly the same emotions that Bai Zeman experienced a few moments ago. She forced a bitter smile and shook her head. "It's a good thing, but we won't be able to use it for a while. We can only gather carbon and the like to use as energy during that time. I doubt the electricity will last more than a month or two from now on." Bai Zeman nodded, and just as he was about to say something, an idea occurred to him and his eyes lit up. He looked at Shang Guanbing Shui and asked in a stiff voice, "Hey! Don't you think that thing can also be used to move cars?" Shang Guanbing Shui's expression froze when she heard this, and for a moment she stood there, stunned and staring at him. After a moment, she smiled bitterly again and shook her head as she muttered, "Really? Now I understand what it's like to have a great treasure in your hands but not be able to use it. It feels like those movies where the main character possesses an incredibly powerful weapon but for some particular reason can't unleash its full power." Oil was a non-renewable energy, and it has been known for many years that it would one day run out. However, now that the distilleries had stopped working, the amount of fuel available was even more limited. Therefore, sooner rather than later, all petroleum-based means of transportation would cease to move forever. At that time, mankind would need other means of transportation or a new source of energy. Now, Bai Zeman and Shang Guanbing Shui had found a possible source of energy. Unfortunately, it could not yet be used. Fortunately, they still had time. With bittersweet feelings in his heart, Bai Zeman moved forward to search for the corpse of the 2nd order mutated spider. Chapter 318, Lilith worried about Bai Zeman's fast evolution. It was not easy to locate the body of the 2nd order mutated spider. The land was practically unrecognizable, with a large crater whose depth was difficult to describe in simple words but whose darkness seemed to have the capacity to attract the soul of anyone who tried to look inside. Was right where the blood trident containing the skill Crimson Blood Judgment hit. Craters of varying sizes but with depths of at least 10 meters could be seen everywhere around a kilometer from the impact. If the distant surroundings were like this, one could imagine how terrifying the depth at the center of the crater would be. Bai Zeman could only hope that the explosion had sent the body or what was left of the body of the 2nd order mutated spider flying, or otherwise he would have to jump into that hole that looked more like an abyss than a crater. They both searched for more than 10 minutes until after a great effort they finally found a burnt area with a slightly nauseating smell and some green marks. Although there was nothing left of the spider's body, at least they managed to find a 2nd order soul stone. Both, Bai Zeman and Shang Guanbing Shui, were ecstatic when they found the soul stone that had formed inside the mutated spider's body. This was a 2nd order soul stone. Until now, Bai Zeman only had one of those. The only one in his entire faction. Now only 998 more to go before we can fulfill one of the power generator's requirements. He joked. Shang Guanbing Shui actually felt like laughing at how bad his joke was, but fortunately, she managed to restrain herself and just looked at him with a completely speechless expression. I wonder where the treasures fell. He finally sighed as he looked around the surroundings. No matter where he looked, all he could see was destruction. Giant trees crushed beyond all recognition, thick branches shattered, large rocks flattened, small pools of lava that still burned under the constant harassment of the storm, scorched earth, and so on. Regardless of where he looked, he couldn't see any treasure orbs, skill scrolls, or old sheepskin scrolls. I'm sure there will definitely be a treasure. Shang Guanbing Shui also looked at the surroundings before saying with a bitter smile, but with that explosion, only God knows where the orbs and scrolls flew off to. Ha ha ha. Bai Zimin couldn't help but laugh as he saw the expression on Shang Guanbing Shui's face. Seeing how she looked at him puzzled, he noted, I must say, you really do look much more human now. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? She said as she folded her arms and looked at him seemingly offended. Bai Zimin quickly added, no, well. What I mean is that you look more accessible? Something like that. Although he thought her smiles were incredibly beautiful to appreciate, he didn't say it out loud. He didn't think there was any need for such a thing, and probably a beautiful woman like Shang Guanbing Shui had already received countless compliments like that in the past. Besides, Bai Zimin didn't want her to think he was flirting or anything similar, as that might put the good friendly relationship they had formed after more than a month of countless battles, hardships, and trust built after countless trials into a complicated situation. I was only joking. I understood what you meant. Shang Guanbing Shui relaxed and smiled bitterly, as you can understand now that you know about my past, it's not easy for a young woman like me to casually relax in front of others. Bai Zimin sighed in his heart and looked at her with a little pity. Her father threw her on the side of the road like a trash bag. Many people with political power somehow tried to use her. Men started to look at her with desire from a young age. One of her best friends suddenly fell in love with her and didn't understand when she told him that she was only looking for his friendship, etc. Having only her mother in her life, Shang Guanbing Shui's past had forced her to become who she was today. Not wishing to dwell on past issues that could only bring pain, Bai Zimin quickly thought of something and calmly said, by the way, I don't know about you, but I don't plan to leave behind valuable treasures. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him gratefully as she naturally understood what he wanted to do. She pointed out, well, I don't have any intention of leaving anything here as well. Since that's so, how about you search on the right rise and I'll go on the left? Bai Zimin proposed after deep contemplation. Hearing this, Shang Guanbing Shui stared at him with deep eyes and said nothing for a long time. What's wrong? He asked dumbfounded. Had he said something wrong? Why was she looking at him like that? Bai Zimin was really at a loss about this. She finally sighed and said in a soft voice, how about you look left and I'll go right? After saying that, she stared at him to see his reaction and, just as she expected, Bai Zimin's expression changed slightly. In the end, Shang Guanbing Shui did not give him time to say anything and silently walked to the left. Bai Zimin stared at her slender back until she disappeared further into the darkness. For a moment he thought he saw a faint smile on her face, but then shook his head as he rushed to the left. Countless raindrops fell on his face and on his body, covered by his rank 2 armor, drenching him completely wet. I bet I look like a wet rat right now. He muttered to himself as he imagined what he would look like with his hair stuck to his head and completely flattened. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a couple of seconds, Bai Zimin arrived in the vicinity of the ground on which the 3 second-order beasts were fighting just before he launched Crimson Blood Judgment 500 meters away and destroyed everything in its path. Because the area of effect of the shockwave and the fire sphere had destroyed everything, this area was also completely unrecognizable. If not for the unstable mana and the slight traces of active skills remaining in the atmosphere, Bai Zeman might not have recognized the area even if he wanted to. However, when he arrived there, encountered a scene he never expected to see even in his wildest dreams. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse under his breath as he walked towards the place more on the edge of the destruction. The area where whatever it was that the white tiger and the giant ape were fighting over was located, and what probably also attracted the attention of the second-order mutated spider. Of course, whatever it was that was there had already been completely destroyed and not even a trace of its existence remained. However, that didn't mean that there wasn't anything in it. What the hell is this thing? Bai Zeman was dumbfounded as he looked at the material in front of him. Because in the past this area was covered by earth, this object was not visible from the outside. However, now that the area had been swept from left to right by the aftermath of Bai Zeman's attack, the earth had been destroyed and a large crater big enough to reveal what was previously hidden had been formed. Swoosh! An unnatural breeze hit Bai Zeman's face, but just as his expression turned serious and he was about to launch his attack, that unmistakable scent of sweet, fresh roses flooded his senses all at once and his body automatically relaxed as if by reflex. Hey, Lilith! Do you know what this is? He asked curiously as he looked at the strange material in front of him. Even though he already had a rough idea, Bai Zeman didn't dare to casually touch something he wasn't sure about. Who knows if a powerful monster would actually come out of there, or worse yet, maybe he would end up activating something like a natural bomb strong enough to blow his little body into a million pieces. Better safe than sorry. Fortunately for him, next to him was an extremely powerful being who, despite being young, had a lot of knowledge about the universe and the earth in general. If it were someone else, perhaps that person could only take the risk. However, even after several seconds of waiting, the seductive and sweet voice of the one and only existence he trusted with all his heart and was willing to put his hands in the fire for, did not come. Lilith. Bai Zeman turned his face to look at the woman standing next to him and looked at her with a hint of doubt as he saw the look in her eyes. Lilith was standing 2 meters away. Her ruby-colored eyes were fixed on him, but the look in them was extremely complicated. There was surprise, doubt, uncertainty, and many other emotions that alone had the capacity to make one's heart tremble, not to mention now that they were joined. However, the most notable emotion would be the worry that practically seemed to overflow from her eyes. Her always sharp eyebrows had curved slightly and the normally playful shape of her eyes was slightly decayed, just like a crescent moon, but completely opposite from that crescent moon that automatically formed when a person was very happy. You. Lilith looked at him and seemed to want to say something but hesitated. After a moment, she finally could only utter a few words, "You are growing up too fast." Bai Zeman looked at her for a few seconds and blinked as a bitter smile formed on his face. "Don't even tell me. Look, even the soul record in Earth had to devise countermeasures for me." After those words, he stretched one of his hands forward and with his gaze urged Lilith to take it. Lilith looked at his hand for a second before extending her delicate arm forward and letting Bai Zeman take her small hand gently. Immediately after, she could see the records engraved in his soul that he allowed. What Bai Zeman showed her was his newly acquired title. Irregular. She mumbled softly and her gentle voice was like a tender whisper amidst the crackling of lightning and the dripping sound of rain falling from the clouds. Lilith looked at him with extremely complicated eyes to the point where Bai Zeman couldn't understand and said with mixed feelings, "Really? You are an irregularity." Bai Zeman did not understand why she was acting like this. Although his title was indeed shocking, wasn't it a good thing to some extent? After all, the more irregular he was, then the more the odds of him being able to help Lilith in whatever it was she needed from him. "Lilith. Is something wrong?" he asked, this time genuinely disturbed. Even though there were no existences on the current Earth capable of threatening the safety of the woman in front of him, the complicated look in that beautiful pair of ruby eyes exposed just how heavy her heart felt. With her being the only one who was there for him at all times and her being someone he owed so much to, how could Bai Zeman not care? Even if his heart were made of stone, such a thing would not be possible unless he was truly emotionless. Lilith smiled bitterly and while looking him in the eyes, replied in a low voice, "You are growing so fast, that slowly all my knowledge will start to become useless to you. Everything is getting out of hand faster than it originally should." Chapter 319, Lilith from the Future? That's not true. Bai Zimin shook his head and said firmly, "Look, just now didn't I need your help in identifying whether this thing in front of us is benign or malignant? This is just one of the countless future cases in which I will need your guidance. Without you, I would probably have died by now in some unknown corner without alarming anyone and without raising waves." Lilith looked at him with complicated eyes and shook her head as she said, "You don't understand. It's not that simple." "Then what's the problem?" Bai Zimin looked at her and took a step forward. "Lilith, I really want to help you. Even though my strength is still lacking and I can't do much for you, I'd at least like to be a person with whom you can vent your grievances, someone whom you can maybe ask for an advice or two." Even though Lilith's life was more extensive than the years lived by Bai Zimin and probably had not only much more knowledge about the universe than him but must also have more knowledge about life itself, she was after all a considerably young person, since even though Bai Zimin did not know her exact age, she was not yet even 100 years old. For someone so young, many times the advice or opinions of other trustworthy people could be of great help in freeing oneself from bonds that were actually not as powerful as one initially assumed. Bai Zimin hoped that he could ease Lilith's worries even if it was just a small notch. It was the least he could do for her and, unfortunately, it was also the most the current him could do. "You don't understand." Lilith shook her head and a nostalgic but with a hint of unfamiliarity expression flickered across her face as she looked at him. "You diverted too much. My arrival on day one when the soul record reached this world might have been too rushed. Even though it's undoubtedly good that your strength is increasing so quickly, I don't like it when things get too out of my hands." Bai Zimin looked at her silently, trying to process what he had just heard. As the only two living beings in this clearing of land completely overwhelmed by the destruction of an off-scale attack looked at each other, the rain continued to fall like a seemingly unstoppable and inexhaustible waterfall. Thunder roared beyond the clouds and roared across the skies, illuminating the world with powerful flashes of blue and violet light for tiny flickers, shining on the handsome man's face and the beautiful woman's face for mere seconds before fading again and leaving the world in total darkness as it was before. "Lilith." Bai Zimin finally broke the silence. She looked up at him, and when she noticed that particularly serious look on his no longer so normal face, her blood-red lips curved imperceptibly upward as she waited for his next words. After taking a deep breath, Bai Zimin's deep black eyes filled with resolve and he finally asked a question that had been bothering him. You ever met me in the past?" A look of "that's how it is" shone in Lilith's eyes as she nodded slightly to herself. She looked at Bai Zimin with a faint smile that intermixed with her still lingering worried look gave form to an extremely complicated expression and said in a clear voice, "No." Bang! A flash of lightning illuminated the area, followed immediately after by a mighty thunder that shook the earth. As the natural light illuminated her face, Lilith's expression remained unchanged. Although it was impossible to know whether she was lying to him or not, Bai Zimin for some reason felt that what she was saying was true. But that strange feeling simply made him feel even weirder inside. "No?" As he looked at her in a daze, thousands of questions and doubts filled his mind. Just then, however, Lilith continued. "But I do know someone named Bai Zimin from a long time ago." The complicated expression on her face became even worse after saying this. Her slight smile turned into a slightly bitter one before it returned to normal and she asked, "Why? You think I came from the future?" Bai Zimin jumped in surprise upon hearing the question she had just asked him. In fact, that was exactly what he was thinking. After all, every detail presented so far on Lilith was too strange and her words implied too much, therefore, he came to that conclusion naturally. In the end, little did he expect that Lilith's answer would end up making him even more confused than he already was. What did she mean by she knew Bai Zimin a long time ago but didn't know him? With his mind in a mess, he awkwardly asked, "This Bai Zimin? Is he someone with my name? Even though somehow the answer was already there, he still asked. And Lilith's answer only confused him even more. The Bai Zeman that I have known for a long time in a way is also you, but at the same time, you both are two completely different existences. You both look alike but at the same time, you are nothing alike. I knew that you existed somewhere, but I didn't know you. The first time I and you actually met was on day 1 when the earth changed after the intervention of the soul record. You. Just, who are you? Bai Zeman looked at her in a daze and with a blank mind unconsciously blurted out that question. Didn't I tell you already? Lilith suddenly smiled sweetly and said as if it was obvious, I am called Lilith, a 6th order existence belonging to the faction led by the 8th order existence called Lucifer, the demonic army. I am also a holder of 2 firmament fragments and my current race could be considered a succubus among the demon faction. Bai Zeman sighed when he heard this and slowly closed his eyes, allowing the pristine water to hit his face uncontrollably. It was too obvious to him that she would no longer say anything regardless of how much he inquired, and he did not wish to inconvenience her any further either. However, it was not as if he had gotten nothing out of this conversation. At least he managed to learn that Lilith had known about his existence for a long time but that they definitely did not know each other before she appeared in front of him when the apocalypse broke out. This completely left out the theory of her coming from the future, but while it cleared up one doubt, it left much more hanging. Besides, another thing he managed to silently pick up on was that, perhaps, Lilith's race was not always a succubus. They were small details, almost useless, and if one didn't pay attention to them they could easily be overlooked. But since Bai Zeman really appreciated Lilith a lot and really wanted to help her in any way possible, those small details could not slip through his fingers and get lost. Seeing him open his eyes once again and noticing how his mind finally stabilized, Lilith encouraged him a little by saying, "You don't need to overthink it. At your current growth rate, it won't take much more than a couple of years for you to know the answers to most of the questions you have today." Bai Zeman chuckled and said in a joking tone, "I will probably have more doubts by that time than I do today though. As for whether I get answers to those questions by then, only destiny will tell." Lilith shrugged with a smile. Although the conversation she had with Bai Zeman was not relaxing and the topic they discussed was extremely serious and important, most of her worries were also swept away. While Lilith did not know what was going to happen tomorrow, in the past she at least had a rough idea of the course things might take. However, the young man in front of her was an anomaly beyond what she originally estimated, and every possible scenario was being destroyed one after another. But even if that was so, even if she didn't particularly like nor was she a fan of not having some control over what was or was about to happen around her, at least she knew she didn't have to worry so much about the young man in front of her. The faster Bai Zeman grew up, the faster she could finish her reason for coming to this place. Besides, to begin with, the faster he grew up, the less chance there would be of disasters that no one wanted to see. Therefore, her only latent concern was one. Just remember not to underestimate your enemies, she advised gently. In the future, you will definitely meet countless existences that pretend to be weak but in reality hide terrific power. Not only humans, but there are also many races in the universe that are extremely treacherous. Bai Zeman gave a thumbs up and assured her, "You don't need to tell it to me. I've already been bitten once, I definitely won't easily trust others, let alone underestimate someone." No one capable of advancing through the ranks of evolution was simple. Even the weakest were monsters who had slaughtered countless lives and forged their own paths with the bones of their enemies while bathing in the blood of the slain. Someone who had managed to survive for an unknown amount of time until he encountered them definitely could not be someone simple. Because to get there, that existence would definitely have to undergo countless tribulations just like Bai Zeman himself. Only an extremely arrogant idiot would ignore such beings and underestimate them. Bai Zeman had read dozens of stories in which powerful characters were stupidly killed for overconfidence in themselves. As long as you're firmly clear on that, then it's fine. Lilith sighed and shook her head before changing the conversation. By the way, what were you going to ask me earlier? Was it about this mental one? Ah. Right. Bai Zimin quickly recalled the matter in question and turned his gaze to the ground in front of him. Buried in the center of a crater, there was a pile of an amethyst-colored object that under the glare of lightning glowed with a faint metallic light. The pile was enough to forge several pieces of equipment and each metal fragment was the size of a grown man's fist. However, the problem was that this object that seemed to be an unknown metal never seen on Earth before also had small blue flashes flickering on the surface occasionally. This was the main reason why Bai Zimin did not dare to carelessly touch it earlier. Lilith stretched a hand forward and with exquisite control over her own mana made a fragment float towards her. Bai Zimin looked at her with glittering eyes in anticipation awaiting her verdict. If that metal was good and Lilith gave him the green light, then he could forge better equipment when he had free time. This is a slightly rare rank 2 metal. Lilith analyzed as she casually touched the metal. She looked at him with a playful smile and joked, "Don't worry, it won't explode or anything." Bai Zimin took the metal fragment from her hand and snorted, "Just to show you how cautious I am. I don't even underestimate metals." He. As Lilith's beautiful giggle rang around him like delicate silver bells, the information and details about the metal fragment flashed in Bai Zimin's retina. However, even before reading the information about the object, he couldn't help but be amazed by the weight. Lapiodite, an extremely strong and heavy rank 2 metal. It needs a flame with a power comparable to a second-order skill to melt it. The weight of this metal depends on the gravity of the world in which it is born and multiplies it x2 each piece used. It possesses electrical properties and is especially good for forging magical gear. Chapter 320, Some Things Cannot Be Avoided. This was the first time Bai Zimin had encountered a mineral that was not naturally native to Earth. Well, at least it was not naturally native before mana changed everything. After all, it was undeniable that this forging material had appeared in his world. As Bai Zimin rotated the metal fragment that looked like an oversized tennis ball and observed it carefully, he could feel the flashes of electric energy that constantly flickered on the surface of the metal travel through his hand. He could feel even how the electrical property of the metal in his hands came into mild conflict with the electricity naturally generated by his own body. "It feels like someone is trying to tickle me," Bai Zimin pointed out as he casually threw the metal ball into the crater where it had been before. Bang! A small cloud of dust rose up, and seeing this, Bai Zimin sighed. Because the leather bag he had tied around his waist was a leather bag made from the hide of a normal pre-apocalypse animal that he casually took from a store, it was naturally impossible for something of such quality to hold not only the weight of all the metal called lapiodite but it also had to be tough and good enough to withstand the endless amount of electric energy that constantly flickered on the metal. "But I wonder why this thing was here." Bai Zimin put a hand to his chin and rubbed gently as he thought aloud, was this what attracted those second-order beasts? No, it wasn't the metal itself. Lilith next to him shook her head and replied, "These types of ores that grow underground have a high probability of causing a normal plant to mutate thanks to the electric energy it contains, turning the plant into an electric-type plant that when consumed grants the consumer some resistance to lightning-type elemental attacks." Bai Zimin looked at her and was speechless. His heart began to bleed when he realized that he himself ended up completely crushing such a good natural treasure. "Just give up, what's done is done and can't be undone." Lilith shrugged and then pointed out, "As long as you come across an elemental mutated plant that grants some resistance against some element, remember that it is very possible that underneath or nearby there is a metal or some other valuable gem. There's no point in lamenting over spilled milk." He exhaled the heavy air in his lungs and lightened his mood. While he did end up losing a valuable natural treasure, at least he ended up learning something valuable in return. Besides, it wasn't as if he didn't get anything either since he at least obtained quite a few lapiodite fragments, this alone was good enough. Aside from this, Bai Zimin knew that it was not good to be greedy since that greed could be one of the reasons for his downfall someday. If he hadn't launched Crimson Blood Judgment he definitely wouldn't have been able to fight against those second-order beasts. Bai Zimin was not arrogant enough to think that at his previous level he would have the strength to fight 3 second-order beings face to face. It could be said that the lightning elemental plant was sacrificed in exchange for some second-order materials, a poison-type second-order soul stone, various treasures, a huge amount of soul power, and more. No matter how one looked at it, the gains outweighed the loss countless times. Since he did not have the strength to obtain everything without losing anything along the way, then he naturally had to be willing to suffer certain losses. It was just a matter of trying to lose as little as possible, and the less important what was left behind, the better. After clearing his mood, Bai Zimin began to search the surroundings carefully. He basically left no hole unexplored and no healthy rock unturned. He searched through the broken branches and shattered tree fragments carefully in search of some treasure left behind by the second-order mutated spider, and after about 10 minutes he finally managed to find something. It was a skill scroll. Suffocating Toxin, First Order Active Skill, Level 3, needs to consume 20 mana points to activate. The user must have a magic stat higher than 60 points to use. When activating this skill, the user releases a toxin that is colorless and odorless to most humans. After being affected by the toxin, those involved will fall unconscious and lose the ability to move for 2 hours. The power of the effect depends on the difference in the magic stat of the user and the enemy. It has a cooldown of 8 hours. This skill is good to capture enemies alive. Bai Zimin silently reasoned and without saying a single word put the greenish scroll away in his bag. He didn't even need to think about it a second time. The owner of this skill was sealed in stone from the moment it appeared. Boom! Just as Bai Zimin finished storing the skill scroll in his bag, a distant explosion broke out amidst the loud noise of the storm that was lashing probably the entire district, and maybe even all of Beijing reached his ears. His face changed immediately, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the source of the sound. Straight to the left of the forest. His body turned into a shadow, and taking advantage of the light of a momentary flash of lightning, Bai Zimin activated Shadow Blink and blinked right into the shadow of a huge shattered tree 50 meters ahead. Then, he continued running at full speed. Swoosh! Lilith's body swooshed gently, and in the next instant, she seemed to have melted into thin air as there was no trace of her anywhere. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About 2 or 3 kilometers away from where Bai Zimin was conducting his search, Shang Guanbing Shui was also doing exactly the same. As she held her frozen winter sword with her right hand firmly gripping the hilt while cautiously and carefully looking at her surroundings, Shang Guanbing Shui sighed in her heart. Her armor was soaked, the light clothing she wore below it had also gotten wet as raindrops seeped through tiny slits around her neck and the joints of her limbs. Her hair was soaked, and when a strong breeze of icy wind hit it would be stuck to her face, making her very uncomfortable, etc. Water had even slipped inside her combat boots. I really should have stayed in bed instead of coming to this dark forest packed with monsters and disgusting insects. She mumbled to herself as she used her blue eyes to scan the surroundings for any treasure orbs, skill scrolls, or antique sheepskin scrolls. However, even though she knew that right now she might as well be enjoying a queen-sized bed with silk sheets and luxurious comfort inside a safe and warm mansion instead of being in this situation, she was actually aware deep in her heart that if time were to turn back and she was given the option to choose an option knowing where her decision would lead, Shang Guanbing Shui would undoubtedly choose to come back here. Because regardless of how cold her body was, regardless of how cold the frozen drops of water that fell relentlessly on her head felt, and regardless of how dangerous the area she found herself in amidst seemingly endless darkness, this night was one that she valued now and would probably value greatly for the rest of her life. Her pink lips slightly pale from the cold curved upward slightly as her mind drifted to everything that had happened in her life in the short span of 3 or 4 hours. Friends, she muttered as if satisfied with something. To many, a friend might not be a big deal. For many it was just a matter of going out to the corner, striking up a friendly conversation with a stranger, and maybe that very day they could have a new friendship. However, for Shang Guanbing Shui, friendship was a very difficult concept to obtain. Over the years, the word friendship had gradually lost its value and friends were no longer as valuable as they once were. How many of those who claimed to be our friends were really our friends? How many of them would really be willing to risk their lives for us? And what about you? Would you be willing to risk your own safety for those you assume are your friends? These were questions Shang Guanbing Shui always asked herself when it came to making a friendship, because she was willing to risk her life for those who managed to find a place in her frozen heart in the coldness of the world in which she grew up. Today, in the middle of a cold and stormy night, she made a friend. Her third real friend. Number 3 in almost 24 years of life. For many this might be an extremely small number, but for her, it was an extremely important number. Shang Guanbing Shui had a few other people who were somehow close to her, such as Gao Min, Li Na, etc. However, considering someone an acquaintance was completely different from considering them a friend. And she was completely sure that those 3 friends of hers would definitely be willing to risk their lives for her safety. She might have only 3 friends, but those 3 were priceless and countless times more valuable than those who had dozens of friends but in reality were all fake. At least, this was the way Shang Guanbing Shui liked to think. A month ago we were like a pair of dogs and cats who barely got along for the sake of coexistence. Who would have thought? Shang Guanbing Shui chuckled at such thoughts. However, after a deeper thought, she felt that it was actually not so weird for her and him to get close so quickly and strike up a very good friendly relationship in such a short time. Remembering the cold and indifferent look Bai Zimin gave her the first time the 2 of them exchanged glances, only now she realized that somehow the 2 of them were so much alike that it was natural to end up getting closer automatically. That cold and indifferent look that seemed to contain no emotions, in reality, hid a deep hurt and distrust that had been born as a consequence of being betrayed by the one they least expected and when they least expected it. Moreover, Bai Zimin never looked at her with lust, desire, affection, love, or any similar emotion. In fact, the only thing he had focused on from the beginning was to become more powerful as quickly as possible while carrying the lives of thousands on his shoulders as he slowly but surely forged a safe path south to search for his family. The number of zombies and beasts that had been slaughtered in order to open that path easily reached over 10 million at present. This was a number that even the current Bai Zimin could not face on his own as he would sooner or later die of exhaustion. And this was just the number in a straight line to the south. One could imagine how large was the actual number of zombies they had killed so far. But it was precisely this dedication to his cherished ones and those he loved that also gradually attracted the attention of a cold woman like Shang Guanbing Shui. Because at the end of the day, she too was more than willing to do everything possible to find her mother, dead or alive. In the end, Shang Guanbing Shui watched Bai Zimin in silence for a long time until a day ago she finally decided to put a test on him to see if he was really the man she believed him to be or just a fake like many she had met in her life. Luckily and to her delight, Bai Zimin turned out to be the kind of man she really expected him to be, and he did not disappoint her. On the contrary, he turned out to be even more excellent than she estimated. While Shang Guanbing Shui was thinking that Wu Yujun really found a good man, she suddenly felt a chillingly powerful aura hovering over her. Her delicate body froze for a moment and her grip on her frozen winter sword tightened unconsciously only to relax in the next second. Bai Zimin, apparently, fate wishes for this to be my battle after all. Shang Guanbing Shui whispered amidst a loud thunder as she thought about the reason why Bai Zimin sent her away from the right side of the forest's depths. She narrowed her eyes and her expression turned completely cold as her 2 eyes glittered like 2 precious sapphires in the midst of the darkness. Just a couple of 100 meters ahead, where some trees were still standing, a giant figure slowly approached with heavy steps. Chapter 321, Shang Guanbing Shui vs Second Order Giant Ape. Standing 8 meters tall, every step the beast took forward the ground quaked slightly and a clear imprint of its huge feet was firmly stamped on the muddy earth. Its formerly lustrous reddish fur was completely scorched and most of it had been turned into ashes exposing red-hot flesh with countless burns of varying degrees. With an extremely ferocious expression capable of making anyone shudder in fear and freeze on the spot, the giant ape looked at Shangguan Bingshui as if she were the culprit behind the extermination of its entire race. Shangguan Bingshui looked at the giant ape with an ice-cold expression on her beautiful face, completely ignoring the disturbance of the wind and rain that blocked her vision considerably. Not only had the beast suffered terrifying burns that had rendered it practically unrecognizable, but it had also lost a limb. The second-order giant ape's left arm had disappeared from the elbow down, and judging by how the burnt flesh sealed the wound, it was very plausible that either the ape had done it to itself to stop the bleeding or that the Crimson Blood Judgment attack had somehow ended up helping the beast. Furthermore, Shangguan Bingshui also noticed that the steps the giant ape was taking were not as steady as when it was fervently fighting against the white tiger and the mutated spider. As a level 40 soul evolver who in the past already was very intelligent in her own right, Shangguan Bingshui quickly analyzed the situation she was in and the situation the beast in front of her might be in. Because the current her was aware that defeating this second-order beast that was probably as strong or even stronger than the white tiger would not be a simple task. After all, regardless of how talented and monstrous Shangguan Bingshui was, she was still a first-order existence. Unfortunately, she was not Bai Zimin in this case. With lightning speed, Shangguan Bingshui's mind drew the conclusions with the most sense and then began to devise a battle plan. Roar! The giant second-order ape roared as it used its two red-veined swollen eyes to stare at the prey before it. Bang! With a stomp, the beast made use of the momentum generated by its powerful legs to launch itself forward at a terrifyingly fast speed. In just an instant, the distance between the monster and Shangguan Bingshui was closed. The 2-meter fist was reflected in Shangguan Bingshui's pupils as it zoomed forward. The difference between the 8 meters tall giant ape and Shangguan Bingshui's 1.67 meters created such a grotesque contrast that anyone watching this scene would probably scream before fainting in fear while imagining how the beautiful woman's blood would stain the ground in the next instant. However, such a scene naturally did not happen. Bang! The giant fist of the second-order ape struck the head of Shangguan Bingshui and then continued downwards before finally hitting the ground. A crater 10 meters in diameter appeared in the place where there was scorched but firm earth before. The body of Shangguan Bingshui exploded into a pile of tiny flickering lightning snakes that illuminated the vicinity for a few moments before disappearing into midair as if nothing. The beast's eyes that were red not only from anger but also from the high temperatures of the flames that burned its body and from which it barely escaped widened slightly. The creature seemed surprised by what was happening, but its intelligence was not developed enough to allow it to understand the situation. Swoosh! The giant ape quickly turned its body when it felt the fluctuation of mana behind it, but was already too late. In the next instant, an arrow of ice shot out from the top of its shoulder. A bloody wound approximately 50 centimeters long and 5 centimeters deep appeared just above the ape's right shoulder. 20 meters away, Shangguan Bingshui looked at the wound, practically insignificant compared to the beast's overall size, but her expression remained as cold as ice and her eyes filled with an unwavering battle will. On her slender but curvaceous body, tiny blue flashes flickered steadily around her deep blue armor. This was the first time Shangguan Bingshui activated her recently acquired second-order level 5 lightning movement skill and was naturally surprised by the terrifying boost her movement speed received. At this moment, Shangguan Bingshui had activated 2 skills. One of them was naturally lightning movement. The other was another movement skill, one that she had had for several weeks now, and the skill that allowed her to prevent the second-order archaic bear from escaping back then when Bai Zimin momentarily stalled due to exhaustion. The name of the skill was Frozen Slide, and it increased her agility by 30 points when she moved on ice. Usually, Shangguan Bingshui did not use it because the skill needed her to consume too much mana to make ice platforms. However, with a storm as large as this one, Shangguan Bingshui's mana consumption was practically negligible. Frost rebuff. Her cold voice rang out amidst the lightning, and the frozen winter sword in her right hand shivered for a moment before a faint azure glow appeared on the blade of the weapon. Raindrops falling on the sword or nearby froze into small ice cubes before falling onto the ground with light tinkles at the same time as a light mist of frost was released from the blade of the sword. Frost rebuff. First Order Active Skill, Level 5, increases the speed of your slashes and the strength behind your attacks depending on the amount of mana and magic of the user. Wounds inflicted during the active effect of Frost Rebuff cannot be regenerated. The effect works against creatures up to 50 levels above the user and can be applied on sharp weapons. It consumes 60 mana points to activate for 20 minutes and has a cooldown time of 2 hours. Roar! The giant ape roared again and completely ignored the wound that had been inflicted on it. In fact, the beast did not even feel Shang Guanbing Shui's cut, as the amount of pain and damage was negligible compared to what the ape experienced after receiving the heavy after effects of Bai Zemin's Crimson Blood Judgment attack. After roaring, the beast charged forward again like a cannonball. In its enraged eyes, there was only one image, the woman before it. It only wanted to vent the anger it felt, and the beast could still remember how the soul power of the human before its eyes was very close to the user whose soul power caused all its pain. Shang Guanbing Shui hastily backed away and waved her sword backward while silently activating the rune of her Ice Maker skill. Swoosh! 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 Over 20 ice swords formed from the storm and then flew at full speed towards the giant ape. The beast simply shook its right fist fiercely and a powerful air bullet shot forward to meet the incoming attack. Bang! 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 Half of the ice swords were crushed with ease and only about 10 of them managed to continue forward, striking the beast's chest and abdomen mercilessly. Having lost the protection of its fur and with its skin and flesh exposed, it was naturally impossible for the giant ape not to feel pain when struck by such sharp ice objects. However, even though the beast roared in pain, its steps did not falter and it continued to chase. Shang Guanbing Shui created several ice weapons at the same time as she used her frozen winter sword to apply part of the frost rebuff effect on her creations formed from her Ice Maker skill. As the giant ape chased after her, she managed to inflict several hundred wounds that slowly began to bleed, and that blood began to be washed away by the rainwater before more blood came out. However, the wounds were too small. The giant ape was a monster over 8 meters tall. If Shang Guanbing Shui wanted to defeat it, she would need a lot of work, and it was highly likely that her mana would be drained early at the same time as her skills would go into cooldown time. If my Ice Maker skill were second order! Shang Guanbing Shui lamented in her heart as she agilely made perfect use of her martial arts knowledge to gracefully dodge the enraged ape's explosive attacks. But thinking about the last remaining requirement to complete to evolve her main skill, Shang Guanbing Shui became even more resolved that she definitely had to defeat the creature before her. After chasing for almost a full minute, Shang Guanbing Shui realized that in a few seconds she would be overtaken, as her agility was still far below that of the second-order giant ape. She hurriedly pointed to the ground behind her and the bracelet on her wrist momentarily glowed. Swoosh! A 2-meter earth spike flew out of the ground aiming for the giant ape's heart, but the beast didn't seem to notice as it simply continued to advance. Bang! The magical earth spike struck the monster's chest, but for the first time, the attached skill that possessed enough power to pierce a small armored vehicle failed to damage its target. Even so, Shang Guanbing Shui's objective was partially met, as the giant ape was forced to retreat 2 steps back and pause for a moment before continuing to chase. This gave her the opportunity to increase the distance between the two. Gradually, the giant ape began to feel exhausted. Not only had it been severely injured before the battle started, but it had also previously been fighting 2 second-order beings like it. In addition, Shang Guanbing Shui had been using her Ice Maker skill to attack from afar with ice spears, ice swords, ice blades, ice pikes, and so on. With her Ice Maker skill and frost rebuff in perfect sync under Shang Guanbing Shui's exquisite control, the giant ape's body was now riddled with wounds that could not be regenerated while the frost rebuff skill was in effect. After the constant loss of blood, the giant ape finally felt its footsteps waver and almost fell to the ground as the fierce look in its eyes stagnated for a second. Shang Guanbing Shui's eyes lit up with a fearful flash of bone-chilling light as she noted that the opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Swoosh! Shang Guanbing Shui turned her body with surprising agility, and the flashes of lightning that flickered on her body traveled towards her legs, automatically boosting her movement speed to the maximum possible as small sparkles of ice glittered under her combat boots. The partially exhausted ape hurriedly looked up, but even though its brain and beast instincts urged it to move, it still needed a moment more before it could take a step. However, the beast did not resign itself and raised its fist high before punching forward with all its might. The air split under the immense atmospheric pressure and a small cut appeared on Shang Guanbing Shui's beautiful face. Although the attack had not yet reached her, the resulting wind alone was enough to break through her natural defenses. She didn't even want to imagine what would happen if that giant fist descended on her small body. If it were anyone else, regardless of gender, they would very probably be terrified at the sight of the imminent death just a few meters ahead of them. However, Shang Guanbing Shui was not only ruthless against her enemies, she was also a woman who was ruthless to herself. That was the reason why she managed to reach the position she was currently in despite all the setbacks she suffered throughout her life. Just as her head was about to explode into a bloody mess, her sky-colored eyes shone brightly like two beautiful lights in the middle of the darkness of the night. Chapter 322, End of the Battle. As Shang Guanbing Shui's eyes gleamed unnaturally with a light that obviously did not belong to a human, a strange aura was released from her body and focused mainly on her gaze. When the second-order giant ape's exhausted but enraged gaze met her blue eyes, its eyes momentarily lost their shine and its movements stalled in mid-motion. Shang Guanbing Shui sighed in relief in her heart, but her movements did not even falter for 1/1000th of a second, because when she noted that the ape's fist stopped just over half a meter away from her head, she jumped high into the sky and turned her body swiftly. Her feet gently touched the top of the ape's fist, and with explosive speed, she launched herself upward using the length of the beast's arm to reach the summit in just 1 second. It was just after that second that the eyes of the giant second-order ape regained their light and it emerged from the enchanted effect of Shang Guanbing Shui's second-order charming eye skill. However, by then it was already too late. Shang Guanbing Shui raised her frozen winter sword high and focused the full power of her frozen rebuff skill on the blade. Then, she slashed downward at lightning speed. Slash! The ape's red eyes flinched slightly and Shang Guanbing Shui's blue eyes flashed coldly as she leapt backward in a hurry, stopping just over 20 meters away from the giant ape as she looked into its eyes with an icy expression. A thin red line appeared on the top of the giant ape's right arm, just above the shoulder. Slowly, the thin red line grew larger and larger until it finally reached the lower part of the shoulder, just below the beast's armpit, and that's when the unthinkable happened. Splash! A huge spurt of blood spurted everywhere and the giant ape's right arm fell heavily to the ground, causing a considerably large explosion. Roar! The beast roared skyward with its eyes wide open as it swung its upper body to the left and to the right, trying to use its left arm to cover the fatal wound that had just been inflicted on it. Unfortunately, its left arm had long since been sent flying by Bai Zemin's earlier attack. As hot red blood flew everywhere from inside the giant ape's body, Shang Guanbing Shui pointed forward with her sword and leaned slightly to the front, preparing for a new attack. If it were in normal times, she would undoubtedly not have enough strength to inflict a wound of such magnitude on a high-level second-order monster like the one before her. However, all the conditions she needed to accomplish such a thing had come together in the same place with perfection. A strong storm, strong winds that caused the temperature to drop. This made Shang Guanbing Shui's elemental ice-like attacks at least 3 times stronger than normal, and at the same time the mana consumption was reduced by 70%. The giant ape had been severely injured and weakened by the monstrous attack launched by Bai Zemin previously, which not only caused the beast's speed and power to decline terribly but also caused its attacks to be messy and easy to predict. Thanks to this, Shang Guanbing Shui was able to continue fighting with her long-term fighting style. Everything had worked out perfectly, as if fate itself had willed it. As if the universe had placed all the necessary conditions in front of her waiting for her to reap the benefits. Just at that moment, a lazy voice reached Shang Guanbing Shui's eardrums. And here I was, thinking that you might be in trouble. She was not surprised at all, and a faint smile automatically formed on her face as she calmly replied without looking back, "As you can see, I am still quite strong. And the parts I am still lacking in, I can complement them by using my intelligence." This person who had just arrived was naturally Bai Zimin, who only took a few seconds to reach the scene after the giant ape's arm fell to the ground and its roar spread far and wide amidst the thunder and lightning. With his top speed now exceeding 700 km per hour after absorbing a large amount of soul power, a few kilometers meant nothing to him. Of course, as his movement speed increased, so did his stamina consumption, which meant that the time he could run at such a speed was only about 18 minutes at most. Seeing that Bai Zimin said nothing, Shang Guanbing Shui began to slowly approach toward the giant ape as she said calmly, "You tried to get me away from the place where this beast might be, didn't you?" Yet, Bai Zimin didn't hide it. There was no point in doing so, since he was aware that she had realized his intention when he asked her to explore the left of the forest while he explored the right. Since the battlefield of the 3 second-order beasts had been the right side, Bai Zimin naturally estimated that the giant ape should still be around that area. Therefore, to prevent Shang Guanbing Shui from suffering unforeseen injuries, he sent her to the left. Being as smart as she was, Shang Guanbing Shui naturally realized it back then. However, she said nothing and did not reject his goodwill. Although she was not comfortable with being treated like a weak lady, she also could not deny that she silently appreciated the care with which he treated her. Unfortunately or not, not everything goes as one would expect in most cases, and this case was no exception. Not only was the giant ape not on the right side in the depths of the forest, but it had also managed to silently move away and sneak in through the left side, taking Shang Guanbing Shui by surprise. "I will kill it myself. I need to do it to evolve my skill," she declared before dashing forward in a whirlwind of icy wind. Shang Guanbing Shui was moving very fast, but in the eyes of Bai Zimin, whose agility had already surpassed 700 points, was no big deal. Therefore, he could see her movements and those of the exhausted giant ape clearly. The giant ape roared once again. Only this time its roar was not only of anger but also of pain and a tinge of fear. It was just that the thought of fleeing never crossed the beast's mind, as it instead raised its foot high and then kicked towards Shang Guanbing Shui fiercely. Shang Guanbing Shui snorted and gently kicked a huge puddle of water under her feet. Swoosh! The water froze, and then a huge ice block over 20 meters high lifted her high into the sky in a heartbeat. Bang! The ice block was crushed like nothing when the second-order ape's kick connected. Shang Guanbing Shui began to plummet from the sky, but she did not panic at all. On the contrary, she took the power of the Earth's gravity to her advantage and slashed downward. Just then, however, the giant ape opened its mouth wide and Shang Guanbing Shui had a bad feeling. She rescinded her attack and hurriedly shouted in a delicate voice, "Ice shield!" The endless raindrops began to freeze at speeds that even Bai Zimin couldn't follow with his eyes, and in just a blink of an eye, they merged together to form a thick round shield whose diameter easily exceeded 10 meters. The giant ape roared and a 3-meter fireball flew out from its mouth like a cannonball. Boom! The distance between the two was so close that the ice shield and the fireball collided in less than a blink of an eye, and a thunderous explosion echoed everywhere. As the fiery flares spread all around under the raging storm, Shang Guanbing Shui took advantage of the shockwave to move away from the beast and rejoiced that the storm greatly weakened the giant ape's power, or else it would have been difficult to come out of the previous attack unscathed. "Are you sure you don't need help?" Bai Zimin frowned from a distance. He was standing about 100 meters away with his blazing scale greatsword stabbed into the ground as he clung to the hilt with a reverse grip. "No need. I said I'll kill it myself." Shang Guanbing Shui indifferently declined and then directly spent 80% of her mana, deciding that it was time to end it all. So far, Shang Guanbing Shui's mana consumption had mainly come from activating her skills. However, over the course of the fight, that mana had been slowly recovering. Therefore, her mana was almost completely full. All this was only possible thanks to her being able to make ice from the countless raindrops around her. Therefore, 80% of her mana was an amount that even Bai Zeman should praise. Ice arrows! She delicately yelled and waved her sword in a spiral, releasing auras of frost back and forth from her body. Swoosh! 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 Over 2,000 ice arrows filled the sky. Bang! Lightning flashed for several seconds, illuminating the icy glow of the frozen tips of the 2,000+ ice arrows. What a powerful skill! Bai Zeman muttered in surprise as he looked at the frost aura contained within the tip of each arrow. Each frost arrow exuded the aura belonging to Shangguan Bing Shui's frozen rebuff skill. High above the clouds, Lilith watched the ongoing battle with indifference. Seeing Shangguan Bing Shui's attack, she couldn't help but nod. It's over. Then, she faded away amidst the thunder and lightning. Die! With a gesture from Shangguan Bing Shui, the thousands of arrows flew all at once towards the giant ape that had now knelt on its left leg. Swoosh! 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 Although the beast could feel the fatal attack about to hit it, its body was drained and its mind was exhausted after the constant loss of blood. Due to Shangguan Bing Shui's frozen rebuff skill, the wound where its right arm had been cut clean off was still bleeding non-stop. The giant ape made a last-ditch effort and at the same time as its red eyes flashed viciously, it opened its mouth wide, shooting out a huge fireball in a straight line. A second later, its body was relentlessly struck by hundreds of ice arrows at the same time. The first 900 ice arrows barely managed to pierce the skin of the beast. The next 900 ice arrows managed to cut through all the weakened skin and tear the giant ape's flesh. The remaining more than 200 pierced the holes that plagued the beast's body, impaling it completely before it froze into a huge ice statue. However, judging by the fact that Bai Zeman had yet to receive any notification from the soul record, the second-order giant ape was still alive. But that was not all. Shangguan Bing Shui's eyes shivered slightly as her pupils reflected the huge fireball approaching. This was something she had not expected. She definitely did not believe that the giant ape would be able to launch an ultimate attack considering the condition it was in. Even then, her eyes flashed coldly and she snorted. Her soft waist swayed like a female snake and the lightning on her body flickered as several ice platforms formed under her feet. Seeing this, Bai Zeman stopped his movements and relaxed his grip on the hilt of his weapon. Boom! The fireball over 4 meters in diameter exploded powerfully, forming a giant crater and causing several flares to fly everywhere uncontrollably. Swoosh! Like a ghost, Shangguan Bing Shui appeared in front of the frozen statue of the giant ape still kneeling on one of its legs. Blue lightning flashed on her armor and illuminated her cold face just as she stabbed her sword towards the beast's throat in a swift and fluid motion. A slight groan came from within the ice statue, and a moment later, thin strands of blood began to trickle down the surface of the pristine ice. 2 orbs filled with soul power with a somewhat similar size came out from the statue. One entered Shangguan Bing Shui's body and the other entered Bai Zeman's body. You have received the soul power of second order explosive flame ape level 71. You have gained strength plus 60, agility plus 43, stamina plus 56, health plus 60, mana plus 20, magic plus 25. Both received the same message, only with slight differences, with Shangguan Bing Shui getting slightly more stats than Bai Zeman. In addition, she also received the following messages in her retina as the records were engraved into her soul. You have leveled up and reached level 41. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and reached level 42. You have leveled up and reached level 43. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up and reached level 46. You get 2 status points to distribute freely. Slowly, Shangguan Bing Shui withdrew her sword and waved it into the wind. Blood clinging to the blade splattered on the ground and pure raindrops cleaned the edge. Only then did she elegantly sheath her weapon before turning around to face Bai Zeman. Then, she did something he did not expect. With a happy and proud smile, She held up 2 fingers forming a V and said cheerfully, "You see? I can do it too if I put my mind on it." Bai Zimin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the usually cold woman's childish attitude. In the end, he simply said what he thought was right, "Congratulations. Now we can say that in our faction there are 2 beings with the power of a second-order existence. Let's work together to avoid annihilation of our race." Although Shang Guanbing Shui had only won because the stars had basically aligned in perfection for her and her safety, it was actually not a lie to say that the current her could take on a second-order beast. After all, she had just absorbed quite a bit of soul power from a high-level beast and added to the soul power of the archaic bear, her overall strength had increased tremendously. Furthermore, the current Shang Guanbing Shui will probably also be able to evolve her main skill to second order. This will make her strength increase explosively without a doubt. Chapter 323, Epic Grade, Liquid Storage Jewel. After Shang Guanbing Shui claimed the life of the second-order explosive flame ape, the ice sculpture that sealed the creature inside finally broke into pieces and the lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. The rain began to sweep away the blood, but Bai Zimin was naturally unwilling to let such a preciousness be lost just like that, so he hurriedly activated his second-order blood manipulation skill. Swoosh! 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 Over 200 liters of blood separated from the rain and flew into the sky, forming a huge red sphere that soon took on a ruby radiance and hardened. Bang! The sphere of solid blood fell heavily to the ground and after shuddering for a moment finally stood frozen. The water droplets falling on the surface simply slid down the body of the sphere before falling to the ground without taking even a drop of blood with them. Seeing Shang Guanbing Shui looking at him, he shrugged his shoulders and said as if it were obvious, "I can't let a natural treasure like this go to waste like that, can I? Besides, the consumption for keeping my skill active for something as insignificant as this is nothing to me." "I guess you're right." She sighed and nodded. The blood of a second-order beast was priceless right now. Just by drinking it along with their meals, it was highly probable that even she and Bai Zimin would gain various benefits, and even if said benefits could not compare to the power they gained from pure soul power, it was still more than welcome since it was an extra benefit they gained after the victory anyway. As for the others, probably only first-order existences could withstand the explosive power contained in the blood of a fire-type second-order beast. Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui would have to make sure later. Oh, now that I remember. Bai Zimin suddenly realized that he had forgotten something important after all the things that had happened, so he hurriedly reached inside his bag and took out a 600 ml bottle from it. The bottle was filled with blood. Shang Guanbing Shui was not surprised by the strange sights. She had somehow already gotten used to seeing Bai Zimin with several bottles of blood with him. Moreover, since his main skill was blood control, she naturally thought that he must have his own blood supply at all times. "Here. You drink it. That blood belongs to the archaic bear we killed back then," he said as he handed her the bottle filled with glowing liquid contents. Shang Guanbing Shui unconsciously stretched out her hand and received the bottle. When she finally realized what Bai Zimin said to her, the corner of her mouth twitched a couple of times and she muttered a few things under her breath. Bai Zimin knew what she was thinking since he had previously thought the same thing too. "Don't worry. It actually doesn't taste as bad as you think," he reassured her. Shang Guanbing Shui hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and uncorked the bottle before bringing the tip to her lips. When the first drop of blood slipped out, Shang Guanbing Shui's eyes widened slightly and she felt a bit of shock as she realized that Bai Zimin was actually telling her the truth when he said that the blood didn't taste as bad as it looked. The taste was a bit sweet but at the same time somewhat sour, even though it wasn't a delicacy, it wasn't disgusting as she imagined it to be. Soon, the half-liter bottle was completely emptied and the blood inside was swallowed by Shang Guanbing Shui in large gulps. When she put the bottle down, her lips were completely red due to the lingering blood liquid, and even though that blood was soon swept away by the fierce storm, Bai Zimin could see it for less than a second and could not help but think that Shang Guanbing Shui looked very sexy in that manner. Of course, this thought was just a fleeting thought that disappeared at the speed of light. Shang Guanbing Shui's face shrank and it was obvious from the expression she was making that she was experiencing a great deal of pain right now. Bear it. Bai Zimin's serious voice reached her. If it was you in the past, you might not have been able to withstand so much pressure. But I'm sure the current you is capable. If it was before absorbing the soul power of 2 second-order beings and increasing her stats hugely, Bai Zimin would never have let Shang Guanbing Shui take so much unrefined blood. After all, he had experienced firsthand how fierce that blood was when it entered one's body. However, he believed that the current her had the ability to do it. She only needed to endure while her body and soul assimilated the power contained in the second-order archaic bear's blood to gain benefits. Approximately 30 seconds later, Shang Guanbing Shui's expression slowly began to relax, and a moment later, her previous pained expression had turned into surprise. This. I just received 50 health points and one of my passive skills that increase my health advanced directly to first order. She looked at him in a state of utter shock. Bai Zimin was not surprised at all when he heard this. At that time, he gained 29 health points and his passive skill superhuman health advanced from first order level 1 to first order level 5. As for why he obtained less stats, it was because his soul power was higher than Shang Guanbing Shui's. So, your skill evolved just as you wanted? He asked without waiting for her to say thank you. Bai Zimin believed that such words were useless and unnecessary. Less so between two people who considered themselves friends. Shang Guanbing Shui blinked a couple of times before she snapped out of her initial surprise and quickly began to slide down her registers as she said, "Wait a moment. Evolution requirements for the first order Ice Maker skill level 5. Kill unclassified enemies using Ice Maker, 20.000/20.000. Kill first order enemies using Ice Maker, 3/3. First order Soul Stone, 2/2. Kill second order enemies using Ice Maker, 1/1. You have fulfilled the requirements to evolve first order Ice Maker skill. Do you wish to evolve the skill to second order?" Shang Guanbing Shui mentally agreed to the soul records question and the evolution process soon commenced. 2 first-order soul stones and the only 2 that Shang Guanbing Shui currently possessed flew out from inside her leather bag and floated into the air. At the same time as the first-order soul stones exploded and the power within them began to spin in a spiral shape slowly forming a rainbow-colored vortex, the rune representing the Ice Maker skill within Shang Guanbing Shui's soul also lit up brightly. Bai Zimin watched as the rainbow-colored light descended from the sky and covered Shang Guanbing Shui's body making her look like a goddess enveloped by light in the midst of darkness. Her body slowly began to absorb the light surrounding her and all that light was soon absorbed by her soul, slowly being directed to where the Ice Maker skill rune was located. As she absorbed the rainbow light, the rune slowly began to change. Its color became considerably brighter and purer while a strange extra engraving appeared on the surface. You have successfully evolved the Ice Maker skill. Ice Maker, second order active skill, level 1, you can use your own mana to craft ice objects at will and the power of your creations is limited by your own magic stat but can be enhanced by weapons with magical power. The power of second order Ice Maker level 1 is multiplied x2 compared to first order Ice Maker level 5. The mana cost to move your creations through the air decreases by 25%. Second activation, you can now leave traces of mana behind to form ice traps without needing to activate them immediately and without needing your presence. Shang Guanbing Shui's eyes shone like stars during a clear night when she read the description of her evolved main skill. While Bai Zimin could not create blood out of thin air, he could move blood without consuming extra mana. Unfortunately, while Shang Guanbing Shui had the ability to make ice with her own mana, she also needed to consume even more mana to move her creations. After all, her skill was not called ice manipulation. Bai Zimin's blood manipulation skill and Shang Guanbing Shui's Ice Maker skill, each had their advantages and disadvantages, but there was no doubt that both were powerful. Fortunately for Shang Guanbing Shui, the mana consumption to move her ice creations had decreased by 25%, which in future battles would relieve her of a great burden. As if that wasn't enough, the power of the skill was multiplied x2, and she also acquired a new ability that still needed study and training in order to better understand how it worked. In conclusion, she was quite satisfied with the result. Seeing your happy expression, I'll assume you got a good result. Bai Zimin chuckled. Shang Guanbing Shui smiled faintly and did not deny it. Let's just say that the risks and hard work paid off. They both looked at each other with faint smiles, and after a moment, Bai Zimin pointed with his head as he said, "Won't you see the spoils of war?" Shang Guanbing Shui said nothing and crouched down, turning her back to Bai Zimin and practically leaving herself completely unprotected and open to any attack. She was already weaker than Bai Zimin to begin with, but at least she might have a small chance to survive if she tried to run away by making use of all her arsenal. However, at this point she would definitely be dead if he decided to attack her. Although Bai Zimin did not say anything and just looked at her, he could not help but be a little moved when he saw this seemingly natural and involuntary move of hers. In this chaotic world where human life was worth less than a piece of dry bread, friendship for many was nothing. One needed to remember that what Shang Guanbing Shui was currently picking up from the ground were incredibly valuable and powerful treasures. Such items were enough to make even a saint turn into a demon and betray their allies. Therefore, the fact that Shang Guanbing Shui would turn her back toward Bai Zimin under such conditions only showed in depth how great her trust in him was. Even though they had not known each other for a long time. If it was a day ago, she definitely wouldn't do something like that regardless of how well she thought of him. However, she had been unconscious and unprotected for a full day. If Bai Zimin really wanted to do something to her, then the opportunity had already presented itself, so there was no point in protecting herself against him at this point. Even so, Bai Zimin couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of me attacking you from the back? At this point, even if I kill you here, everyone will think that you were attacked by a beast." Shang Guanbing Shui chuckled and had apparently finished picking everything up as she slowly stood up. She turned her body to look at him, and seeing Bai Zimin resting his back against the huge red sword with his arms crossed in front of him, she calmly said, "In my dictionary, there is no middle ground. For me, there are only people I trust and people I don't trust in. You are one of the 5 living beings I trust in." Bai Zimin shook his head, not knowing what to say. Although he was moved by her words and felt grateful, he could not trust in her the same way she trusted in him. His stone heart skill wouldn't let him. Not so easily. Not for nothing was this a peak 3rd order skill. It could already be considered a miracle that Lilith managed to sneak into his heart enclosed by thick stone armor in such a short time. As for when someone else could do it, or if anyone else would ever achieve it as long as the skill remained unchanged, it was still a mystery that only time would answer. Shang Guanbing Shui pressed the green orb in her hand, and after a slight flash of light, a small crimson thumb-sized pearl appeared in her palm. This was a precious epic-grade treasure. After reading the information of the item, Shang Guanbing Shui closed her eyes for a moment and then smiled faintly before throwing it towards Bai Zimin without hesitation. Bai Zimin unconsciously raised his hand to catch, and the small pearl fell accurately into his now clenched fist. The name of the object was the first thing that flashed into his eyes. Liquid Storage Jewel. Chapter 324, Electromagnetic Railgun. Just reading the name of the item in his hands caused Bai Zimin's heart to start beating erratically at a slightly faster speed than usual. However, after he read the entire description of the item, his heart began to beat so fast that for a moment Bai Zimin himself was frightened. Liquid Storage Jewel, Epic Grade Treasure, all stats plus 20. Storage equipment focused on preserving the purity of liquids. Can store up to 500,000 liters of any liquid substance and keep that substance in good condition. Inside the jewel, there are different separate storages, which makes it possible to keep different liquids at the same time without having to worry about mixing them. The weight of the jewel does not increase regardless of the volume of liquid. Current status: there is no liquid presently stored inside the jewel. An involuntary gasp escaped from Bai Zemin's mouth when he finally finished processing all the information from the pearl in his hands. What was the thing he had been longing for most as far as treasures were concerned? A storage ring. This had been so from the first moment he saw Lilith's storage ring during the early days of the apocalypse when she brought out the treasures she was guarding for him when he fell unconscious back then. How could Bai Zemin not desire such a treasure? A storage ring was the same as making his life infinitely easier in every aspect. Even now he had to carry a leather bag attached to his waist or a huge mountaineering backpack on his back for 2 long trips. Such a thing was too inconvenient, and in a fatal death combat would cause all the meticulously stored items to be destroyed. However, with the space storage ring such things were not a concern. Now, while the jewel in Bai Zemin's hands was not as valuable or as amazing as Lilith's spatial storage ring, such a thing was completely natural. After all, Lilith's spatial storage ring was a legend-grade treasure while the liquid storage jewel was an epic-grade treasure. Even if the difference was only 1 grade away, the actual difference between those 2 grades was as great as wanting to compare mud to white clouds. Even so, Bai Zemin was incredibly happy when he learned what the treasure in his hands could do. Leaving aside the fact that the treasure itself granted a total of 120 stat points overall, the mere fact that it was able to contain liquid substances and separate them at the same time to avoid mixing problems was already incredibly valuable from Bai Zemin's point of view. As if that wasn't enough, the small jewel in his hand could hold a terrifying 500,000 liters. However, Bai Zemin's excitement soon dimmed a bit after he thought of something. I can't just accept this like this. He shook his head as he looked at Shangguan Bingshui and sighed in his heart. Although he really wanted it and had in fact indirectly contributed to the death of the second-order giant ape, the truth was that Bai Zemin was clear that he had basically made no effort at all. After all he really did was cast a skill and that was it. The person who actually made an effort and had a battle to the death to get this treasure was actually Shangguan Bingshui. Shangguan Bingshui pursed her lips upon hearing his words. She said a little annoyed, even though I already knew that you would say that, I must admit that it is really annoying. Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. Such was his personality and his principles, such things were not so easy to change overnight. Seeing that he had no intention of giving in, Shangguan Bingshui fell silent and lowered her head to think for a moment. After about a minute or two, she finally looked at him again and calmly proposed, I know you want that treasure as you will be able to store huge amounts of blood there. So how about we do something? There is a magic grade treasure here too, added to the 3 we found in the tiger the sum of magic grade treasures would increase to 4. Bai Zemin's ears twitched slightly and he listened to her carefully as he somehow liked where the conversation was going. 4 magic grade treasures and even the treasures we must search for from the second order mutated spider you killed earlier. Shangguan Bingshui continued while looking at him calmly, if the mutated spider dropped an epic grade treasure, then I will have priority over that treasure before you. Otherwise, in case we don't find another epic grade treasure and they happen to be all magic grade, you will let me pick 3 magic grade treasures first regardless of whether you have them or not. How about that? Bai Zemin contemplated Shangguan Bingshui's proposal, but after a few seconds, the answer he came to was obvious. If Bai Zemin managed to possess the liquid storage jewel, his overall strength would take a big step forward. This was not only due to the large amount of stat points, it was mainly due to the fact that if he were to keep this treasure, he would have the ability to instantly store 500,000 liters of blood. That's right. Bai Zemin did not plan to store water or anything similar, the only thing he wanted to store in it was blood. With the jewel's ability to divide liquids, Bai Zemin would be able to separate the blood of unclassified, first order, second order, and so on. This would make his life much easier on a level never seen before. In addition, the display of power that his second-order blood manipulation skill could show off would be far more powerful. Bai Zemin's slaughtering ability would be raised to a whole new level. Sounds good to me. Let's do as you say then. He finally nodded without much more to say. congratulations. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him with a slightly amused smile and joked, you are literally a walking blood bank now. Bai Zimin forced a smile when he heard this. It really was weird. But what could he do about it? His main skill demanded it after all. Suddenly, Shang Guanbing Shui began to approach Bai Zimin slowly, which momentarily confused him. Soon, however, a glimmer of understanding shone in his heart and he walked towards her. Look! This is the skill the ape dropped. If you want it then just keep it, that skill does not suit the path I walk and wish to walk. Shang Guanbing Shui handed him the skill scroll without regrets. Bai Zimin took it and quickly obtained the skill information contained within the scroll. Beast Strength, Second Order Active Skill, Level 1. After activating this skill it increases the user's strength stat by plus 200 points for a period of 2 hours and has a cooldown time of 24 hours. The description was incredibly simple but enough to detail what the skill did, for how long, and how often it could be used. Despite the fact that the effect was very good, Bai Zimin shook his head, I don't want it at all. Leaving aside the fact that I currently can't learn any more active skills before reaching second order, this skill really doesn't suit me. The increase in strength was undoubtedly noticeable. However, this skill would probably be good for someone who walked the path of a barbarian and this was not the path Bai Zimin aspired to. Then how about giving it to Zhongde? Shang Guanbing Shui proposed and pointed out, although Nangang Yi is more powerful than Zhongde, he is still relatively new within the faction so I don't think it would be good to give him more than what he has already received for a while. Bai Zimin agreed with what she had just said. If Nangang Yi received too many benefits in the short term, his arrogance might rise too high and the other generals of Bai Zimin's faction would naturally not be too happy. Besides, Zhongde was one of the first men to follow Bai Zimin and probably one of the few people who would not betray him considering how much trust he placed in him. In the end, the skill Second Order Beast Strength would be given to Zhongde when they met again. Bai Zimin also had to hand over a lightning fruit to him, so Zhongde's power was going to receive a huge boost after learning 2 active Second Order skills practically in one go. Now look at this. Shang Guanbing Shui suddenly became serious and with slightly trembling hands handed him an old scroll made of sheepskin. She hadn't even reacted like this when Bai Zimin showed her the construction plan for the power generator, so Bai Zimin's expectations suddenly became high. Electromagnetic Railgun, Construction Plan Fragment, 1/5. The electromagnetic railgun is a weapon with the power to pierce through the defensive monolayer of a first-order existence with ease and with the power to threaten second-order beings. The information, description, and image of a construction model for a type of futuristic weapon that Bai Zimin had only seen in movies or read about in fantasy books began to flash in his mind one by one. For a moment he was stupefied and finally understood the reason why Shang Guanbing Shui had reacted that way earlier. If we could craft that kind of weapon, our soldiers would receive a massive boost in strength, propelling the faction to new heights. Shang Guanbing Shui said in a serious voice. Furthermore, since it is a weapon that technically comes from the soul record, everyone can absorb soul power from whatever they kill with it. Even the weakest human being could slay several first-order beasts with this kind of weaponry and become a soul evolver with ease. The power of humanity would rise to entirely new heights. We need to find the remaining 4 fragments no matter what. Bai Zimin said in a deep voice, although first-order and second-order existences are still relatively rare and cannot be found casually in the middle of the road, in the future that will not necessarily be the case. Humanity is too weak and most of them don't really have the courage to fight hand-to-hand. But if only they could make the electromagnetic railgun, everything would be different and mankind could finally see a glimmer of light after so much darkness. Bai Zimin looked at Shang Guanbing Shui and said with extreme seriousness, Shang Guanbing Shui, remember that you cannot tell the existence of these plans to anyone. I myself will set up a gathering when we return to the main base where I will inform the higher leaders about it. The confidentiality of the construction plans had to be treated with extreme care and caution. At this point in the apocalypse the value of those seemingly worthless papers to the naked eye was in no way inferior to Bai Zimin's 1000 lightning plant. Of course, the value of the electromagnetic railgun would fall in the later stages. However, by then mankind would probably have better weaponry, or they might even have found a way to improve such a weapon. Shang Guanbing Shui naturally understood the importance of the matter, so she nodded. Then, suddenly, she said out of nowhere, "By the way, you can call me Bing Shui if you wish." Bai Zimin blinked a couple of times and looked at her. However, he didn't think too much, as it didn't seem like a big deal to him, so he simply nodded, "Okay. I'll call you Bing Shui when we're alone then, since if a certain good-looking guy hears me call you that way he might confuse a lot of things. As for you, well, you can call me whatever you want." Shang Guanbing Shui smiled bitterly as she heard this. The matter with her childhood friend was one that had been giving her headaches for quite a few years now. Chapter 325, Desperation. After the treasure matter was partially settled by Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui, he did not comment again regarding Chen He and simply moved on to his own business. Swoosh! 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 The huge sphere of solidified blood belonging to the giant second order ape began to turn liquid once again. With Bai Zimin using his skill blood manipulation with great efficiency, from the top of the sphere strands of blood slowly began to detach and automatically began to fly towards the jewel in his hands. "So that's how it is," he muttered with a slight smile as he held his liquid storage jewel up high. The speed at which the blood began to turn liquid increased more and more, and the speed at which the glowing strands of blood flew out towards the pearl also began to increase explosively. Swoosh! 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 As the rain poured down relentlessly and the loud claps of thunder announced the imminent arrival of the bright lightning, Shang Guanbing Shui silently marveled as she watched the spectacle unfolding before her with a position that was practically unparalleled. The bright red blood of the second-order giant ape shone so brightly that it reached the point of looking like beautiful gems instead of horrifying blood. The strands of blood looked like beautiful strings of pearls that one after another disappeared into the liquid storage jewel in Bai Zimin's hands. Everything within several meters around with Bai Zimin as the center took on a faint crimson glow. In the midst of the dark forest, such a glow was too bright to be ignored, and in the midst of such darkness, Shang Guanbing Shui could not help but feel a bit of warmth coming from that light, capable of frightening any living being due to the horrifying aura it exuded. Approximately 2 minutes later, the huge globe of blood had completely disappeared, like an optical illusion that had never really existed in the first place. If one looked carefully at the ground, the only thing one would be able to find would be the mark of where the blood sphere had been in the past. Bai Zimin looked at the pearl in his hand and noticed that the glow had turned more crimson after absorbing the blood. So that beast had 60 liters of blood inside its body. Bai Zimin sighed as he confirmed the amount of liquid the liquid storage jewel contained inside. Truly a beast. It probably had more blood in it. Shang Guanbing Shui remembered, "It's just that your previous attack practically tore it apart." Shan Bai Zimin recalled her previous request, so he suddenly stopped just as was about to say something. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him silently and raised both eyebrows as an amused glint flashed in her sky-colored eyes. "Bing Shui." Bai Zimin corrected himself and then continued with complete calm, "Can you make an ice chariot or something to carry the body of this giant ape and the skeletons of the white tiger?" The body of the mutated second-order spider had been completely destroyed after being hit full-on by the blood trident. The only thing left behind was the skeleton of the white tiger and the considerably damaged body of the giant ape. Such remains were too valuable to be left behind. Bai Zimin would not let even the bones go. "Okay." Shang Guanbing Shui nodded and pushed both hands forward. With her skill now evolved to the second order, it was an incredibly simple task for her to make a large ice chariot sturdy enough to support several tons of weight. After she finished her work, Bai Zimin moved the giant ape's body onto the chariot. Then, Shang Guanbing Shui sealed the beast's corpse inside a huge ice chamber over 15 meters in diameter on top of the chariot to prevent other beasts from touching it. "Let's continue what we were doing." Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui separated and began to search for the treasures that the mutated second-order spider had dropped but had been sent flying who knows where due to the huge explosion caused by Crimson Blood Judgment. ******. Meanwhile, about 2 kilometers from the forest and 5 kilometers away from the base located in the north of the sub-district. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire became more and more intense with each passing second. The roars and yells intermingled with the cries and growls provoked by humans and beasts as they clashed fiercely with each other. Of the army of over 5,000 mutated beasts that had come out of the forest after being frightened by Bai Zimin's attack and the battle between second-order existences that possessed the power to crush them all, over 2,000 beasts had fallen to never get up again. Small puddles of blood spread relentlessly, joining with other small puddles of blood and slowly forming pools of blood. Those pools of blood also joined other pools of blood and slowly formed what seemed to be a great red river with iron smell that grew rapidly due to the fierce storm that kept falling from the black clouds high in the sky. The corpses of the slaughtered beasts piled up on each other forming tall mountains up to more than 30 meters high across the abandoned city on the outskirts of the base. While some corpses were small and tiny, there were also others that were monstrously gigantic. Such beasts possessed vast quantities of thick blood within them, which only served to further feed the ferocious river that roared back and forth amidst the now collapsed houses. Under the seemingly endless burst of fire, most of the mutated beasts could only fall helplessly after being hit again and again or after receiving a powerful bullet hit in the middle of the head. However, even though more than 2,000 beasts had been slaughtered, the humans did not take their lives for free and with smiles on their faces either. A burly man held a Type 79 machine gun with a fierce expression on his face. As he fired uncontrollably with bloodshot eyes and claimed the life of a wild cat that was the size of a tiger before the apocalypse, 2 level 9 soul evolvers stood several meters ahead preventing the monsters from sneaking in and reaching the back. This was the formation that Liu Yan had moved the troops, armed men in the back and soul evolvers in the front. Each soul evolver below level 15 had the only mission to prevent the mutated beasts from reaching the rear. Otherwise, if a single beast slipped in there, only disaster would descend. While the gunmen were from a certain point of view the greatest power the base had to deal with large crowds of weak enemies, they were also the most fragile since they themselves were just normal humans who had not even reached level 1 or who had barely reached such pitifully low levels that in such a battle they would serve as nothing more than fodder if they did not get a firearm. If a fast beast reached that area, then the base's defensive troop would begin to face annihilation. A soul evolver using a sharp bone belonging to a mutated beast as her weapon fiercely slashed and decapitated a huge squirrel that stood a meter tall, absorbing the creature's soul power immediately. Just as she was about to continue her massacre after reaching level 10, she saw a black shadow flicker next to her out of the corner of her eye. At first, she didn't pay too much attention to it, however, a moment later she noticed how the world around her was spinning and the next moment she saw her decapitated body still standing before the lights went out for her. A panther! Watch out! A group of 15 armed men noticed the death of the soul evolver and soon after the second soul evolver was also decapitated by a panther-like animal. It was only because the creature stopped for a moment to kill the 2 soul evolvers that the soldiers standing more than 50 meters back managed to spot its silhouette. The burly man who was killing mercilessly raised his Type 79 machine gun and was about to shout fire when the same thing that happened to the 2 previous soul evolvers happened to him. Seeing the burly man's head flying through the air and steaming blood flying everywhere, a woman holding an assault rifle 10 meters away panicked and turned to flee. However, a shadow flashed at lightning speed and the woman felt a sharp pain from her waist. Before the woman even managed to scream, her lower and upper body separated and after she fell to the ground and realized what was happening, the woman finally let out a piercing scream as she writhed in pain. A moment later, the huge bloody mouth of a tiger over 2 meters tall was reflected in the woman's eyes. Before she could think much or say anything, her head was crushed in a bloody mess by the beast's jaws. The beast was actually a vicious first-order shadow tiger. Bai Zimin had faced this type of creature in the past, so he knew firsthand how terrifying the speed of these felines was. Worse yet, in the middle of the night, if not for the flares that lit up the skies, this kind of monster whose fur was as black as a wolf's mouth would definitely become mankind's worst nightmare with its terrifying agility. Liu Yan suddenly felt that something was wrong, and when he looked behind him after slicing the monster he was fighting in two, he finally realized that a first-order monster had sneaked in. Shit! He cursed before grabbing the radio and yelling anxiously, "Evangeline! Some agility monster is slaughtering the back lines." Among the soul evolvers present, probably only Evangeline had the ability to defeat the Shadow Tiger without suffering losses. Even Liu Yan's right-hand man, Yan Tu, would have some drawbacks, as while he was incredibly strong, his slow movement speed was his greatest weakness. Therefore, Liu Yan's only hope was for Evangeline to move. Although he did not have the authority to give her orders in normal situations, under the condition that the officer in charge granted him sufficient power, Liu Yan could order anyone regardless of their strength. The highest-ranking officer present was Kong Lan, but she had given full control to Liu Yan because of her inexperience in directing such operations. Therefore, Evangeline had to obey Liu Yan even though she was stronger. Such were the military rules, and thanks to these rules there was some order. "I am busy right now. Yan Tu and I are fighting 6 first-order beasts. We don't have the time, nor are we in a position to look somewhere else." Evangeline's cold but slightly exhausted voice came from the other end of the intercom before the communication cut off. 6 first-order beasts. Liu Yan's face lost all color as he muttered such words, and for a moment he stood there distractedly. Although he was far from reaching such a level, he did know how terrifying those beings were. Of his men, only a couple of them had the ability to face them, but fortunately they were also few in number, and so far they had only encountered 3 or 4 before. However, 6 of them appeared at the same time just now. "It's the end?" Liu Yan sighed with a pale face and his heart filled with regret. Not only regret for what was happening now or for what had happened before, mostly his regret and pain came from knowing that his daughter, who was inside the base probably waiting anxiously for news, would end up being eaten by one of these monsters due to his own incompetence. Liu Yan not only suddenly felt that he failed as a human or as a father, but he also felt like a failure as a man. In the end, unconsciously he could not help but think of that young man whom he had not met for a long period of time but had seen accomplish great things in a few days.